Marrying the Bodyguard. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2018. Chapter 1. Lexi Maheras stepped inside her small apartment and leaned against the door. She'd done it. Her final year of clinical rotations was finished, and now all she had left was her residency. Of course, she wanted to stay at Stanford, but that was highly unlikely. Hopefully, she'd be matched with a great program. She'd certainly studied hard enough. A tap came from the door. "Ms. Maheras, we made a deal. I search the apartment, and then I stay out." Her lip curled up. Jake Maverick. A bodyguard, courtesy of her papa. He was one of 4 who rotated for her guard duty. Only, no one had attempted to kidnap her or anything else dubious in the last year. Anytime she asked about the sudden need for protection, her papa would only say the world was getting dangerous, and it gave him peace of mind. She opened the door and crossed her arms over her chest. "You've been working for my papa for a bit over 6 months. No one has tried to hurt me. There hasn't even been the slightest attempt. What makes you think it'll happen now?" His dark blue ocean eyes held hers, and, like usual, a shiver ran down her spine. She didn't know what it was, but when he stared at her, it felt like he was trying to read her mind. One corner of his mouth quirked up. "Perhaps no one has attempted anything because I'm thorough." His voice was deep and controlled. Well, all of him was. Slow, methodical, and controlled. If stoic had a picture in the dictionary, it'd be him. He was more than a foot taller than her, with long, curly dark hair down to his elbows that he pulled back with a tie. A deep groove cut through his eyebrow at a slant, and she could sometimes catch the hint of what looked like a tattoo on his neck. He was massive too. Arms like cannons. She wasn't sure how muscled he was because he almost always wore a black suit, but she was sure there were plenty underneath that crisp white dress shirt. She waved her arm, inviting him in. "And I've told you to call me Lexi. You can even use my full name, Alexandria." As he stepped in, he paused in front of her. "Your father told me to call you Ms. Maheras. He's not here. It's not like he know. I would." With a sigh, she rolled her eyes. "Fine." Jake walked through the apartment, checking her bedroom, closet, and bathroom before stopping by the window. "It's clear." "I told you." "I know," he said in that same controlled deep voice before stopping at the door. With his back to her, he said, "Congratulations on finishing your clinical rotations." Then he stepped out of her apartment and shut the door behind him. Her jaw dropped, and she gaped at the door. How did he even know? It wasn't like they talked a lot. In fact, she knew nothing about him other than he wasn't her type. He was too tall, too big, and his hair was entirely too long. She was more into guys with wild hair and floppy bangs. Hair she could run her fingers through and not worry about getting tangled. She fingered the ends of her own hair, partially jealous that his was so much longer than hers. With a sigh, she dropped onto her sofa and smiled. She was done. She should be celebrating, but now that she had bodyguards, it was much less of a hassle to simply stay home. Plus, her desire to be a doctor trumped her social life, and her circle of friends was limited to the other medical students who were equally socially challenged. Her phone buzzed against her thigh, and she fished it from her pocket. "Papa." She effortlessly slipped back into her native Greek language. "Lexi, my love." Her papa's thick Greek accent filtered through the phone. "Tell me." A laugh burst out. "It was fantastic. I finished, and I'm pretty sure my scores will allow me to be matched with Stanford." That was hopeful thinking, but her late mother always said to keep a positive outlook, and that's what Lexi was doing. "That's wonderful, my love." Something in his voice made her sit up. "Papa, tell me." She could hear him breathing, and she knew he was trying to find the words to ease whatever bad thing he had to tell her. Faustus Sikas is seeking your hand in marriage. What? Zio Mao, it will be good for our family and his. This marriage would bring our interests together and make us stronger. Since his father passed, he's been lonely. A pleading tone coated the words. If he's lonely, tell him to get a puppy. I won't marry him. It had been years since she'd seen Faustus, and even then, he'd shown no interest in her. So why now? And why hadn't he called her instead of going through her papa? You played together as children. Surely you can find something about him that is appealing. You can grow to love him. I have my residency, Papa. I can't just stop my life to marry him. He's agreed to let you finish, but then you will come home and take your place as his wife. Let her finish? Let her finish? This is crazy. I'm only 26. I'm not ready to be married. And even if she wasn't marrying some knuckle-dragging hairy Neanderthal who thought he would be doing her a favor by letting her finish her degree. Besides, this is what Mama wanted. For me to come to America, spread my wings, and get my medical degree. I know, my love, but things have changed since you left. I need you to do this. She stood and raked her hand through her hair. How was she supposed to say no to him? That's not how things were done. Not in her culture, and certainly not in her family. He wasn't a man who accepted no as an answer. But, Papa, I don't love him. I can't marry someone I don't love. Alexandria Helena Christos Maheras, you will do this, and there will be no more discussion. In 1 week's time, Faustus and I will arrive. You will join us for dinner where we will discuss the details. I expect you to be friendly and welcoming, her papa said with a cruelty in his voice she'd never heard before. Tears streaked down her cheeks. But, Papa. No, he barked. No discussion. It is done. You will be married. She stumbled to the desk in the corner near the window and braced her hand on the edge. I get no say at all. You would make me do this? I thought you loved me. I do love you. You are my heart and my life. I'm doing this because I love you. His voice cracked. There are things in play that you do not need to know, but find it in your heart to understand that I would do anything and everything to keep you safe. Keep her safe? Her papa made it sound like it was life or death, but her family produced olive oil. What do you mean by keep me safe? I thought that's why I had a bodyguard everywhere I went. No. No more talk. I will see you in a week. Be ready to accept Faustus. He paused. Yes, Papa, she said, the words barely above a whisper as she ended the call. She pressed her hand to her chest. This couldn't be happening. What was she going to do? Something was definitely wrong if her papa was talking forced marriage. She closed her eyes and took a few deep, calming breaths. For starters, she needed to stop panicking. She was a scientist. A doctor, for crying out loud. This problem was no different than a disease. What did she need to do to treat the problem? Running wasn't an option. She hadn't spent the last 8 years of her life studying, only to run away. Obviously, talking was out of the question. The way her papa had barked at her squashed that possibility. She could just tell Faustus no, but something told her he wouldn't take no for an answer. What if she was already married? Her papa couldn't force her to marry someone if she was already tied to someone else, and even if he demanded a divorce, it would give her a few more days to think of some other way out of marrying Faustus. Could she get married in a week? She grabbed her phone and searched marriage licenses in California. She had dual citizenship because her mother was a U.S. national, so she didn't have to worry about that. There was no waiting period, and she could pay $10 for a witness. For an extra 20, she could do it like a drive-through burger joint and go with the express option. Who would she marry, though? It had to be someone she sort of knew. Someone who could withstand the scrutiny of her papa, but not in a completely disrespectful manner. Her papa was a good, kind man, and something horrible had to be going on for him to force her to do something like marrying a man she didn't love. Her gaze drifted to her front door. Jake? There were 3 other bodyguards, but none of them would work. 2 were married, and the third was too old to even consider. She took 3 long strides toward the door and stopped. No, not Jake. He'd never go for that, and what if he was seeing someone? Then again, she'd learned that if you didn't ask, you'd never know. With determined steps, she strode to the door and whipped it open. I need to speak with you. There must have been something in her voice, because he charged through the door with his gun drawn and stepped in front of her. What's wrong? Did you see something? No, I'm sorry. I just need to talk to you. He lowered his weapon and whirled around. Speak to me? Yes, please, sit down. I need to ask you something, she said, keeping her back to the door as she shut it. The eyebrow with the large cut lifted as he held her gaze. He holstered his weapon and then went to the couch and took a seat. His gaze remained on her as she walked to the center of the room and stopped. Why was her mouth so dry all of a sudden? She was treating a disease. Granted, the method was unorthodox, but it was a treatment nonetheless. A debate warred in her. This was insane. How was she supposed to ask him to marry her so she could get out of marrying someone else? What did she have to offer him? I have a business proposition for you. He leaned back, crossing his arms over his massive chest. The man had silent brooding down to a science. First, how old are you? A business proposition that requires my age? Yes. 34. Lexi tapped her finger against her chin. 8 years older than her. She nodded as the age difference sank in. Boys do take longer to mature than girls. That'll work. His eyebrows scrunched together. What? She waved her hand to dismiss the question. Are you seeing anyone? Why don't you tell me what's going on? She sighed and started pacing. My papa has decided that I have to marry. He'll arrive in a week, and he expects me to accept the offer for my hand. Only, I don't want to marry the man. Jake tilted his head, and his eyebrows kneaded together further. Why was he making this so hard? Or was asking someone to marry you typically this stressful? She stopped pacing and faced him. I will offer you double what my papa is paying you to guard me if you will marry me. It will only last as long as it takes to ensure my papa can't force me to marry. You won't have to move in or anything, just act like we are in love while my papa is here. She chewed her thumb. He made it sound like it was life or death, and for the life of me, I can't imagine what could be so bad that he'd do this. You're asking me to marry you? He asked as he held her gaze. Yes, but I'll compensate you. In her mind, she was crossing her fingers, toes, hair follicles, and anything else bendy enough to cross. That way it's clear that it's a business arrangement. Who is it you're being forced to marry? She sighed. His name is Faustus Sikas. We played together as children, but the last time I saw him, maybe 6 years ago, he didn't show the slightest interest in me, so why he's so bent on marrying me now is lost on me. Jake inclined his head as he cast his gaze to the couch. Minutes ticked by as he sat quietly, seeming to consider her words. Just as she thought he was going to stand up, declare her mentally unstable, and leave, he lifted his head and said, "Okay." Did he say okay? Really? You'd do this for me? I was hired to protect you. This falls into that category. Oh, sure, he was getting paid not only by her, but by her papa as well. Why wouldn't he do it? Great. I have a friend who is a lawyer. I'll get a contract drawn up. That way we know our parts, and it'll protect my family. You understand, right? Then something happened that she'd never witnessed before. An actual smile twitched on his lips. I understand. What does my papa pay you? That way I can make sure the amount is in the contract. As he stood, the smile remained. You can just put double, or you could ask your father. I told him I'd never discuss it with you. Are you always such a stickler for the rules? Yes. That could work to her advantage. Then I want a promise from you. And that would be? Don't tell anyone about the marriage. I don't want anyone to know. Not even the other bodyguards. But just in case they do find out, I want everyone to think this is as real can be. That we're in love and couldn't wait to marry. Hopefully, he'd go for that too. Holding her gaze, he nodded. You have my word. I won't tell a soul what you have planned. Have the papers ready by my next shift, 2 days from now, and I'll sign them. Why was her heart beating so fast? This was a clinical solution to a problem. Great. Then we'll discuss the day and time for the marriage. Jake nodded, walked to the door, and slipped out of her apartment. That had gone a lot easier than she thought it would. She wilted into a nearby chair. Yeah, it would work. By this time next week, she'd be married to Jake Maverick. A voice in her head whispered, Mrs. Alexandria Maverick, and she scoffed. No, this wasn't a real marriage. It wasn't even convenient. It was a necessary evil. Maybe she could use the time to figure out why her papa was so insistent on her marrying Faustus Sikas. The last time she'd heard anything about the man, her papa hadn't spoken kindly of him. In fact, from the news she was hearing from home, some speculated that he'd killed his father in an attempt to keep his 2 siblings from inheriting any of their father's fortune. Her papa would be furious, but maybe if they spoke face to face, she could reason with him. Then she could file for an annulment and go back to her life like nothing happened. She looked skyward and spoke a little prayer in Greek, hoping it would be heard and that this whole thing would be over soon. Chapter 2. Jake strode down the hall to Lexi's door, tipping his head to greet Christian Rivera, one of the other 3 men guarding Lexi. Hey, man. Everything quiet? Jake asked as Chris relaxed his stance. Like the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, I don't even know why we're being paid to do this. This princess doesn't need any protection. I've never even heard of her or her father. Chris stretched. The one thing Jake didn't like was the cavalier way the other guys treated the assignment. It wasn't for them to question the validity of the threat. It was their job to make sure there was no threat, but he understood where Chris was coming from. Spending day after day protecting someone who didn't seem to need protecting did make you question things. Jake shrugged. I don't know. I just do what I'm told. Money's good. That's for sure. And my wife loves that she doesn't have to worry about me. I'd say that's a good trade. Chris waved as he walked away. See you later, man. Later, Jake said as he assumed his position with his hands clasped in front of him, trying to keep his thoughts corralled and failing. As much as he tried, he couldn't stop wondering what Mr. Maheras would think if he knew what his daughter had planned. When he'd met with her father some 6 months ago, Mr. Maheras struck him as the type of man who loved his family above anything. Lexi and her father had a great relationship, which made the idea of forced marriage seem so out of the blue and so out of character. Jake never would have taken the job if he thought Mr. Maheras was the type of man to treat her like a commodity. His relationship with his daughter was one of the first things Jake dug into before ever agreeing to protect her, and what he'd found was a father who loved his daughter with genuine affection. The other thing he did, which he did before he accepted any client, was find out what kind of person he'd be guarding. Not that he wouldn't guard someone who needed it, it just helped Jake determine the risk level. Lexi had been different. From the moment he'd seen her picture, he'd felt a pull towards her, something that was already against his own personal rules. At the time he took her case, it didn't seem so big of a risk since she was so far out of his league that she was in a different galaxy. In addition to her intelligence, she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on. She could pull off any type of clothing, from ball gowns to sweatpants. Her olive complexion and bright blue eyes gave her a stunning model-like appearance. Add to that her compassion and desire to help those in need around her, and Jake felt compelled to guard her despite his initial feelings for her. Feelings. He nearly laughed aloud. The absurdity of thinking about feelings in connection with her was ridiculous since they'd hardly had any interaction. He'd gone an extra measure to maintain a professional distance, limiting direct contact with her to self-defense training. Only, now she'd asked him to marry her. Normally, his answer would have been a flat no, but when she mentioned Faustus Sekas, Jake felt he was fulfilling his promise to her father to keep her safe. In his gut, Jake knew something wasn't right. When Noah Wolf, a buddy of his from the Rangers, showed him Lexi's file, Faustus's name stood out to Jake. Faustus Sekas was the eldest of 3 boys, and according to Jake's sources, he was to split the family's petroleum company with his 2 brothers. Only, his father took ill, and mysteriously, the will was changed, declaring Faustus the sole heir. There was no evidence that he'd killed his father, but the circumstances sure pointed in Faustus's direction. Knowing that, it made Jake uneasy that Lexi could be in the man's crosshairs. Jake rolled his shoulders and stretched his neck, pushing down the thoughts. At the moment, he needed to clear his head and focus. Just as he'd settled himself in to guard her for the night, the door to Lexi's apartment opened, and she pulled him inside. "I've got the contract. You just need to sign, and we'll be good to go." She pushed him toward the sofa where a stack of papers sat on the coffee table. He lowered himself onto the sofa and thumbed through them. "This is a lot of paperwork for a fake marriage. It basically says this is marriage on paper only. What we own before the marriage is what we'll have after the marriage. It also states your compensation of double what my papa is paying you." He lifted his gaze to hers. "You didn't ask him?" "No. He would have asked too many questions, and he may have fired you if he thought anything was going on. I couldn't risk that. Plus, of the 4 of you, you're my only viable option." "I'm flattered." He returned his gaze to the papers. "And how do I know you'll have double what your father is paying me?" Not that he cared, really. He'd saved enough from his time in the army that he could live comfortably. He'd taken the job because she intrigued him, and she was someone the world needed. Protecting her was easy because he liked her. "I have access to money. Don't worry, you'll get your fee. I'll make sure of it." She twisted her shirt in her fingers. "The second my papa finds out we're married, he'll probably offer you triple to get lost." He chuckled. "You're probably right about that." She tilted her head. "Have you met my papa in person?" "Once. When I was first hired. He's a good man." That was the feeling Jake got when he met the man, which reinforced Jake's initial gut feeling that something was off about Mr. Maheras forcing her to marry Faustus. Lexi sat on the edge of the chair closest to the sofa. "He is a good man, which makes this whole forced marriage thing so strange. My papa loves me. So, something's wrong." "Did you ask him?" "I tried, but he was impossible. He's never spoken to me with such anger in his voice. It was as though he was afraid of something, but my papa is well known and well respected. People like him, and I'm not just saying that because he's my papa. He donates money to the local hospital. He's built orphanages and schools. He's always doing something to improve the lives of the people around him." From what Jake knew, all of that was true. "Maybe you shouldn't do this, then, and give him the benefit of the doubt." Perhaps talk to him when he arrives. She shook her head. No, you didn't hear his voice. He's adamant that I marry Faustus, and I won't. Mostly, I just want to use a marriage to you to tie his hands until I can figure out what's going on. He's bringing Faustus with him. If I can see what's going on, maybe I can figure out how to fix it. It actually sounded reasonable, and it wasn't like Mr. Maheras didn't have the money to end a marriage, so he flipped to the last page and, with a flourish, signed his name. Then he stood and walked to the door. I assume that we'll fulfill the contract on my next shift? Yeah, and could you do me a favor? What? Cut your hair? No, he said. He would have added a reason if he had one. Mostly, he didn't care, and a marriage of convenience wasn't enough to propel him to the barber. She stood and harumphed. You won't even consider it? No, without another word, he stepped out of the apartment, shutting the door behind him. He took his stance and let out a breath. Married. It didn't seem that big of a word until now. It was a strange thing to think that in 2 days he'd no longer be single, technically speaking. Relationships were too hard in his line of work. The time it took, the danger involved, it wasn't a good situation to have a relationship when it could be used against him. Being married to her did complicate things even further. If he was honest with himself, he had a crush on her, and it had grown in the 6 months he guarded her. The more he liked her, the harder he worked to keep his distance. Letting his feelings get in the way was a good way to get both of them killed. 2 days and too many thoughts later, Jake escorted Lexi to the front of her building where a limo waited. With a quick glance in both directions, he cleared the area and held the limo door for her. He followed her in and took the seat across from her. You could talk to me, you know, Lexi said, breaking the silence. I mean, we are getting married. That was true, but he was already struggling with keeping his distance. When her father arrived, he'd have to act married to her, and that was going to be difficult enough. This is a business proposition. When I'm needed, I will fulfill my role. Until then, I will maintain my current assignment. He kept his tone neutral, despite the jump in his pulse. Lexi switched sides. But how will we pretend to be in love if I know nothing about you? He took his sunglasses off and held her gaze, mesmerized by the intensity in her stare. All you need to know is that I'm here to protect you. I have your best interests in mind, and I will do my best to make sure you're safe. She groaned. But what's your favorite color? Do you like comedy or action movies? Do you like fried chicken or pizza? Where are you from? What did you do before becoming a bodyguard? He couldn't stop the smile from lifting the corners of his lips. And telling you those things will help prove we're in love? A frustrated sigh escaped her lips, and she dropped her head against the back of the seat. Well, no, but knowing things about each other might help it not feel so stiff and strange. Blue, the color of your eyes. Action. Pizza. Maine. And the last one is classified. Are things less stiff now? You're infuriating. How? I answered your questions. Yeah, like a Pez dispenser. She paused, visibly upset with him. And I thought we talked about your hair. He nodded. We did. You asked me to cut it, and I declined. Talk over. Is everything going to be a tug-of-war with you? I could ask you the same thing. She let out a tiny scream and took her seat across from him again. Absolutely infuriating. How am I supposed to marry you when I want to back you over with a truck? Jake held in a laugh. Making her angry was fun. Mostly because she was cute. Perhaps you should concentrate less on marrying me and more on not marrying Mr. Zikas, he said and slipped his sunglasses back on. Maybe that would ease your frustration. Ease my frustration, she grumbled and then let off a string of phrases in Greek. The way they rolled off her tongue made him glad he didn't understand them. After that, they sat in tension-filled silence until they reached the San Jose clerk recorder's office. Once they were inside and through security, she suddenly pulled him to the side near a bench and stepped onto it. She pulled his sunglasses off and put her hands on her hips. "Okay, I get that you're in bodyguard mode out there, but in here, this is fiancé mode." She waved her hand over him. "This whole men in black, kill you with my eyes thing needs to go." "I can assure you, I've never killed anyone with my eyes," he said with amusement. The angrier she got, the cuter she was. He shouldn't be thinking that way. Not when he was already compromised and putting himself in a situation that compromised him even further. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, she leaned back. "Are you ever taken off guard?" "No." "So," she said and put her arms around his neck. "You expected that?" He swallowed hard. "Yes," he lied, working to keep his voice controlled. She brushed her lips across his, and zings of electricity doubled his heart rate. "And that?" "Yes." "Really?" Again, she brushed her lips across his, and he fought to maintain his composure. "You're used to being kissed by women, is that it?" she asked, pressing her lips to his as she spoke. No, Jake pulled his remaining strength to take her by the arms and hold her back. "You shouldn't kiss me." She pinched her lips together. "You're like a long-haired Terminator. Don't you have any emotions? Feelings? Wants or desires?" He held her gaze as the world around him faded. She had no idea. He'd kept himself in check since he'd taken the assignment. Forced himself to keep his distance and see her as a client. He wasn't worthy of her. Alexandria Maheras deserved someone who didn't have his scars, his nightmares, or his past. She needed someone better. "We have a schedule to keep, Ms. Maheras." Pulling free, she stepped down. "It's just as well. I'm not looking for love, and if I was, you aren't my type." If she'd meant those words as knives, she'd hit her mark. "Exactly. I'm not your type." Lexi held his gaze a moment and then shook her head, rattling off something in Greek before saying, "Let's go and get this over with." "Ms. Maheras, did you think to purchase rings? You never mentioned them the other day." She stopped short and turned to him with a sigh. "Great." Jake opened his coat pocket and fished out 2 identical gold bands. "I thought you might not have thought about it, so I took the liberty and purchased them." Her lips parted. "You did?" "Yes, I didn't think it would look very official without rings, and while they do sell silver rings here, gold is better suited for your skin tone." She tucked a piece of her softly curled hair behind her ear and picked up the larger of the 2 rings. "Thank you." He leaned down. "I wasn't trying to hurt you. You deserve someone much more refined than me. Someone reflective of your grace and brilliance." For a second, she blinked, as though she was trying to process what he'd said. "Oh, well, thank you." She caught her bottom lip between her teeth. "I was cruel just now, and I'm sorry." Jake shook his head. "I've heard worse, and more than once it's been deserved." He smiled. Lexi looped her arm through his and smiled back. "I'm ready when you are." Once they reached the clerk, they jumped through the hoops, used the service window, said "I do," and slipped on their rings in what Jake considered to be the fastest wedding ever without a shotgun involved. It was a strange feeling. Jake knew the marriage was fake, but for some reason, making those vows meant something to him. Beyond protecting her from outside danger, he now needed to protect her from inside danger. Himself. He would have to guard how he spoke to her to keep not only his professional distance, but his heart distanced as well. The feisty little doctor had a hook in him, and in his line of work, that was a good way to die. Chapter 3. Dressed in her finest gown and wearing her mother's diamonds, Lexi paced the living room of her apartment as she waited for Jake to pick her up. It was a wonder she hadn't worn a path in the carpet by now. Her papa would arrive with Faustus soon, and she and Jake would meet them at the airport. From there, they'd drive to the newest restaurant to open in the area. More than likely, her papa had paid big money to make sure they could eat there, since she'd heard it was booked until next Christmas. There was a possibility she was exaggerating, but not by much. The gold band on her finger glinted in the light, and she wiggled her fingers. When she came up with the plan, she hadn't realized how odd it would feel to know she was married to someone. She had also spent the last 2 days agonizing over throwing herself at Jake, acting all come hither when she had no signs of any kind of hither whatsoever. She'd spent the last 8 years studying to be a doctor. Dating took a back seat since her grades meant everything. In fact, she wasn't sure she remembered how to date. Oh, but that kiss with Jake had plagued her. A simple brush of her lips across his, and tingles rolled through her like humidity on a hot day after a rain. With the second pass, she felt a need to feel his lips again. They were so soft and perfect. Except, he wasn't her type. Not at all. The same debate had raged since. It was like she was trying to drive herself insane. A knock came at the door, and she stomped over and threw it open. What? Her eyes widened. She'd been so lost and thought she'd lost track of time. I'm sorry. I've got a lot on my mind. Jake stood stone still, sunglasses expertly perched on the bridge of his nose and a little quirk on the corner of his lips. I can see that. I thought we'd previously discussed how you're supposed to answer the door. I know. Check to see who it is. I'll try to remember next time. Please do. He pulled his sunglasses off and tucked them into an inside pocket of his coat. You look absolutely stunning. Did he just compliment her? Was she hallucinating? With a slight tilt of his head, he asked, Isn't this how you wanted me to act when I was in husband mode? We have to sell this to your father, correct? Oh, yeah. Why was she in such a daze? She'd seen Jake plenty of times during the last 6 months. Yeah, but you hadn't kissed him, her heart squealed. Yep, those perfect lips were still perfect. Thank you. Are you ready to leave? She nodded as she took his arm and shut the door behind her. They walked in comfortable silence to the limo, and he helped her in, which was a good thing. The last time she'd worn heels was at least 6 months ago, and she'd never been that great in them in the first place. Instead of sitting across from her, he sat next to her. Is this okay? He asked. It's fine. Although, I'm a little surprised. He lifted an eyebrow. Why? I'm doing what you asked. Lexi shrugged. Yes, but I figured you'd keep your bodyguard persona until the last second. I'm still alert, but there was truth in what you said. If we're going to pull this off, I need to act the part. I did sign a contract, after all. She chuckled. That's true, she said and twisted in the seat to face him. I'm so sorry for the other day when kissing me? Her cheeks felt blistered. Yes. I'm so sorry. His laughter filled the car, and her heart sped up. It was so warm and rich and deep. At least you kept it above the neck. I appreciate that. Her eyes widened. What? I've had the pleasure of protecting people who didn't understand personal space. So I haven't been that bad? She smiled, thinking he was challenging her perception of him. He wasn't Mr. Stiff. He actually had a personality and a wit that she kind of liked. Jake shook his head. No, actually, you've been more than pleasant. You're driven to succeed as a doctor, and I admire that. He admired her? You do? Absolutely. You're not just stunning, but you're obviously brilliant. That's an intoxicating combination. Did he say what she thought he said? She didn't even know he was paying that close attention to her. Her safety, yes, but her as a person? She was floored. I don't think anyone's ever said that about me before. Then perhaps your standards aren't high enough. Any man worthy of you will instinctively know and appreciate your value. Her pulse rocketed higher, and she felt tongue-tied. Just as she was about to respond, the car stopped, and Jake exited, holding his hand out to help her. "Thank you," she said as she stepped out. The door to her papa's private plane opened, and a moment later, he appeared at the top of the stairs. "Zio Mao," her papa's voice boomed. As Jake tried to pull away, she tangled her fingers in his. "You're with me tonight, remember?" She smiled. "I haven't forgotten. I thought you'd want to speak to your father first." Another figure appeared next to her papa. Faustus Sikas. Even from where she stood, he was too skinny, too prim, and not Jake. Not that she was comparing. She wasn't interested in anyone. When her papa reached the bottom step, she flung herself into his arms. She should have been so angry she couldn't look at him, but she knew there was more to this marriage thing than he'd let on. "Papa, I've missed you." Her papa wrapped her in a welcoming embrace and squeezed her. "Oh, my love, I have missed you." He leaned back and took her face in his hands. "You are lovelier than I remembered, and in my memory, you put Aphrodite to shame." "Oh, Papa." She waved him off as he kissed each of her cheeks. "You always say that." Her papa stepped aside, and Faustus stood next to him. "You remember Faustus Sikas." He turned to Faustus. "See, I told you she'd listen to me." Faustus clasped his hands behind his back and looked down his nose at her. "You did." "Seriously? What kind of statement was that?" She shook her head and turned to her papa. "I don't remember him being so rude." Faustus's little beady eyes caught her gaze and held it. "As my wife, you'll learn some manners." "Clearly, I wouldn't be learning them from you." She stepped back and linked her fingers with Jake's. "Papa, I'd like to introduce you to my husband, Jake Maverick." Her papa's face turned beet red, and he looked at Faustus, who had leveled his gaze at Lexi. "Lexi, what have you done?" "I told you." He stopped short and cast Faustus a glance once more. "I had no idea." "I swear." "I'm sure. The women in your family have never had anyone bold enough to tame them. Unlike my family. My mother was loyal to my father. Maybe Alexandria doesn't understand loyalty." Jake put his arm around Lexi's waist. "I'm sure we can discuss this better at dinner." Faustus pulled his shoulders back as he looked Jake up and down. "Your input isn't needed." "Neither is yours," Jake said through clenched teeth. Her papa pulled his gaze from Lexi to Jake, his eyebrows furrowed and his lips curled in disgust. "Mr. Maverick, you gave me your word that you'd maintain professionalism. I trusted you. I gave you my word that I'd keep her safe, and that's exactly what I'm doing," Jake replied. Her papa focused on her again. "Alexandria, how could you marry this man? He's beneath you." She hugged Jake's arm. "You hired him. You must have thought he was okay if you entrusted my life to him. Giving his life for yours is one thing. Marrying you, that is another." Her papa shook his head. "Faustus is better suited for you and your status. Our families coming together will be good for both of us, and now, this will be taken care of immediately." "At least your father has sense," Faustus said as his gaze landed on Lexi. "This marriage will not stand. Do you understand me, Basil? You will take care of this." "Yes." Her papa scrubbed his face with his hands. "We'll discuss it later." However, there was a change in plans. "We're going to the estate." I'd planned a dinner party in celebration of your engagement to Faustus. A party? Lexi asked. At the estate? Pomp and circumstance. Something she didn't care for, and one of the reasons she'd opted to stay in a small apartment close to campus. Not only was it easier to get to class, it was more her style. Her papa nodded and glanced at Faustus. It was so unlike her papa to look to anyone else. Her gut instinct was right. Something was very wrong with her papa. Yes, but now that there's been this development, I'm not sure we should hold it, her papa said. Faustus dismissed the statement with a wave of his hand. Nonsense. We've invited too many people not to hold it. It would be more embarrassing to cancel it with such short notice. I don't know, her papa said. How will I explain her marriage to this man? Faustus sucked in a deep breath. She's young, and being in America has made her impulsive. You've decided to indulge her for the night to show her what a mistake she's made. Never would her papa have turned over his command to someone else, especially a man like Faustus. You're speaking about me like I'm not standing right here, Lexi said. And I am. I'm a grown woman. You don't make my decisions for me. I won't marry you. Now or ever. Her papa held up his hand and eyed her. No more arguing. Once the party is over, you and I will talk, Alexandria. And you as well, Mr. Maverick. Faustus lifted an eyebrow, leaned into her papa, and whispered something that Lexi couldn't hear, even with straining. He straightened and scowled as he looked from her to Jake. Yes, we will be discussing this after the party. Even on a wide-open tarmac, the tension in the air was so thick it was hard to walk inside the limo. It was even worse. By the time they arrived at the estate, Lexi thought she'd lose her mind. Dinner wasn't much better. Guests filled her papa's estate, and hushed whispers swirled around her. It seemed most of the guests were business associates of Faustus, and he ran in circles Lexi didn't appreciate. Despite the snobbish attitudes, Jake was charming. In her rush to put him in a box, she'd done him a disservice. He was soft-spoken when he needed to be, gentle and considerate. As for Faustus, Jake put him in his place more than once, which won him Lexi points. The more she learned about Faustus, the more she disliked him. There was something off about him, and she couldn't put her finger on what. The way her papa looked to him any time they were talking disturbed her too. She'd never known her papa to do that before. They'd whisper, and the moment Faustus turned away, her papa would look at her with sympathy. Jake stretched his arm across the back of her chair and leaned in. Are you okay? Something's wrong, and I can't figure out what. I'm getting that too. Something's definitely off with your father. He never struck me as a man who deferred to anyone else. Lexi looked up at Jake, and those deep blue eyes were focused solely on her. All her worry drifted away. Jake was with her. He'd keep her safe. She set her cheek against his, and goosebumps broke out on her skin. He smelled amazing, and it was as though the tiny spark of attraction she felt for him was being fed pure oxygen, which was insane because she didn't think of him that way. He was just her bodyguard, or he used to be. The word husband when used in correlation with him sent tingles down her spine and her pulse racing. She swallowed hard and whispered. He's not, but I can't imagine what Faustus could be doing. Why he'd want to marry me or why my papa would be so insistent on it. If I'm reading this correctly, there's going to be dancing and socializing after the meal. Maybe you could dance with Faustus and ask him. She shivered, and he pulled back. Are you cold? He started to take off his jacket, and she touched his arm. No, more repulsed that I'll have to touch him. Jake chuckled. I'll watch. If I think you need rescuing, I'll cut in. Dancing with Jake? Butterflies danced in her stomach. Probably wouldn't be right to withhold a dance from my husband. And any husband with a wife as beautiful and intelligent as you would be crazy not to dance with her. He winked. Ka-thunk. Seriously, if she wasn't sitting, she'd be falling on the floor. When did Jake become so, not Jake? He was making her heart pound and her pulse race. She knew he was just playing a part, but, holy wow, could he play? This Jake was unbelievably magnetic, and it was as though she was seeing him for the first time. She kind of liked this Jake, even if his hair was 2 feet too long. Chapter 4. Jake leaned his shoulder against the far wall of the ballroom and studied each guest. None of them gave him the feeling that they were anything more than what they appeared. Snobby elitists with nothing better to do than dress up for a last-minute dinner party. Although, he had to admit that having the pleasure of seeing Lexi in a ball gown was worth the snide comments. Man, she was stunning. The dress she wore captured her essence as if it had been sewn just for her, only the information he had was that she'd picked it up the day before. It hit every curve perfectly. The off-the-shoulder soft green dress made it look like she was floating. Which he shouldn't even be thinking because he was her bodyguard, and he'd promised her father he'd guard her, not foam at the mouth. He refocused his attention on Faustus and watched Lexi glide across the room toward the man. A tinge of jealousy bloomed in his gut, and he pushed it down. Jake had no reason to be jealous. It wasn't like they were really married, and she was only going to dance with the lanky creep to find out whatever information she could. Still, as much as he tried to fight the green-eyed monster, it grew. The one thing he didn't like was the look on Mr. Maheras' face when Lexi announced that they were married. He hated feeling like he'd broken his promise, and despite what he'd said, there was a shadow of guilt. He was protecting Lexi, but perhaps marrying her was going too far. His phone rang, and he quickly ducked out of the room and onto the empty balcony. The summer air was still a little too warm for most of the people there. After a few years in Iraq, he'd come to enjoy the heat. He put the phone to his ear and said, "Hey, Noah." Noah Wolf was a fellow CO in the Rangers. Jake met him only a few times while he was in the Army. A year after Jake's discharge, Noah found himself in the same position. He'd taken it hard, and Jake felt oddly connected to the man. He understood what Noah was going through, and by way of their common ground, they'd become good friends. Then Noah met up with a woman named Pamela Williams. Her husband was killed in a drive-by shooting, and she was left with a fortune. She'd approached Noah about using his talents to help people who needed it. Pamela offered Jake employment along with Noah, but Jake had politely refused. Yet, somehow, Noah always managed to find him work. "Hey, Jake, you wanted me to look into this Faustus guy?" "Yeah, since you're the one who roped me into this." Jake turned his back to the yard and watched the ballroom through the closed glass doors. Noah snorted. "It's not like I forced you to take the job. I just wanted you to meet with the man. You were adamant that you wouldn't take the job." "Yeah, well, we see how that worked out now, don't we? You never did tell me what convinced you to take the job." Jake leaned back against the railing and crossed his feet at the ankles. "I felt like she might be in danger, and I met the other bodyguards. Good guys, all skilled, but none of them were taking things seriously. She's different." "You mean a knockout?" "Intelligent and kind. She's a good person. Do you have a crush on your assignment?" Noah chuckled. Jake rolled his eyes. "No, I don't. You asked what made me accept the assignment, and I told you. What do you have on Faustus?" "Nice sidestep, bud." "Thanks, I learned it from you." Noah took a deep breath. This guy gives the appearance of being a dandy with a vegetable IQ, but he's not. I haven't found anything on him, and if he was stupid, I would have. I did notice that your sealed records were pulled. Jake straightened. "My records?" "Yeah, but it looks like it was someone within the Army, so I can't pin it on Faustus." "Have you spoken to anyone recently?" "No, That part of my life is over. I don't have any contact with most of the people I knew. And the little contact I do have, they don't speak about my discharge. Okay, well, someone's pulled your file. Just be aware. Thanks. Anything else? No, I wish I had news. Something, anything, to give you, but I don't. This guy knows how to cover his tracks, and you need to be careful. The hair on the back of Jake's neck stood on end. Hold on. He turned around and surveyed the grounds. When he didn't see anyone, he dismissed the feeling as paranoia. It felt like someone was watching me. Are you clear? Yeah, I'm clear. I packed the SUV in the garage with luggage, and I have a Go vehicle stashed a few miles from here to switch into. You've got your badge? Yeah, both of them. Just in case. If something happens, get to Houston. I'll come for ya. Thanks, Noah. I'll catch you later, man. Jake slipped the phone back in his pocket, and he stepped back into the ballroom. Lexi was dancing with Faustus, but by the look on her face, she wanted to be doing anything but. Jake strode across the room and stopped next to them, tapping Faustus on the shoulder. May I cut in? I haven't had the pleasure of dancing with my wife this evening. Lexi smiled. Yes, you can. She disentangled herself from Faustus and stepped closer to Jake. Thank you for the lovely dance, Faustus. The man eyed her and then leveled his gaze at Jake. Be sure she knows you're leading, otherwise, your feet will be sorry. Then he walked away like he'd thrown the best jab of the night. Jake took Lexi by the waist and set her feet on top of his. My feet feel fantastic. Perhaps his are a little too sensitive. She laughed and took her feet off of his. Thank you, and thank you for rescuing me. He's a jerk. I picked up on that. Jake grinned. Did you learn anything? With a shrug, she shook her head. Not really. He just kept asking me about our marriage. When, where, who, that kind of thing. But I kept trying to redirect questions back to him. Had he been seeing anyone? Did he miss his father? That type of thing. I see. I tried speaking to my papa, but Faustus was there like a parrot on a pirate the entire time. It was like he was too afraid to let my papa and me have a moment. Like my papa would divulge something without Faustus's permission. She looked up at Jake, and his breath caught. Her eyes were filled with tears, and he wanted nothing more than to ease her worry. He pulled her closer as they danced. We'll figure this out, I promise. I won't let Faustus or anyone else hurt you. I made a promise I intend to keep. Thank you. As the music played, they fell into a rhythm, and he found himself enjoying the feel of her in his arms. He'd liked her the moment he'd met her some 6 months ago, but being this close for an extended period of time was having an effect on him that he found confusing. He'd never felt a pull toward anyone he'd protected, and he'd protected plenty of attractive women. But Lexi Maheras had thrown him. She was fascinating to him. As he'd escorted her to class, study groups, and trips to the library, he found that she had an incredible gift with people. She had a way of speaking to people that soothed them. A kindness that seemed to exude from so far within that she glowed. Jake? Lexi's voice pierced through his thoughts. I'm sorry. Her smile lit up her face, and his pulse raced. I was asking if you were enjoying yourself. I know these people have been rude to you. I've dealt with worse. But are you enjoying yourself? She asked as her smile grew. Jake nodded. Yes, I'm enjoying myself. I'm dancing with the loveliest woman in the room. I suspect their snide comments are out of jealousy. He winked. You're very charming, you know that? I thought I was stiff. She rolled her eyes. You were, but not tonight, which I'm grateful for. I feel like I'm in a room full of vipers and they're all waiting for me to make a mistake. They'll wait a while. Hope they aren't holding their breath. Although, seeing them drop like flies would be amusing. Jake chuckled. You're not what I expected. He tilted his head. What did you expect? You've been guarding me for months, and I had no idea a human being lurked under the surface. Her lips rolled in, and it was obvious she was teasing. That hurts, Ms. Maheras, he whispered her name. I was doing my job. A job that he'd managed to keep professional until a few days ago when she kissed him. He hated how much the tiny brush of her lips shook him. It felt as though an electric current hit his heart, and now that it was beating again, he couldn't stop thinking about her and what it'd be like to kiss her again. I know, I like this side of you. You're funny and rather suave for a guy so large. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. She flattened her hand against his chest. You're right. That was backhanded. I'm sorry. You're just not what I expected, and I'm finding myself a little flustered. She swept her hand across his chest and rested it on his back, her fingers curling around his hair. The sensation jolted him, and his breath caught. Are you okay? She asked. No, he was far from okay. The physical reaction he was having to her was throwing his control upside down, especially when she was staring up at him with those eyes and taunting him with those lips that were so kissable. Yes, I'm fine. He wasn't sure who he was saying that to, her or himself, but he needed to gain some control before he did something he'd regret. She was his client, and his mind and body needed to get on the same page and remember that. Chapter 5. Once the party was over, and as soon as the last guest left, her papa took Lexi by the arm and turned to Faustus, who remained so glued to her papa that she almost checked for actual sticky residue. I need to speak with my daughter. I'm sure you understand. Faustus's smile faltered a second. Of course. I'm sure you have a divorce to discuss. Lexi lifted an eyebrow. Or not. Enough, Lexi, her papa said, the words spoken so angry she flinched. He took her, led her down the hall to the study, and slammed the door the moment they were inside. What were you thinking? Marrying that man? He's beneath you. And Faustus isn't? The way he's spoken to me? You find that acceptable? Her papa paced. You have no idea what you've done. Faustus is. Lexi stepped toward her papa. She wasn't backing down. He could yell at her all he wanted, but she wasn't marrying a man she could barely look at just because her papa declared it so. What? Faustus is what? He stopped and turned to her, his eyes filled with a level of fear she'd never seen before. You need to marry him. I can't keep you safe unless you do. A cold rake of fear slashed through her. Not once had she ever felt fear for her life until that moment. Jake will keep me safe. No, my love, he can't. He's one man, and he can't protect you forever. He strode to her, took her hand, and kissed the back of it. How can I make you understand how important this is? Papa, just tell me what's going on. She covered his hand with hers. Please. With a quick glance at the door, her papa leaned in. Faustus wants our land, but he wants more than that. He wants to control me, and the only way to do that is through you. He thinks marrying you will give him credibility since the strange death of his father. Is he the reason you hired bodyguards for me a year ago? He nodded. He was beginning to make comments then. What would happen if I lost you? What would I do to keep you safe? When his father died, the threats became worse. He came to me a few weeks ago and said that if you'd marry him, he'd keep you safe. That's why you were so insistent I marry him? Yes, he's not worthy of you. No man is, but Zika's is evil and cruel. He's been following me, keeping tabs on where I go, and he sent me pictures of you sleeping. That's when I hired the bodyguards, but then he sent me pictures of you in other places. His way of saying he could get to you anytime he wanted." Lexi blinked as her mind tried to process everything her papa was saying. "You should have told me." "I could have." "What?" "There's nothing you can do against a ruthless man like that." A knock came from the door, and it opened a sliver. "Mr. Maheras, it's Jake Maverick. May I speak with you in private?" Her papa caught her gaze and held it. "Go to the room next door and lock it. Stay in there until I come for you." "But..." "No, this is the only way I know of protecting you. Do as I say." "Okay, Papa, but we'll find a way to get out of this. I promise, we won't let him have the orchard or keep threatening our family." She meant it too. There was no way she was letting a creep like Faustus touch her family's land. There had to be a way of exposing him and taking away his power. She passed by Jake as he stepped inside the room. He caught her by the hand and pulled her close. "I will protect you, do you understand? No matter what happens, no one will hurt you." With a nod of her head, she slipped from his grasp, walked next door, and gave him one last look before stepping inside. The second she heard the study door shut, she came back out and quietly cracked the door open. Whatever they were discussing, she deserved to know. It was her life hanging in the balance, and she was intelligent enough to think of a way to get herself out of marrying Faustus. Chapter 6. Whatever Lexi had discussed with her father had shaken her, and it was hard for Jake to let her go, knowing she was frightened. "Mr. Maheras," he said as he got a feel for the room. Jake was as impressed with it now as he was when he'd staked it out a few days ago in preparation for Mr. Maheras's visit. The study had an old-world feel with dark wood paneling and beams. Rows of shelves lined with books, a gaming table in the far corner on one side, and an entire buffet filled with decanters. A seating area in the middle of the room gave Jake the impression that Mr. Maheras had conducted business in this room more than once. "Mr. Maverick, you gave me your word you'd keep my daughter safe, and now you're married to her?" The vein in the man's neck bulged. In name only. She didn't want to marry Faustus Zika's. "I told you I'd keep her safe, and when I heard that name, I knew something was wrong." "But marriage? It was the easiest way to keep her safe. You asked me not to tell her anything, and I gave you my word. Had I known what was going on, though, I wouldn't have." Lexi needed to know. She's a grown woman. The man dismissed Jake with a wave of his hand. She didn't need to be frightened. "I was protecting her. Tell me what's happening." Her father walked to his desk and sat in the large leather chair. "The man is threatening Lexi. If she doesn't marry him, he'll kill her. That won't happen while I'm watching her." Lexi's father looked like a man who'd been fighting a giant. "You can't win this. Not alone. He has too many connections and enough money to hire anyone he wants." Jake put his hands behind his back and laced his fingers together. "Sir, I told you when I took this assignment that I would guard her with my life. She's a brilliant woman with a medical career ahead of her. Something she's worked for tirelessly. There's oil under my orchard. Faustus's father wanted the land too, but we were friends, and the man respected my wishes. Faustus, on the other hand, is using the love of my daughter to try and take everything my family has worked for. Have you gone to the authorities in your country? He's purchased several of them, and now they do whatever he says." Her father stood, walked to the shelf filled with liquor decanters, and poured himself a glass of something amber. After taking a long drink, he said, "Faustus has gained the ear of many of the influential political leaders in my country. Every day, I have officials inspecting my orchards. Anytime I disobey him, they levy fines against me. He's maneuvered himself into a position that I'm finding difficult to fight. You know I can't let her marry him. Jake softened his stance. I won't break my word to you, and marrying him won't change the danger she's in. And you know my plans if something happens. Yes, that you take her to the safe house in Houston where Pamela and her team stay. You haven't told Faustus that, correct? I wouldn't tell that weasel anything. Good. Don't. How did she talk you into marrying her? Mr. Maheras smiled as he eyed Jake. She didn't have to talk me into it once she mentioned Zika's. The man narrowed his eyes. But that wasn't the only reason. A look of shock registered on his. You've fallen for my daughter. No, sir. I would never let my feelings distract me from my assignment. I was doing what I thought would keep her safe, just as I promised. I gave you my word, and I intend to keep it. Suddenly, Lexi yelped. Jake spun around to find Faustus gripping her arm and pushing her through the door. Her father jumped out of his chair and pounded his fist on the desk. Take your hands from her. Faustus snaked his arm around her neck and held her back flush against his chest. I don't think so. Your muscle-bound beast there looks like he could use a little motivation to stay where he is. The thick Greek accent was gone, and it was pretty clear now that he'd been playing the weak, uptight role Jake expected of him. Hurt her, and I'll kill you, Jake said. Lexi, remember what I taught you? Yes, but... Trust me. She held his gaze a second before ramming her elbow into Faustus's stomach and cracking her heeled shoe against his shin. Now free, she ran to Jake and buried her face in his chest. He wrapped his arms around her and held her close. It's okay. You did great. Faustus wheezed and held his midsection. His lips curled into snarl. I really didn't want to marry her anyway. The only reason I suggested it was to keep the old man from trying to fight me. Even if I had married her, we wouldn't have stayed that way long. Lexi trembled in Jake's embrace, and Jake turned his attention back to Faustus. You frightened my wife, and I don't like that. Your wife is a lot of bark. Granted, when she does bite, it's not convenient, Faustus said as he strolled to the couch in the middle of the room. The man pulled out his phone and touched a button. Michael, are you there? We've surrounded the house. There's no way in or out, a man replied. Faustus smiled. See, things have a way of working out the way I want them to. I had the strangest feeling Maheras' daughter would try to find a way out of marrying me. As a child, I remember her being quite the thinker. Needless to say, I figured I'd need a little backup, so I prepared some just in case. Jake guided Lexi away from the large window framing the desk. I had a similar feeling. When your men tripped the alarm, the San Jose police, of whom many call me friend, were alerted. I would say that in about 5 minutes, you're going to be surrounded by a SWAT team. The man's lips pinched together in a thin line. Then I guess I have no reason not to kill all of you and leave. Lexi looked up at Jake. You did? I told you, it's my job to protect you, he said and smoothed her hair back. He pulled his weapon and trained it on Zika's. Faustus, if you surrender, you might live. For a moment, Jake thought the man might actually listen, but then chaos broke out. Jake ducked as the large window shattered as a hail of bullets poured through it. He curled around Lexi, shielding her as he pulled her to the corner of the study and flipped over the small gaming table. Jake glanced over the top of the table. Instead of opening the door, Faustus dove behind the large sofa in the middle of the room. Apparently, he'd locked it when he pushed Lexi in, and now the men who were supposed to be running in were locked outside. Sirens wailed in the background as bullets continued to fly through the window. Faustus tried to make a run for the door, and Jake fired a round to keep him put. Papa, she screamed, and Jake had to force her down. My papa, we can't leave him. Jake pulled his second firearm from his ankle holster and pushed it into her hands. If anyone comes near you, shoot them. Just like I taught you. She nodded. Okay. Her voice trembled. He waited for an opening and dove across the room, searching for Lexi's dad. Mr. Maheras? Another round of bullets flew in his direction. He lifted just long enough to find his target and fire through the window. A loud yell let him know he'd hit his mark. Mr. Maheras! Under here. Jake crawled to the back of the desk and found him wedged underneath it. Come on, let me get you and Lexi out of here. Is there another way out of the study? Yes. Let's go. He took the man by the arm and led him to Lexi. She threw her arms around her father's neck and cried, Papa. Jake fired off another shot. We really should get out of this room. Police are out there, but it won't matter if Sika's men find us before the police can take control of the situation. Cover me? Is that what they say? Mr. Maheras asked Jake. Jake chuckled. Yes, sir, I'll cover you. As Lexi's father stood, Jake shielded the man. A second later, a panel opened in the wall. Let me go first, Jake said. Mr. Maheras nodded, and Jake stepped into the adjacent room. With it clear, he waved them through. I knew that secret panel would be useful one day, Mr. Maheras said. Yes, sir, it sure was. Jake pulled the panel closed behind them. He put his finger to his lips and lowered his head, concentrating on the sounds around him. The sirens were no longer blaring. He walked to the window and peeked outside. Something's wrong. We need to get out of here, now. Lexi and Mr. Maheras huddled behind Jake as he carefully made his way to the door. He cracked it and checked the area just outside. The gunfire had stopped, there were no sirens, and now it seemed as though the house was empty. Jake's skin crawled. Why did the police show up and then leave without securing the property and checking on the owners? He could only assume Faustus had someone on the inside, but the men he knew would never have betrayed their oath, so there had to be another reason for their departure. He turned to Lexi and her father. We're going to quietly make our way to the garage, okay? They nodded, and Mr. Maheras said, okay. Jake cracked the door open again and stepped into the hall. He'd scoped the house a few days ago on his day off when he learned Lexi's father was coming. Jake wasn't sure if they'd visit the home, but experience taught him it was better to be prepared. He disguised himself as a repairman, and the staff had happily let him roam all over the home. Now he was glad he'd taken the time to familiarize himself with the place. Keeping his back against the wall, he led Mr. Maheras and Lexi down the corridor, past the stairs, and through a door to the left to a large kitchen. Just inside, they stopped, and Jake took a moment to listen. What was going on? Faustus had them surrounded. Why was he waiting? Jake couldn't understand the thought process behind it. What could be holding the man back when he had the firepower to overwhelm them? When they reached the garage, Jake spotted the SUV he'd prepared a few days ago. He'd packed a bag for both him and Lexi in case they needed it, including her medical bag. Lexi once mentioned it belonged to her mother and was important to her. Suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck stood up, and he had a crazy suspicion that not all was as it seemed. His next moves would have to be precise. Unless his gut was off. In one swift move, he grabbed Lexi around the waist, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and made a dash for the SUV. Stop! Mr. Maheras shouted just as Jake opened the driver door. Put my daughter down and step away from her, Mr. Maverick. The man's voice sounded unsteady. Jake set Lexi down and slowly turned to her father, taking a step to shield her from the gun the man held in his unsteady hand. I gave my word. I know, Lexi's father said as Faustus stepped out of the shadows and stopped next to him. Papa? Lexi choked out. I'm sorry, my love, but this is the only way. Faustus grinned. See, I had a better plan. It helps when you know what you're up against. Isn't that right, Captain Maverick? Jake narrowed his eyes. Well, I admit, you really did do your homework, but we both know I'm not a captain. That's right. You were dishonorably discharged for. Jake? Lexi softly spoke his name. What's he talking about? He kept his gaze trained on her father and Faustus. Have I lied to you? No. I don't think so. Then I need you to trust me and get in the car. Mr. Maheras cleared his throat. Lexi, I need you to go ahead and come with me, please. Why, Papa? I can explain after we're safely back inside, her father said. Faustus smiled. Kill him, or I'll kill her. Lexi whimpered. No. Jake didn't have any more time. He shoved Lexi into the car and jumped in after. He fished out the keys he had made, started the car, and gunned it just as the back window shattered. Get down, Lexi. He plowed through the garage door and kept his foot on the gas as he sped toward the front gate. Bullets pelted the car as he passed a group of black SUVs. In the dark, it was hard to tell how many men were being shielded by them, but based on the hail of bullets, it was enough to keep Jake's foot on the pedal. As he reached the gate, it began to close, and he didn't slow down. The slight relief he experienced from getting free of the property was short-lived. In the rearview mirror, he could see men climbing into vehicles, and the gates were opening wide to let them pass. He had to get Lexi to Texas. That was his only chance of keeping her alive. He hit his fist against the steering wheel as he remembered telling her father his plan. It was likely that Faustus already knew where Jake was taking her, especially since her father had pointed a gun at him. Suddenly, the stretch of road leading from San Jose to Houston got a lot more dangerous. He'd need a new plan, and, hopefully, with Lexi's cooperation, they'd make it there alive. Chapter 7. Folded into the floorboard of the SUV, Lexi tried to piece together everything that had transpired. All of it happened so fast that she reeled as she replayed the events. Faustus brought men with guns to her papa's estate. Had his intent been to force her to marry him that night? That was impossible. She was already married. Unless, she looked up at Jake. He was going to kill you. That seemed to be part of the plan, he replied as he kept his attention on the road. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm fine. Well, not fine, but not hysterical. He chuckled. I didn't think you would be, but it's okay to be scared. Oh, I've got a healthy dose of that. She moved to sit in her seat, but Jake stopped her. No, you stay down. I'm certain this car is being traced. I've got another car waiting for us just outside San Jose. Lexi studied him. You knew this was going to happen? No, not exactly, but being prepared is part of what I do. She took her gaze from him and spotted a black bag in the back seat. My medical kit? This may make you angry, but I packed us both a bag in case we needed to leave in a hurry. I thought you'd want the bag because it belonged to your mother. She should be angry, but she wasn't. He'd invaded her privacy, but if he hadn't, she'd be stuck wearing a ball gown and heels. When did you have the opportunity to pack my clothes? Then her cheeks heated as she realized he'd packed delicate things as well. The day before we were married. Oh. She leaned her face against the seat cushion, feeling drained. I think I'm going into shock. Jake's large hand reached out and covered hers. I know. Try to get some rest until we get to the other car. Okay, she said as her eyes closed. What felt like seconds later, she heard her name being called, and she jerked awake. What? We need to change cars. Jake took her by the hands, helping her off the floorboard. She looked down at her tattered gown. And I need to change clothes. You can change clothes in the back seat as we drive. If I'm right, we don't have long before they'll catch up to us. She could feel the urgency in his voice. We're going to stay off major highways and hopefully stay under the radar. Why are you telling me this? She asked as he helped her into the new car. Before he shut the door, he said, because you're a grown woman, and you need to know what's going on. I tried to tell your father that 6 months ago, but he wouldn't listen. She'd overheard him talking with her papa about their disagreement. She'd also heard Jake telling him that he was only keeping her safe. That he didn't have feelings for her. Which was a good thing. She had plans, and they didn't include a man. Any man. He can be hard-headed. Jake shut her door, ran around the front of the vehicle, and jumped in. I'm going to drive as far as I can tonight to put distance between us and them. Where are we going? I have some friends not far from Houston. If I can get us there, you'll be safe. He paused and pulled out his phone. The screen was shattered. He hit the power button, and nothing happened. My phone's dead. Is that a problem? I haven't called my friends. If they don't know I'm coming, it'll make getting where we need to go a little trickier. Why? My friend is employed by someone with a secure home south of Houston. Once I get us to Houston, they'd make sure we weren't being followed until we made it to the location. Kind of like a motorcade. Oh. I'll try to contact him on the way. She groaned. Oh, I should have brought mine. He started the car and pulled onto a stretch of dark road unfamiliar to her. Of course, she'd never gone exploring while she was in school. She was too focused on her grades to do much of anything but study. No, your phone was most likely bugged. It's probably better that we don't have any electronics. Lexi nodded. Right. I'm going to jump in the back and change clothes, okay? Absolutely, he said and adjusted the rearview mirror. She smiled at the gesture as she squeezed between the seats into the back. While she pulled out her clothes, she wondered what Faustus meant when he said Jake had been dishonorably discharged. Part of her desperately wanted to ask him, but she wasn't sure she cared. He'd saved her life, and didn't that mean more than some past infraction? When she was finished changing, she returned to the passenger seat and pulled her hair into a ponytail. While she couldn't say she felt great, she did feel better after getting out of the high heels and grungy dress. Do you think my papa would have killed you? She asked, breaking the silence. Jake glanced at her and shook his head. No, I don't. I believe he's a good man who's been put in an impossible situation that he can't see a way out of. In his mind, he was doing the only reasonable thing. Getting me out of the picture so he could protect you. It's nothing I wouldn't have done. Thank you. I'm not lying to you, if that's what you're thinking. I won't lie to you when it comes to your safety. I believe you should have an active role in keeping yourself safe. Did my papa agree to that? She asked as she twisted in the seat to face him. Jake smiled. No, but that was the only way I'd take the assignment. She laughed and looked down at her hands in her lap. You know, I wondered about that. None of the other bodyguards taught me self-defense or how to shoot. It seemed very uncharacteristic of my papa. I explained to him that no matter how many men were guarding you, if you didn't know how to take care of yourself, you'd always be in danger. The first person taken out would be the individual providing the protection, leaving the target defenseless. Lifting her gaze to Jake, she said, it almost seemed like Faustus had the whole thing planned, including you. It was as though he knew I was married. He nodded. I think he did. He was too nonchalant about the whole thing, and seeing that he was so adamant about marrying you before he arrived, that didn't line up. Pausing, he adjusted the rearview mirror again and glanced behind them. What I don't understand is why he needs to marry you. Lexi sighed and faced forward. The orchard has been in my family for centuries. According to stories passed down, there was a huge scandal at one point. One of the men in the family married a woman, and unbeknownst to him, her family wanted the land. Luckily, he was able to dissolve the marriage, and after that, the deed to the land was changed. Changed? How? The land can't be bought or sold. The only way to truly have ownership is to marry into the family, but most don't know that marrying into the family doesn't guarantee that. Jake shot her a glance. What do you mean? When I was a little girl in school, there was an assignment to study our genealogy. At first, I thought it was a horrible thing, all that boring stuff. But as I dug deeper, the history of my family became vividly alive. She paused, recalling with fondness her time poring over all the information. It consumed her as a little girl until she found her love of medicine. Well, her mother's love of medicine. The deed requires that anyone marrying into the family must work at the orchard for no less than 5 years before having any claim to it. And Faustus doesn't know that? No, that's a family secret we usually don't tell anyone until we're serious about them. That's when you learn whether you're truly loved or not. I take it that relationships have soured in the past? Lexi nodded. Oh, yes. My great-great-grandfather, in fact. I'm told she was the love of his life, at least at the time. When she found out she'd have to work at the orchard, she left him. Wow. From what I understand, she broke his heart. My grandmother said it was fate helping him find the real love of his life. She smiled. Jake nodded. That was smart on your ancestors' part, but how do you enforce it? When someone joins the Maheras family, and after the 5 years is fulfilled, they're added as an owner to the deed at the land registry. Beyond their word that they've worked the orchard, they're required to have witnesses to the fact. Once it's proven, there are a few more steps, including the signing of the deed of acceptance and filing a notarial deed with the registry. Interesting. A few minutes ticked by, and then Jake asked, "Were you ever planning to return to Greece?" Once I did my residency, I was going to give it consideration. And believe me, I've given it a lot of thought. With my papa getting older, the burden will eventually fall to me. She chuckled. Burden. It's not a burden, just a change in life direction. Would you still practice medicine? She nodded. Oh, I'd have to. It's what I love. I can't imagine spending so much time working for something just to let it slip from my fingers. Silence filled the car again until Jake broke it. I bet it's amazing. I visited Greece once after I joined the army. There was something about the pace of life and the way the people embraced strangers that appealed to me. What was funny was that she thought the same thing about Jake. He'd definitely taken on an appealing quality. Maybe if this ends soon enough before my residency starts, we could travel to my family's orchard and you could see it. Once this ends, you won't have any need for me. I believe our contract states just that. And just like that, the reality shoe dropped. He was right. This was a stressful situation, and he'd saved her life. She'd even studied this type of situation when she took psychology. That's true. It'll be strange to have the freedom to leave my home without having a bodyguard. I guess that's true, but it'll be a good strange. You'll be able to come and go as you please, and you won't have to worry if someone is going to hurt you. Plus, I'll have all those moves you taught me if I run across anyone who does. She covered her mouth with her hand as she yawned. Wow, I'm tired. We'll be on the road a while longer. Go ahead and get some sleep. Lexi leaned her head back and trained her gaze on the passing moonlit scenery. She wasn't sure how she was processing everything so calmly. Was it her medical training that helped? Knowing that panicking was never the answer? That was one of the first things she'd learned as a medical student. Assess the situation, pinpoint the problem, and work to fix it. So far, what she knew was that Faustus wanted to marry her for her family's orchard, except he didn't know about the clause in the deed. What would he do when he found out? Would he pay someone at the registry to look the other way? With the way her papa spoke of Faustus's influence, it was entirely possible. What could she do about that from the States? Would it take a trip home to take care of it? How would that affect her ability to complete her schooling? Maybe once Jake got her to Houston, she could figure out what her next move was and keep Faustus from stealing her family's home. Chapter 8. Just as they reached Bakersfield, Jake pulled into a gas station, taking note of the 3 cars already present. After 5 hours of driving, he needed to stretch his legs, and Lexi needed a bathroom break. So far, he'd seen nothing that would indicate they were followed, but that didn't mean they couldn't be found. With the way Faustus talked, he'd done his research on Jake. He thought about that most of the trip. How did Faustus even know Jake was guarding Lexi? It wasn't a logical leap to place the blame squarely on her father's shoulders, but like he told her, he believed her father felt trapped and was doing what he thought best. As he parked the car, he touched Lexi's arm. "We need to make this quick. We don't know how far behind us they are." "Okay," she said and got out of the car. As Jake caught up to her, he twined his fingers in hers. "I want to make sure people know we're together." They entered the store together, and Jake noticed 2 clerks at the front. One was counting cigarettes while the other was cashing out a lottery ticket. From what he could tell, they were the only 2 people in the store. Before he took his own break, he watched as Lexi disappeared into the single-stall women's restroom. It was nice that she threw him a thumbs up to let him know she checked it before entering. He quickly used the restroom and waited for her. Once she was finished, they picked up a few snacks and a couple of drinks. When they reached the counter, Jake caught the clerk who'd been counting cigarettes pulling out his phone. The man spoke on the phone a few minutes and then put it down and sauntered over. "That's a nice SUV. I don't think I've seen one like that yet." Jake pulled out a 20, knowing it would cover their bill, and tossed it on the counter, grabbed their stuff, took Lexi by the arm, and hurried out of the store. "What just happened?" she asked as he yanked open her door and helped her in. "In a minute." He jogged around the front and hopped in the car just as 2 dark sedans pulled into the gas station. "We've been spotted. I don't know how they got here so fast, though." Lexi turned in the seat. "What? Those sedans that just pulled in? They're here for us." "Well, you." He threw the car in reverse and hit the gas, plowing into the front end of one of the cars, and then he slammed it into drive. The tires squealed as he peeled out of the parking lot with one of the sedans giving chase. "How did you know?" He was a little too obvious with his phone usage. Lexi turned and faced forward. "How are we going to lose them?" "Hold on." Jake jerked the wheel to the left, taking the car down an alleyway, and continued to wind his way through the city until he lost sight of the sedan. He pulled into a closed used car lot and cut the engine. "We're going to be taking an even longer way to Houston. I'm so sorry. This is such a mess. I had no idea when I asked you to marry me that we'd end up fleeing the city and running for our lives." Jake laughed. "You act like this is the first time I've been in this situation." "It's not?" she asked, turning to him. "No, and you don't need to feel sorry. This is my job." She nodded and folded her hands in her lap. "How long do we need to wait to make sure they aren't following us?" "Just until I'm sure we've lost them." He scrubbed his face and rolled his neck. "Hopefully, not long. You're tired. We should stop so you can rest." He kept his gaze on the street. "I am. I think it'll be better if we travel at night. I'm going to get us out of Bakersfield and then find us something to eat and then a motel. We can both take a break and rest." Lexi covered his hand with hers, and a jolt went through him. As exhausted as he was, that little touch had him suddenly wide awake. She leaned in. "Thank you. Don't thank me until I get you to Houston." A lot can happen between now and then. He smiled. When he was sure they were clear, he pulled the SUV out of the lot, and instead of heading southeast, he went north. They reached a small town about 2 hours away, and he turned into a small single-story motel. After paying cash for a room on the back side of the motel, making sure he got one with 2 separate beds, he dropped off their luggage, and they headed to the diner across the street. They took the table near the front window so he could keep an eye on the motel. "You think they'll find us here?" "I'm not even sure I know where we are," Lexi said as she peeked over the menu. "I'd like to say definitively no, but I don't know." A waitress came to the table and took their orders. Once she was out of earshot, Lexi leaned forward. "What am I going to do?" "I've been wondering about that. The police were supposed to show up last night. I heard sirens, and then it was silent. I don't know what happened. I know those guys at the department. I made sure when I took this assignment that I introduced myself. When they've needed help on my days off, of course I've helped. They're good cops." Lexi chewed her bottom lip, and his mouth went dry. He'd struggled to put her lips out of his thoughts since she kissed him, but every time she did that, it was like a neon sign that said, "Kiss me." She shrugged. "I don't know." She paused. "You've worked with them?" "From time to time. When they've asked. I try not to overstep my bounds with local law enforcement. I think I owe you an apology." He tilted his head. "Why would she think that?" "Why? I had you pegged as this big, mindless robot." A bark of laughter gushed out of him. "No, you had it right." She laughed with him. "No, I didn't. You're funny, charming, and kind. Quick-witted and soft-spoken. Nothing like I thought. Lexi, I mean Ms. Maheras, I'm your bodyguard. All I've been doing is my job." "You called me Lexi." A momentary slip. "It won't happen again." The waitress came back with their food and drinks. The burger he ordered made his mouth water. There was a chance that the food could actually be good, but he wasn't sure he'd be able to tell because he was starving. "Wow, this looks and smells amazing," Lexi said. She shot him a glance. "I'm declaring this husband time. You have to call me Lexi until we leave." "Why is that so important to you?" "Because it's my name." It was a battle he didn't have the energy to fight. "All right. Until we leave, I'll call you Lexi." "Nope. Anytime we stop and eat, you have to use my first name." He held her gaze, and the desire to give her anything she wanted flooded him. With a nod, he smiled and said, "All right. I'll call you Lexi anytime we stop for a meal." She popped a fry into her mouth and grinned. "Thank you. You're easily amused." Her cheeks turned a shade of red that would make a sunset look pale. "Maybe I just like hearing you say my name." He swallowed hard. Was she flirting with him? No, he had just told her this was his job. One of the things he hated about his line of work was how easy it was to get close to someone and hurt them. He couldn't fall for her. Once this job was over, he'd be moving on. Another town, another client with another threat. Eyeing her, he smiled. "Or you like thinking you've won?" "Maybe a little of that too." While they ate, he'd steal glances at her. There was something about her that pulled at him. Something he couldn't put his finger on. It went beyond her intellect and attractiveness. It was a connection he felt with her, and that wasn't something he'd felt with anyone before. She had a glow and a love for life that made him want to be near her. Once they finished their meal, they returned to the motel room and took turns showering, with Lexi going first. As she walked out, a floral scent surrounded him, and his breath caught. She was gorgeous any day of the week, but freshly showered in damp hair, wearing a loose-fitting off-the-shoulder shirt and a pair of cotton shorts, was downright heart-stopping gorgeous. "Your turn," she said as she toweled her hair. "Thanks." He snatched his toiletry bag and clothing and dashed into the bathroom. What was going on with him? He'd protected plenty of women and had never experienced anything like that. Was he losing his edge? He hadn't taken a break since he'd left the army. Maybe Noah was right, and he needed to step back a little and get some perspective. He pulled his hair free of the tie and studied himself in the mirror. As much as he didn't want to, he was going to have to cut his nearly elbow-length locks. He was too noticeable with it this long. Maybe he could snip the length and let Lexi fix it from there. While he didn't care, he also didn't want to look too crazy. At least it'd be easier and faster to wash, and given their circumstances, maybe that was a good thing. He tied it back again at the base of his neck, dug out his scissors, and before he could change his mind, he worked the scissors through the mass until he was holding it in his hand. Weirdly enough, the haircut felt good. He tossed it in the trash can and peeked around the door. Lexi looked up and her jaw dropped. "You cut your hair." "My hair isn't nearly as important as your safety, and people know what I look like. It's not every day that you see a guy my size with hair that long." He held up the scissors. "I was hoping you could fix it." She smiled as she slid off the bed and stood. Sure. You trust me to do it?" "Can't make it any worse." A laugh popped out of her. "Okay." As he sat sideways on the toilet, she took the scissors and stood behind him. "You've got hair that would make women cry." "It's just hair." He closed his eyes as she ran her fingers through it. "If you say so." She paused and snipped a piece of his hair off. "I noticed you were pretty tired earlier." "How long have you been awake?" she asked. He took a deep breath and tried to remember. "I don't sleep well most of the time, but I think it's been more than a day. I just need a couple of hours, and I'll be good to go again." Even as he said it, he felt himself drifting. "Why don't you sleep well?" "I have nightmares." "Night terrors is what my therapist called it." "Therapist?" He nodded. "When I first got out of the army, I struggled. A friend of mine suggested I get help, and he was right. I benefited from it, but I still have nightmares. Not sure how I'll ever get rid of those." For a moment, she was quiet, and pieces of his hair dropped onto his shoulders as she clipped it. "I can't imagine how hard it was." "Do you still have friends in the army?" He hung his head. "Just a few. My discharge was classified, and there were rumors. Things that weren't true." He shrugged. "It doesn't matter now. I'm fine." Fine. He wasn't sure what that word meant anymore. He was tired and alone most of the time. The small apartment her father rented for him only served to highlight how boxed in and lonely he felt. The silence continued while Lexi worked on his hair. He suspected she had no idea how to respond and that he'd made her feel awkward. A few snips later, she leaned over him and cupped his cheek. "I don't care what kind of discharge you had, how many friends still talk to you, or what you think you've done to have nightmares, but if my opinion means anything, I think you're a good man. And I suspect there's more to that discharge than you let on." His pulse picked up speed. "Your opinion means more than you know." Her lips curved up, and she dropped her hand. "Good. I'm finished cutting your hair. It probably needs a real barber to go over it again, but I think you'll be okay in the meantime. I'll step out so you can shower." "Thanks," he said as he stood and shut the door after she left. While he showered, he worked to corral his thoughts. Lexi was his client. He'd set it on repeat, but it was almost as though it was becoming an annoying hum. Once he was finished, he dressed, strolled to his bed, and dropped onto it. A second later, Lexi sat on the edge of the bed next to him and ran her fingers through his hair again. "That haircut looks good on you." "Thank you for fixing it," he said as his eyes slid shut. "Do you mind if I watch a little TV?" No, he let out a heavy sigh as she continued to comb her fingers through his hair. Why did that feel so good? Was it because he was so tired? He was supposed to be taking care of her, not the other way around. He needed to get up. He tried to force himself up, and she stopped him. "As your doctor, I'm telling you to get some sleep." He chuckled. "Don't you have to finish your residency to be my doctor?" "A technicality." Her fingers found his hair again, and he couldn't keep himself from leaning into them. Instead of fighting it, he let himself drift away. Just before he slipped into darkness, he dreamed that she pressed her lips to his temple and said, "Sweet dreams." Chapter 9. Lexi glanced at Jake again. Holy Krakatoa, was he hot. He'd walked out of that bathroom with his hair cut off, and she'd about melted into a puddle on the floor. She always loved guys with hair like that. The length had made it look stringy and unkempt. With it cut, it curled around his ears and right at his collar. He looked like a completely different man, and then he'd let her trim it. Gah. It took all of her self-control to stop herself from running her hands across his broad shoulders to feel the muscle underneath his shirt. Then his little moan as she combed her fingers through his hair? Oh, that had been incredible. He'd leaned his head into her hand and sighed like it had been forever since someone had treated him with any amount of tenderness. Without even thinking, she'd kissed his temple. It had seemed like the most natural thing to do. Since he'd fallen asleep, she'd spent most of the evening checking on him. He'd been so tired, and he tried to fight it. She wasn't sure if he'd remembered telling her he'd gone to a therapist or that he had nightmares. The man she thought was a stone statue was turning out to be anything but. He was warm and kind and, with his hair chopped off, totally her type, even if he was a little too tall. For the first time, she was falling for a man. But she was his client. He had flirted with her, or so she thought. The little twinkle in his eye as he called her Lexi. The hint of a smile on his lips as he stole glances her way while they ate. She had no idea what he was thinking, but if his thoughts were anything like hers, the trip to Houston had become a lot more complicated. Groaning, she scooted down in the bed and began flipping channels again. What was she going to do? She was acting like a high school girl with a crush instead of a grown woman on the way to becoming a doctor. He was her bodyguard, for crying out loud. He wasn't interested in her like that, and the feeling was mutual. Right? Right. The second they made it to safety, they'd annul their marriage and go their separate ways. She just needed to push all those thoughts out of her head and get some rest. For most people, leaving the TV on would keep them awake, but the noise helped her. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and the remote slipped from her hand as she fell asleep. A few hours later, she was jolted awake by a whimper. She sat up and tried to orient herself. Another whimper drew her focus to Jake. His bedding was twisted around him, and he was breathing hard. She hurried out of bed and flipped the bedside lamp on as she sat beside him. Sweat dripped from his face, and her heart broke for him. Jake. She said his name as she gently shook him. Jake. He jerked upright and panted. I'm sorry. It's okay. You can't help it. Palming his forehead, his shoulders rounded like he'd been beaten. I should be able to. I'm supposed to be able to take control of them, but I can't. You know you can talk to me, right? Since I've declared myself your doctor, I'm bound by an oath to keep all your secrets from here until forever. Jake choked out a laugh. Oh yeah. Yep, the oath is sacred and everything. She smiled. Maybe later, okay? When he lifted his head, their eyes locked. Lexi had never felt so compelled to touch someone in her life. She circled her arms around his neck and whispered, "Anytime." She held on to him until he slowly wrapped his arms around her. "I shouldn't be doing this. I'm supposed to be protecting you." "It's a hug, Jake. Relax." She felt the rumble of his laughter against her chest. "Thank you." Leaning back, she grinned. "Was that so hard?" He cast his gaze down and shook his head. Even with the dim light, she could see a faint pink on his cheeks. For some reason, that little detail thrilled her. He took a deep breath and lifted his gaze to hers, a worn look in his eyes. "We should get on the road. I don't want Faustus to catch up to us, if he hasn't already." A huge part of her wanted to bend forward and touch her lips to his. Maybe that kiss they shared had been a fluke. Wasn't kissing him again the only way to know for sure? The other more logical part of her knew that if she pushed him, he'd stack a wall so high she'd need climbing gear to make it over. Besides, did she really need a relationship when she knew her next few years were going to be devoted to a hospital somewhere? Was it even fair to consider it? And with Jake? He struck her as the type of man who, once he decided to, gave his heart away for keeps, and she didn't want to be responsible for breaking it. Nor did she want her heart broken. Where would his next assignment take him? Across the county? Across the world? How would they even make that work? "I can be ready to go in just a few minutes." She rolled her lips in and chuckled. "Would you like to use some of my hair gel?" The smile that spread on his lips made her heart race. "No, I don't want gel or anything else in my hair." She caught her bottom lip between her teeth. "You sure? Get out of here." Lexi threw her head back and laughed. "I couldn't resist." "Yes, you could have. You chose not to." She could see he was trying not to laugh, so she poked him in the stomach, and he jumped. Her jaw dropped. "Best Easter egg hunt ever." Before she knew what was happening, he grabbed her around the waist and tickled her until she thought she'd pee her pajamas. "Stop," she said, sucking in a gulp of air. "You deserved that." He hovered above her, smiling. "All I did was poke you. You launched an all-out assault." He shrugged. "Hey, a guy has to do what a guy has to do." She couldn't stop herself. It was as though her lips grew a will of their own. She lifted up and kissed him. It was beyond fantastic. Her body was on fire. She brushed her lips across his again, and he closed his eyes. "Lexi, I can't," he murmured and caught her lip in his teeth. In the next minute, their lips were moving together in a dance that she was sure angels would be whispering about in jealous gossip. And just as quickly as it started, he pulled away and scrambled off the bed. "No. I can't. I can't get distracted. Not again. I can't let you get hurt. Not because of me." He raked his hand through his hair, grabbed some clothes from his bag, and dashed into the bathroom, leaving her dazed and desperate to kiss him again. Slowly, she moved to the edge of the bed and hugged herself. She'd never seen pain like that in a person's eyes before. He'd looked haunted and ashamed, like he thought of himself as scum. While he showered, she pulled herself together, and by the time he walked out, she'd regained her composure. She couldn't help but notice that he kept his distance. On her way into the bathroom, she stopped in the doorway and turned to him. "Jake." He caught her gaze and held it. "Yes? I'm sorry for kissing you. It won't happen again." His eyebrows knitted together, and it looked like he was at war with himself. He walked to her and leaned in. "You are a lovely, intelligent, and incredible woman. Save your affection for someone worthy of it. Someone worthy of you and what you have to offer. I am not that man." He stepped back. You should get ready so we can go. Not worthy? What did that mean, and why would he think that? She nodded and quickly showered and dressed so they could get on the road. When they stepped out of the room, the last bit of color in the sky was fading. Jake loaded their luggage in the backseat of the car and pulled out of the parking lot. We're going to take some back roads for a while. Would you like to stop and get anything before we leave? I don't know what will be between here and our next stop. Lexi nodded, feeling the wall he'd slammed between them. I'd like that. He stopped at the next gas station, but just as Lexi was about to get out of the car, Jake yanked her back in. We need to go. She looked over her shoulder as 5 black vehicles pulled in. How did they find us? I don't know, he said as he gunned the SUV and took a sharp left turn. Faustus has studied me. He must have known where this vehicle was and put a tracer on it. He pounded the steering wheel and cursed under his breath. I'm so sorry. I should have thought of that when he called me captain. It's not your fault. He looked at her. If anything happens to you, it'll be my fault. You're my responsibility. I gave my word I'd keep you safe. She touched his arm. Jake. I need to think, okay? Just let me think. He pulled a phone out of his pocket. I purchased this phone at the last gas station. It's a burner, so it isn't traceable, in case you're wondering. I've already called Noah to let him know we're coming. I wasn't. He made a call as he continued to drive, taking turn after turn, backtracking until he turned into Red Rock Canyon State Park. He parked next to an older model blue and white pickup truck. They got out of the SUV just as a man exited the pickup. Gray streaked his black hair, beard, and mustache. He was short and stocky, and based on the paunch he carried, it had been a while since he'd seen a treadmill. Jake. His voice wasn't nearly as deep as Jake's. Gibson, Jake said as he scanned the area. Thanks for meeting me so late. The man sighed. It's clear. I know. Did you bring it? Jake asked. Gibson nodded. Jake pulled their luggage out and set it in the bed of the truck. Gibson took out a square device and ran it over everything, inside and out. Then he took it around the vehicle. A shrill beep went off, and Gibson squatted next to the front tire on the passenger side. Here. He stood and held a small metallic disc in his hand. So I was right. Jake rubbed his hand over his hair and then put his hands on his hips. They have a tracer on the car, but they haven't been on top of us. It doesn't make sense. It could be short range. They could still find you, but it would take them longer. Jake nodded. That's possible. Do they know where you're going? Asked Gibson. Jake took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Yeah, they do. You sure you're okay with me taking your truck? Yeah, go ahead. Gibson paused. I'll take care of the tracer. Lexi got tired of being ignored, so she stuck out her hand. Gibson cut her off. Nope, I don't need to know anything. You two need to get on the road. Jake leaned down. The less he knows, the better. He turned to Gibson. This guy has deep pockets, and, somehow, he knows me. My records were sealed. That was part of the deal. I don't know how he's got his hands on those. Records? Was he talking about the dishonorable discharge? Why would they be part of the deal? Lexi's gut was telling her that there was more to Jake's discharge. Like maybe he took the fall for something he shouldn't have. Figure that out later, Jake. Get on the road. I don't want to know the direction or destination. Just go. I'll try to get it back to you in one piece. Gibson laughed. Don't make promises you can't keep. I said try. There was no mention of a promise. Jake grinned. The man slapped Jake on the shoulder. Get. Yes, sir. He tipped his head toward the passenger side. Let's go. Lexi climbed in as Jake started the engine. He tipped his head toward Gibson, and they headed back to the road. The cabin in their new ride was much smaller, which meant she was that much closer to Jake. You think this will help us stay off Faustus's radar? Lexi asked. He nodded. I think it'll help. We still need to be careful because that car was traced, which means he'll know which part of the country we were in when we switched vehicles. Oh. Listen, I'm going to drive as far as I can through the night. I won't stop at all, if possible. If I can make good time, I might be able to get us into Arizona before tomorrow evening. Okay. I should be good to go. I'm sorry, he said softly. She shook her head. You're just keeping me safe. I understand. He nodded as he kept his eyes on the road in front of them. Once again, Lexi found herself looking out the window in the middle of the night, thinking about her papa, Faustus, and Jake's hair and lips. Man, she wished all she had to do was worry about medical school again. Good grades and her choice of residency seemed so much easier now that she had her current events to compare it to. Chapter 10. Jake rubbed his eyes and swerved off the road, the thump of the grooves waking him up. Sorry. Between the small towns with 35-mile-per-hour speed limits, the zigzagging, and the back roads he'd taken, his 12 hours of driving hadn't taken them very far. Once he realized that Faustus might know a little more about him than he was comfortable with, he detoured through Nevada and then headed south to Arizona. The tracer was gone, but that didn't mean Faustus lacked other means of finding them. Lexi leaned across the seat and touched his shoulder. Can we find a spot where we're hidden so you can rest for a while? We need to keep going. I have to get you to Houston. I know, but if you drive us off the road, we won't be going anywhere. She had a point. He needed to stop and sleep before he killed both of them. I'll find a place, and we'll take a break. He yawned. Are you hungry? We've survived on junk the last few hours. I could use some real food. Sure, but you know the rule. Yes, Ms. Maheras, I know the rule. She smiled. And suddenly I'm looking forward to a greasy hole-in-the-wall meal. Because I'll use your first name? She did that bottom lip capture with her teeth, the one that made his pulse race and his mouth dry. Geez, she was a sultry, sexy woman. Yes. It also brought to mind kissing her in the motel room. That kiss shook his world, and pulling away had taken every ounce of his willpower. He loved the feel of her lips, the heat of her body as she melted against him, and everything in between. But she needed to be loved by someone who deserved her love in return. He'd known the moment he met her that she was something special. The last 6 months, his respect for her had grown, and the last few days with her had made it almost impossible not to take her in his arms and kiss her. As hard as he tried to keep his emotions in check, he couldn't deny he was falling for her, which meant he had to keep his lips to himself. A distraction now could get her killed, and he couldn't have that happen again. You really are easily amused. She narrowed her eyes. You have no idea. Oh, his heart. Did she realize what she was doing to him? Point to a joint, and we'll grab a bite. Then we'll find a motel and rest. A few minutes later, she directed him toward a little drive-in burger place. It even had the car hops like back in the day. They ordered their food and then took it to the motel. He was thankful she made that suggestion. With a full stomach, he wasn't sure he'd be able to drive in a straight line. Oh, Lexi said and rubbed her stomach. I think I may have eaten too much. I don't think I realized how hungry I was. Jake collapsed back on the bed and closed his eyes. I agree, Ms. Maheras. Nope, you have to call me Lexi. He pushed up on his elbow and leveled his gaze at her. We are not in a diner. We're in a motel room. We were sharing a meal, which means you have to call me Lexi. That wasn't our agreement, he said with a chuckle. She stared back at him with those bright blue eyes and a smile so intoxicating he was struggling to keep his distance. I'm altering the agreement since I felt you needed to rest. You can't alter the agreement without my input. As your doctor, I can. He lay back down, closing his eyes again. I don't have the energy to fight you. Good. Now, what's my name? Lexi, do you want to take a shower? He felt the bed move and opened his eyes. I'll be quick so you can take yours and then get some rest, okay? Jake nodded. Okay. It wasn't a minute before he was back in Iraq, his men surrounding him on their way to a village. Their informant had told them about the presence of insurgents in the village, and they'd been sent in to take care of them. A split second later, the vehicle in front of them was hit. He could hear himself yelling for his men to brace. Feel the heat surrounding his body. See the bodies. Jake! Like a coiled spring, he sat up. I'm sorry, he said as he tried to catch his breath. You're okay. She set her hand on his shoulder. I'm done with my shower if you'd like to take one. He ran his hand down his face and stood. It took him a second to realize she didn't ask him about the nightmare. Most would have. Thank you. He held her gaze as he said it, hoping she understood it wasn't just for waking him up. Lexi stood with him. Jake, it's not good for your body or mind to be sleeping so restless. When you come out, we're going to make sure you get a restful bit of sleep. He rubbed his eyes with the butts of his hands. Lexi. Doctor's orders, she said with a smile. Okay, he said. It was wishful thinking. His therapist had tried to teach him to control his nightmares, but she'd also said he needed to stop blaming himself for his men dying. If he could let go of that, maybe her method would work. Only, it was a tall order that he hadn't yet managed to fulfill. Showered and dressed, he dropped onto his bed and hugged his pillow. Lexi sat beside him, and as he tried to lift up on his elbow, she stopped him. You're getting some sleep. We can talk later. I know you're trying to help, but... As she sank her fingers into his hair, he sucked in a sharp breath and let it out slowly. I believe I've found what's called your Achilles heel, she said softly. Seems so, he mumbled. Just rest. When you wake up, I'll be right here. The last word was barely out of her mouth before he was gone. Each time a nightmare would start, a cool wind blew, taking him away. He found himself in a hammock on a deserted island, the sun beating down on him, just warm enough to be pleasant. In the next minute, Lexi would be lying next to him, and the peace he felt was something he'd wished for more times than he could count. Jake closed his eyes, soaking up as much of the tranquility as he could, wishing he could bottle it for future use. It seemed like forever before he opened his eyes again, and he found himself with his head in Lexi's lap, her fingers stroking his hair as the TV played. Hey. She smiled. Hi. Did you sleep okay? A lump the size of a building formed in his throat. She had no idea what she'd given him. Yeah. I haven't slept that well since. Do you feel better? Yes. Thank you. His gaze went to the curtain-covered window. No light was leaking through. How long did I sleep? Oh, about 10 hours. 10, I haven't slept that long in years, but that also means we need get on the road. He swallowed down the building panic. He needed to get them going and fast. Faustus had proven to be more than Jake had suspected. Lexi took his face in her hands. Slow down. You needed that rest. Your body was going to shut down. I don't know how you've gone so long without good REM sleep. If Faustus is a little closer, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Your life is just as important as mine. I made a promise, and it's not a promise I'm willing to break. You are important. You have a gift, and there are people out there who need you. He sat up. I appreciate what you did, but I slept too long. She pulled up on her knees and held his gaze for a heartbeat before hugging him around the neck. He waited for her to pull away, but she held on until he finally relented and wrapped his arms around her. This was the second time she'd done this, and both times it felt like she was his own personal life preserver. Her body melted against his, and her delicious fruity scent filled his senses as he breathed her in. He buried his face in her neck and relished the feel of her. Heartbeat after heartbeat ticked by as she held him, never saying a word. It was like invisible hands were tying them together, and the longer she held him, the stronger the connection he felt. He knew he needed to break away, to put distance between them, but she was like a lost key he'd been searching for and didn't know it until now. Finally, she leaned back, took his face in her hands again, and kissed his forehead. You can't protect me if your body shuts down, and as your doctor, your life is important to me. The air suddenly felt charged. The desire to kiss her was almost more than he could handle. It was a full-blown need to feel her lips again, but as much as he wanted that, he wanted her safely in Houston even more. We need to get going, he said. Okay, I'll be quick. She held his gaze for a second longer than would be called normal and then stood. While she dressed in the bathroom, he dressed in the room, his thoughts never far from her. She'd given him something he never thought he'd have again. Someone he cared about. No, someone he'd fallen for. In his head, he stood before Mr. Maheras, pleading his case in hopes that the man would give him the opportunity to show he was worthy of her. He quickly pushed them down. That chance was gone. It was gone long before he met her. But now that his heart was involved, he was going to make sure she lived to complete her medical training. No matter what it took, what sacrifices he had to make, she was going to get to Houston. He might even talk to Noah about making sure she was allowed to do her residency at Stanford. His family had connections there, and Noah owed Jake a favor. What better way to cash it in than for Lexi? By the time she was finished dressing, he had their luggage sitting by the door, ready to go. She stopped next to him and looked up. As she tilted her head, her eyebrows drew together. Your eyes aren't as dark blue as I thought they were. Ms. Maheras, we really need to go. He winked at her. Her cheeks flamed red, and he smiled. The fact that he'd had an effect on her was like an energy drink. This sweet woman could ask him to fly, and he'd build wings in an effort to make her wish come true. Chapter 11. Lexi leaned back, patted her stomach, and groaned. What is up with me eating until I hurt? You'd think I'd have learned to cut that out by now. Jake kept his head down as he took the last bite of his chicken fried steak. Then he lifted his gaze to hers. His uniform of jeans and dark-colored t-shirts looked just as good on him today as it had the last few days. Seriously, how did he get those shirts on anyway? With paint? Were there little cotton fibers screaming for mercy as he pulled them on? Not only that, but the man got sexier every day. He was already pretty good-looking despite his overly long hair, and even if he hadn't cut it, he'd grown increasingly attractive to her. Those twinkling eyes, the lift of his lips in a mischievous smile, and the way his voice dipped when he said her name. Gah! It was like gas thrown on a fire. I think junk food will do that to you. Lexi chewed her lip. I know we're on the run. I know Faustus is looking for us, and I know you've made a promise to keep me safe, but I need a break from that car. I'm dying. She'd spent the last 2 days on the road with Jake, only stopping for gas and restroom breaks, and they were finally in Arizona with a motel room and eating a real meal at a cafe. They'd been on the road and running for 4 days. 4. She was so sick of driving she wanted to scream. Well, not the driving. The lack of scenery. Most of the time, they were going down roads so dark she could barely make out her hand in front of her. I know, and I get it. It's not fun, but we don't have a choice. We have to keep going. She leaned forward. It's nearly dusk. Let's just take a walk or something. Just something small to stretch our legs longer than 5 seconds. He started to shake his head, and she quickly switched seats and took the spot next to him. Please, Jake. Please. She took his hand in hers. I know it's a risk. I get that you made a promise, but it's been 2 days of near nonstop driving. If I lose my mind between here and Houston, what will be the point in getting me to safety? Lex, he squeezed his eyes shut. I mean Lexi. Whoa. He called her Lex. Butterflies flitted in her stomach as she took it in. No one had ever called her that, and it felt so intimate. Like it was his name for her and only he could use it. She loved how it sounded coming from his lips. The lips so close that keeping her word not to kiss him was taking every ounce of self-control she had. Her heart did a double giddy-up. You called me Lex. A deep breath, a sharp sigh, and his gaze caught hers. It was a slip. Oh, no, he wasn't getting away with that. She lifted an eyebrow. A slip, huh? With his free hand, he pinched the bridge of his nose. You're never going to let me live this down, are you? Nope, and consider the deal altered again. She grinned. You have to call me Lex during meals now. Jake groaned. Ugh. What was her problem? She was a grown woman acting like a teenager with a crush on the quarterback, but it was so much fun messing with him. He was so cute. You know, you're pretty cute when you're flustered. Well, you're. She pointed her face up at him and narrowed her eyes. I'm what? He held her gaze a moment before smiling. A pain. Right. With the way his eyes were sparkling? There was a lot more going on in that head of his. That's not what you were thinking. Yes, it was, he said and looked out the window. In the reflection, she could see him holding a slight grin before dropping it and returning his focus to her. We'll take a walk. She smiled. Thank you. Do you always get what you want? Obviously not, or he'd have been kissing her. She'd only had a taste of him, and despite her promise not to kiss him, it was getting harder every day to keep it. I think we've established that I don't. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and tossed some bills on the table. Are you ready for that walk? Yes. She scrambled out of the booth, and he followed her. They walked out of the restaurant, and she tangled her fingers in his. We are married, you know? Would it hurt to act like it? Can't expect Faustus to believe it if we don't. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, shaking his head. I'm amending my earlier statement about you. His eyebrows knitted together. What statement? She chewed the tip of her thumb and smiled. You aren't cute, you're absolutely adorable when you're flustered. Would you cut that out? He laughed. A schoolgirl giggle popped out. We're on the run. Where else am I going to get my entertainment? He stopped and looked at her, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I'm not entertainment. She shot him a glance. Oh, I beg to differ. You're hysterical. A little hair gel, and you'd be rockstar entertainment. Suddenly, he pulled her into an alleyway and pressed her against the wall, using his body to block her from anyone who might be passing. His aftershave filled the air between them, and she discreetly took a deep breath. Yowzers, he smelled good, leather and citrus? Whatever it was yummy. Is everything okay? She asked. Through the space between his arm and the wall, he cut his gaze to the other side of the street. I think so, but I want to be sure. For a few more minutes, he kept his gaze trained to the street across from them. Is he gone? I think so, he said as he returned his attention to her. The second his eyes met hers, it was as though the world had fallen away. Her pulse jumped with the sudden charge in the air. Had she ever felt this kind of attraction to anyone before? Not that she could recall. Nothing so consuming as this. And now he was staring at her with such intensity it made her breath catch. He swept her hair over her shoulder and leaned in. You are so beautiful. His fingertips ghosted across her cheek. I've never seen a more perfect woman in my life. And intelligent, witty. You're just perfect. Her breath came in short puffs as her heart raced faster. She knew he was speaking from his heart. She could feel it. He seemed to study her face and then cupped her cheek as he brushed his thumb across her lips. I have to keep you at a distance. Are you telling me that or yourself? The question fell out of her mouth before she knew what she was saying. Those dark blue eyes clouded over, and he said, I don't know. In the next breath, his lips lowered to hers, and an all-out blaze rushed through her blood. She slid her hands up his muscled chest, around his neck, and threaded her fingers in his hair. Never had she wanted anyone like she wanted him. He felt so good, smelled so good, and his lips were better than chocolate. And she had never thought anything could be better than chocolate. He pressed his hand into the small of her back and pulled her closer. I shouldn't kiss you, he whispered as he captured her lips again and deepened the kiss. Oh, he should kiss her. He should kiss her like this all the time for eternity. The need and desire she felt for him was so overwhelmingly powerful that she thought her heart would break if he let go of her. Their lips moved together until hers felt raw and bruised. When he pulled back slightly, he kept his cheek against hers and, breathing hard, said, I shouldn't be doing this. Lexi nearly panicked. She didn't want him pulling away again. What could she say? Then we won't talk about it. If it happens again, it does. If it doesn't, it's okay. He leaned back and caught her gaze. Lex. No, she couldn't lose him. Not yet. She touched her fingers to his lips and shook her head. No. Why don't we go to the motel room, and you can get some rest? His eyes searched hers, and a small smile played on his lips. He tipped her chin up and pressed a kiss to her forehead. That's probably a good idea. Jake pushed off the wall and tangled his fingers in hers as they made their way back to the motel. Lexi felt like she could float. He'd kissed her. He'd kissed her like he wanted her as much as she wanted him. She'd said she wouldn't kiss him again, though, and she wouldn't. Why had she said such a stupid thing? At the time, it seemed like a good thing to do, but now? What if he never kissed her again? The thought was like a rain cloud settling over her heart. To never feel his lips again? Or the hardness of his body against hers? She'd be miserable. When they reached the motel, they took turns showering. Jake came out from his shower and dropped onto his bed. I'm glad I'm not moving. Although, I've been driving so long, it kind of feels like I still am. Me too, she said and lay on her side, facing him and propping her head in her hand. She'd moved to her bed after he went to sleep. I have to get back to California. I have my residency, and I didn't work 8 years to get to this point and blow it. Jake rolled his head to look at her. I'll make sure you're back in time for that. Trust me. She slipped her fingers into his hair and said, I do. His eyes slid shut. He took a deep breath and shuddered as he released it. I can't sleep 10 hours again. Okay. She knew if she argued, he'd make her stop. She also knew that if she let him sleep as long as last time, he might not let her keep doing it, and he needed sleep if he was going to keep them both alive. He moaned and pressed his head into her hand. That feels so good. Not as good as knowing she was helping him. I can tell. She smiled. In seconds, his chest was rising and falling evenly, and any time he became restless, she'd whisper, "It's okay. You're safe." He would settle down, and she noticed the more she did it, the less restless he became. The first time she'd spent the afternoon running her fingers through his hair, it made her deliriously happy to be so close to him. He was putting his life on the line for her, and this was her way of giving back. He rolled onto his side and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close and burying his face in her neck. Lexi touched her cheek to his and breathed him in. He was making a mess of her emotions. All her future plans were made with no consideration of being involved with anyone because there hadn't been anyone worth thinking about. But Jake, he was a man worth moving mountains to stay near. Then reality came knocking. This wasn't real. She couldn't change her plans based on a few days on the run. This was two people put into a stressful situation, and once their ordeal was over, they'd be over. As much as she hated thinking it, she knew it was true. Yes, that kiss was incredible. Yes, she was falling for him. In the end, though, she was practical. She had her training to complete, and he would move to another assignment. In a few months, he probably wouldn't even remember her. Hopefully, after a few gallons of ice cream and a new gym membership, she wouldn't be able to remember him either. Chapter 12. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as Jake yawned and rolled his head from side to side. He had spent the night driving and wondering if he should risk skirting the border of Mexico to save time or take a wide berth to give himself some distance in case Faustus found them. He didn't want to chance Faustus grabbing Lexi and running for the border, which is what Jake would do if he were in the man's shoes. Leaning his head back against the seat, he shot a quick glance at Lexi as she slept. Instantly his thoughts were back to their kiss. He pulled her into that alleyway to shield her from what might have been a threat, and the next thing he knew, he was kissing her. What was he going to do now? He had no business doing that, but the second his eyes met hers, all rational thought escaped him, and he was lost in her. Those gorgeous bright blue eyes were staring up at him in wide wonder, and those perfectly shaped lips were right there, so soft and begging to be kissed. She'd said she wouldn't kiss him, and there he was, sending mixed messages. What was his problem? He'd never experienced this level of temptation before. Why Lexi? What was it about her that had every defense crumbling when she was near? He had no answers except he couldn't do that again. It would crush him if he hurt her, and giving her a false hope that there could be anything between them was wrong. As much as he wished he could be with her, the stress of the situation was feeding into her emotions. She might think she felt something for him, and there could be a grain of truth to that, but he knew what she was destined for, and that wasn't him. Rolling his shoulders, he decided it was time for a break. At the next gas station, he pulled in front of a pump and cut the engine. The old truck wasn't getting horrible mileage, but with the back roads he was taking, it was better to fill up every time they stopped. With a deep breath and a stretch, Lexi sat the back of her seat up. "Where are we?" she asked through a yawn. "Alamogordo, New Mexico." "Oh, it's pretty here for being in the desert. Look at the mountains." He smiled. "Yeah, it is. We're not too far from the White Sands National Monument. People go dune sliding there." She gasped. "We have to do that." "No, we don't. We need to get a bite to eat, rest, and get back on the road." Her bottom lip jutted out, and she turned on the saddest eyes known to mankind. "Please." No, they couldn't. If Faustus. He's not caught up to us yet. He can't possibly know where we are. Will it really hurt to take an hour and let me see the sights? Somehow, she managed to give him an even sadder look. Geez, he was so dead. Okay, but a half hour. Then we move to the next town and find a place to rest. Alamogordo isn't huge, but it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for Faustus to find us here. She grinned and wiggled in her seat. Yay! Was it possible she was cuter today than she was the day before? Easily amused. With a quick unclip of her belt, she closed the distance between them in the small cab of the pickup and braced her hands against the seat with her face pointed up at him. I love being easily amused, she said, her voice low. In a blink, his heart was racing, and it was hard to breathe. He couldn't kiss her again. He couldn't, but his body had a mind of its own as he pressed his hand against the small of her back, pulling her closer and touching his lips to hers. The same explosion of fireworks from the day before bloomed, and he was lost in her softness and warmth again. It was more than just him kissing her. It was the way she responded to his kiss that made his blood boil. How she held on to him like she was as desperate for him as he was for her. His heart raced as she melted into him with a tiny moan. It was music to his ears. He couldn't remember anyone kissing him like this. Not with such need or passion. He left her lips, tasting her as he left a trail of kisses along her jaw and down her neck. Her skin was like satin, and he could feel the vibration in her throat as she moaned again. When his lungs begged for air, he set his mouth against her ear, breathing hard. We'll fill up with gas, grab a bite to eat across the street, and then I'll take you to see the white sands, okay? Okay, she said as she nuzzled his neck with her nose. Good thing I'm easily amused, huh? A laugh rumbled out of him. Let's go, Ms. Maheras. She leaned back and smiled. You have to call me Lexi or Lex from now on. That wasn't the deal. I know, but you will, won't you? He wanted to say, I'll give you my heart on a platter and anything else you want, but instead, he nodded and said, yes, I'll call you Lex or Lexi from now on. Her smile grew, and she said, thank you. After he filled up with gas, he parked the truck at the little diner across the street. They quickly ate and then drove to the monument. With the entrance fee paid, he purchased a couple of saucer sleds, at her insistence that he slide two, in the gift shop, and they headed to the dunes. It was quite the trek up the sand, and she'd picked a pretty tall dune. Oh, I think my calves are going to be complaining later, Lexi said. You're probably right. Mine might as well. She scoffed. Doubtful. When you aren't on the run, you work out, what? Every day, a few hours at a time? I bet your calves are like bring it on. Jake threw his head back and laughed. I work out, but okay, yes, every day, but only 2 hours. I do cardio one day and weights the next. Yeah, like I said, this is no sweat for you. He picked her up around the waist and jogged the rest of the way up the dune. Better? Show off. I was helping you out. He grinned. She lifted an eyebrow. Right. Are you going to stand here giving me a hard time, or are you going to slide down? Slide down, she said and set her sled on the sand, holding it with her foot to keep it from tumbling down. Coming? I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm a little too big for this sled anyway. Lexi pinched her lips together. Put that sled down and get your butt on it. You're sledding down this dune with me, even if I have to wrestle you into it. Oh, really? You think you could do that, huh? Absolutely. She smiled as she held his gaze. He laughed and set his sled down, planting himself on it as she did the same. At the same time, right? She asked. Fine. Okay, on 3. She counted, stuck her legs out in front, and leaned back, holding onto the front of the disc and lifting up like the gift shop attendant advised. It was great until they neared the bottom and her sled banged into his, making him tip over. In a blur, he rolled the last few feet down and hit the bottom with an oomph, knocking the wind out of him. In an instant, Lexi was kneeling over him. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? He sat up, shaking his head, trying to clear it. I'm fine, but, man, it's hard at the bottom. She took his face in her hands. Are you sure? I promise, I'm fine. It wasn't that far down, and believe me, I've taken harder falls. Lexi dropped her hands. Fine, Mr. Tough Guy. Ready to go again? He smiled. Real original. With a brush of the back of her hand across his cheek, the moment turned serious. I like that smile. What was she talking about? It's just a smile. She shook her head. No, it's not. Her gaze held his, and she leaned in. It lights up your face. Then her gaze dipped to his lips, and his heart sped up. You have a great smile. He could swear she wanted to kiss him, but she was holding back. Then he remembered that she'd said she wouldn't kiss him again. All he wanted was for her to kiss him. He shouldn't. They didn't have time for kissing or sledding or anything else, but anytime she was close, the world fell away and there was nothing left but her. We should probably trek back up that dune if you want to sled some more, he said. As her gaze lifted to his, she slowly nodded. I guess so. Why couldn't he fight this attraction he had to her? Where had his professionalism gone? But the longer she held his gaze, the faster his heart pounded, and every ounce of him was begging to hold her again. He slipped his hand behind her neck and pulled her forehead to his lips. He shouldn't want to kiss her, but he was so drawn to her. Still, he'd kissed her twice now, and both times he knew he was wrong to do so. This woman had so much to offer, and she needed to offer it to someone worthy of it. If he cared about her as much as he thought he did, he'd control himself until Faustus was taken care of. Then he'd extricate himself from her life and move on to the next assignment. He loosened his hold on her and leaned back. Ready to slide again? She nodded, looking as dazed and disappointed as he felt. Sure. In one swift motion, he stood, pulling her with him, and picked up their sleds. Should I carry you again? He teased. No, but you can try to keep up, she said as she turned and sprinted up the dune in the footholds they'd made on the way up. As he watched her bound up the dune, he realized he was no longer falling for her. He'd already fallen. There was so much more to her than her beauty. That quick wit, the way she challenged him, and how she took care of him was deep and powerful and life-altering. It wouldn't last either. He knew how these assignments played on the thoughts and emotions of those involved. What he felt was real. He knew that because he'd never felt this way about anyone before. Lexi, on the other hand, had no idea. Plus, she had her life mapped out. She'd spent 8 years preparing to be a surgeon. How would they even make it work? Could they? He didn't see how. Long-distance relationships were hard to begin with. Adding a volatile situation that amped up emotions would only make it worse after spending days alone together. The hard reality was, his job didn't afford room for love or being loved. No matter how much he wanted it. Chapter 13. In Lexi's mind, backroads were the worst thing ever created. They'd left the monument and hit the road again. What normally would take a few hours was taking 2 nights' worth of driving because Jake was so paranoid that Faustus was going to catch up to them. It was driving her insane. Just as they hit the 30-minute mark into their nightly drive, Lexi turned in her seat and huffed. Okay, I'm going nuts. Yes, I know the monument was supposed to help, and it did, but I need you to something to pass the time. So, I've decided you're the most fascinating thing in the car, and I'm going to ask you questions now. He laughed and shot her a glance. You've decided, huh? Yes, I have. What if I want to ask you questions? He asked as he popped an animal cracker into his mouth. He'd bought a giant bag of them at the last rest stop. She'd teased him, but she had to admit they were pretty tasty. She shook her head. Nope, you know about me. I know nothing about you. Like, what's your full name? Jacoby Randolph Maverick. Her jaw dropped. Wow. Jacoby? I like that. Why don't you use it? He shrugged. I don't know. People started calling me Jake, and I just went with it. I like Jacoby, but I'm used to calling you Jake. Now I'm torn. Jacoby or Jake? I'll have to think about that. Where are you from? He laughed. A little town called Mount Chase in Maine. Small, huh? Less than 1,000. Her eyes widened. Whoa. That is tiny. He nodded. Yep. What about your family? Any brothers or sisters? I have a brother, but I don't see him often. He's been in trouble a lot with the law, and I had to cut him off a few years ago. She touched her hand to the spot above her heart. I'm sorry. What about your mom and dad? We grew up in the foster system after my parents died. Oh, to grow up without a family? It's not your fault. How old were you? Jake shrugged. 6. Jeremy, my brother, was 8. In her mind, she pictured Jake as a cute little boy with sad eyes. It broke her heart. You were just a baby. Did you understand what was going on at the time? He shook his head. Not really. We were shuffled from one family to the next during the first little bit, and it took a while to realize they weren't coming back. And what happened when you finally realized it? I cried. The way he said it was so matter of fact. No embarrassment or shame. She always thought the idea that men couldn't cry was silly. Women wanted men who were sensitive and caring, but how could they be when they were expected to keep everything inside to fulfill some weird standard of toughness? Maybe that's why she was finding herself so drawn to him. Jake was this huge, well-muscled man who was tough, but he was also soft, sweet, and tender. She couldn't fathom someone not wanting him. And no one ever adopted you? I didn't want to leave my brother, and he was struggling with my parents' death. He got into fights at school and all sorts of other things. As he grew older, he turned to drugs and alcohol. She crossed her arms over her chest. You both should have been adopted, and the adults should have had the wherewithal to see 2 little boys hurting. He raked his hand through his hair. I dealt with all of that a long time ago. I've learned to let it go. I'm sorry you had to deal with it. I can't imagine how hard that was. She paused and then took a chance with her next line of questions. Faustus called you a captain. Were you in the army? His grip tightened on the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white, and she wondered if he'd answer her. After a moment, he nodded. Yes. Did you join because you were in the foster system? He nodded again. Yeah, but I loved it too. I'd wanted to join since I was a freshman in high school. She had a feeling he'd still be in the army if he could. Would you tell me what happened? It's classified, he said softly. Oh, did you do a lot of classified stuff? He nodded. I was a ranger. Her eyebrows rose. Wow. She didn't know a lot about the army, but she knew that was special. How long were you a ranger? Not long enough, but I appreciate the time I had. Yeah, that was a subject he wasn't willing to discuss any further. Where did you go to boot camp? Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri. She chuckled. I bet that was a culture shock. From Maine to Missouri? He nodded. It was a learning experience. I'm trying to picture an 18-year-old Jacoby Randolph Maverick as a young buck in the army. I bet you were cute back then too. Cut that out. He laughed. I'm not. She leveled her eyes at him. Really? Are you really going to tell me you don't think you're gorgeous? 'Cause you can shovel that somewhere else. Suddenly, the mood had shifted as he leaned his head against the seat. Honestly, I don't even think about it. It's been so long since there's been anyone I was even remotely interested in, and with my assignments, I'm not supposed to form an emotional attachment. It can interfere with the job. Lexi was desperate to keep him talking, but she was worried that if she said anything, he'd clam up. It was quiet for a moment, and she almost broke it when he said, "When I was discharged, I didn't know where to go or what to do. My buddy who was in the army as well started working with this company, and every once in a while, he'd have more than he could handle. That's how I got started in this." "How many have you guarded?" "A dozen or so. Most of the time, my assignments aren't very long. A few weeks while a money exchange is going down or while a celebrity is in town. This is the first assignment I've taken that's been any length of time." She chewed the tip of her thumb. "But you've guarded women who were forward?" He nodded. "Yeah, but they didn't want me. They wanted the guy who represented excitement. When they realized I was just a well-trained guy with a gun, I wasn't nearly as interesting." "Really? Not interesting? How could any woman spend any amount of time with this man and not want to know everything about him?" "I find that hard to believe." "Believe it. What made you take my case?" He shook his head. "I had my reasons." "And they were?" "That's need to know, and you don't." "Oh yeah." She unclipped her seatbelt, slid across the seat, and leaned into him. "I need to know." He glanced at her, a smile playing on his lips. "Why?" "Because I do. This incredible surgeon-to-be needed to be protected." "Is that good enough?" She shook her head. "There's more to it than that." "What makes you think that?" "There's more to you than people give you credit for. You are quiet and thoughtful. There are always more than a few reasons you do things. So, I suspect there were other reasons that led to you taking my case. Maybe your father was just very convincing." She set her chin on his shoulder. "He is, but I don't think that was the deciding factor." After that, he stayed quiet, like he was afraid he'd slip and say more than he should. When she realized his wall was back up, she slid back to her seat and fastened her seatbelt again. The silence stretched between them like the darkness that surrounded the truck. Before long, she leaned her head back and closed her eyes. It felt like she blinked, and they were pulling in front of a gas pump. "Where are we?" "Just crossed the line into Texas." "So we're close?" She smiled. He shook his head and chuckled. "No, we'd still have a day of driving if we took the main roads. Taking these back roads, we have at least 2 days of driving. Texas is a lot bigger than people think." She crossed her eyes. "Great. You'll be rid of me soon." He winked. "Rid of him?" She quickly unbuckled and slid across the seat. "I don't want to be rid of you. It's not you I'm tired of. It's the driving at night. I don't even get scenery to look at. We can't play punch bug or I spy." He put his hand on the door handle. "I know, and I'm sorry. Maybe we can rest a bit and get back on the road before it's too dark." Before he could move, she circled her arms around his neck. "I'm glad I know your name is Jacoby and that you're from Maine, and I think you're interesting even when you don't have a gun." He put his arms around her and took a deep breath. It seemed like 1,000 heartbeats before he said, "Just so you know, you're the only person to ask me questions and get answers from me." She leaned back. "Why me? Shouldn't my doctor have my information?" He grinned. Lexi popped his arm. "You are such a pain." With a quick kiss to her forehead, he released her and got out of the truck. Once it was filled with gas, he pulled it into a parking spot and shut the engine off. "I could use a drink, but I'm not all that hungry." She palmed the side of his face. Are you feeling okay? His gaze darted to the store and back to her. Yeah, I'm okay. My legs need stretching, but that's all. You'd tell me if you weren't, right? He nodded, hesitated a half a second, and then kissed her. I would. Let's run in, and we can get back on the road. There should be a motel in the next town over. Okay. She tangled her fingers in his, and they strolled into the store, separating long enough to use the restroom and then rejoining near the entrance to the restrooms. Jake leaned down. Do you want anything to drink? Not yet. She lifted on her toes and kissed his cheek. Thank you, though. He took her hand and stopped short. 2 black cars had pulled into the gas station while they were in the bathroom. 4 men slowly poured out of the cars, and she watched as their gazes swept over the parking lot. Jake ducked and pulled her with him. Stay close. He swiped a broom as he crept along the back of the store. He paused as the men entered. As the men strolled across the front, Jake quickly jumped behind a large soda display. He put his lips to her ears. We're going to go up the aisle closest to the door, run out the front, and I'm going to use this broom to temporarily lock them in, okay? She nodded. As soon as he could, Jake grabbed her by the hand, and they made a run for the front door. The second the bell chimed, the 4 guys charged, and Jake slammed the broom through the handles of the doors. They dashed to the truck, and just as Lexi got in, a bullet whizzed past her head. She threw herself flat against the seat of the truck as Jake started it, and the smell of burnt rubber filled her nose as he backed out and sped away. He cursed under his breath as the truck lurched forward. Her heart pounded against her ribs, and her body trembled. She had no idea what she and Jake were going to do now, but she knew that whatever it was going to be adding a lot more driving before they reached Houston. Chapter 14. Jake raked his hand through his hair and swore under his breath. He'd let himself get distracted, let the assignment affect his judgment, and allowed the threat to get too close. This is why he didn't deserve to be loved. Once again, he'd let down someone he cared about. But why had they shot at her? Ms. Maheras, why would Faustus want you dead? My name is Lexi. Your name is Ms. Maheras. Kissing you was a mistake that could have cost you your life. Now, why would Faustus want you dead? I thought he needed you to get your family's land. She pinched her lips together. Just because they shot at me doesn't mean it was your fault or that he wants me dead. They shot at both of us, and you've admitted you don't know how he keeps finding us. It was my fault. I allowed myself to get distracted. Allowed you to take my focus off of what was important. That won't happen again. It was killing him to say it because he could see the hurt in her eyes. Now, tell me why. Property laws in Greece can be tricky. It's not like America with titles and deeds and such. If you're gone from your land long enough, someone else can claim ownership, and it can be hard to prove it. And while we've held that land for centuries, if my papa and I are out of the picture, it would be easy for Faustus to move in and take the land. That made sense. So, if Faustus can't marry you, he'll kill you. She gasped. Do you think that means he's killed my papa? I don't know. None of this makes sense. I don't understand how Faustus thinks he can take your land when it's been in your family for so long. You said yourself that in order for someone to be put on the deed, they have to sign something, right? So wouldn't that mean you can prove it's yours? She shrugged. Papa says his political and social influence has increased, and like I said before, he could have paid officials to look the other way. At this point, anything is possible. I'm wondering if someone at the police department has sent out a bolo on us. I can't believe anyone would do it, but sometimes people are put in no-win situations and their choice is taken away. Well, not really, but they think it is. That had to be it. And Faustus, having studied Jake, would have known he'd take a different route. What was he going to do now? Okay, We're not stopping for a while. I'm heading northeast, and then I'll double back. Stopping at the monument was a bad idea. He knew it when he agreed, and because he'd let his feelings get in the way, Faustus had the chance to catch up. If they'd kept going, maybe those men wouldn't have found them. Jake, I know what's going on in that head of yours. None of this is your fault. And kissing me was a mistake that I won't be making again. He shot her a glance and inwardly winced at the pain he saw on her face, but he needed her to hate him. These feelings? This whatever it was a lie. It was two people stuck together, lonely and bored. You have a life you need to return to, and as soon as I get you to safety and neutralize this threat, I'll be gone. Lonely and bored? You kissed me because you were lonely and bored? She asked, her bottom lip trembling. You can't really mean that. Yes, I can. We are not a couple. We are not really married. I am your bodyguard, and that's it. We've been on the run, and it's easy for things to get out of hand. That's all that happened. There is nothing else. She turned away from him, staring out the window for the longest time before returning her gaze to him. So, all of it was just you keeping me happy and compliant? Yes, he said, swallowing down the bile in his throat. The lie made him physically ill. I guess you were right all along. I am too good for you, and I do deserve better. I certainly deserve better than being used and manipulated. For the remainder of this trip, you'll call me Ms. Maheras, and you'll only speak to me when absolutely vital. Otherwise, I don't want to hear your voice. Am I understood? He knew the words were coming from a place of anger and hurt, but they didn't cut any less. At the moment, his heart was in shreds. Crystal. I've worked my whole life to not hate anyone. Dislike with a passion, sure. But I hate you. What you did was despicable, and you should be ashamed. You might be great at your job, but you're a lousy person. More dagger-like words. He thought he was prepared for the verbal attack, but inside, he was dying. She had no idea how much truth she spoke. You're right. I am. She crossed her arms over her chest and angled herself away from him. Don't speak to me anymore. Jake nodded and then focused on the road ahead of him. Of all the horrible things he'd ever done, hurting her was one of the worst. He'd kissed her because he loved the feel of her lips. He'd held her close because he craved her warmth. He loved her smile, the way her hair would change color in the sun, and how her eyes sparkled when she was excited. He loved her. He loved her more than he ever thought he could love someone. But she was right. She deserved better. He'd known that all along, but hearing it from her was like a knife to the heart. He also knew it was too late now. The fury in her eyes, the words she spoke, he knew without a doubt there was no changing what he'd done. No amount of apologizing or groveling would ever fix what he'd broken. It's what he wanted, right? For her to distance herself and take away any chance for him to make it right? This was for the best, and it would keep her safe. If he really loved her, wouldn't he want what was best for her? Even if that meant never getting to hold her or kiss her again? His chest tightened as his thoughts whirled. The silence continued as he drove through Texas, skirted through Oklahoma, and then crossed into Kansas. It was way out of the way, but he'd been trying to figure out why it seemed like Faustus was herding them to Houston. Just enough pressure to keep them going, but not so much that his men were right on top of them. When he finally pulled over, he could drown in the tension that filled the cab. Lexi jumped out. Stop. She whirled around and glared at him. I've spent hours in a truck with a man I hate. We're far enough ahead that I think I can use the restroom on my own. Please wait. We don't know if someone will show up. I can't protect you if I'm not close. You're close enough. And with that, she spun on her heels and stalked into the convenience store. The truck was nearly on fumes when he pulled in, and he couldn't risk getting caught with an empty gas tank. He knew she'd be angry, but he never thought she'd deliberately put herself in danger. Granted, she was right that no one was there, but it was the principle. When he finished filling the tank, he backed the truck into a space at the front of the store and stalked in and found her gathering candy. She pointed to the end of the aisle. "You stand over there. I don't want you anywhere near me." He leaned down. "I'm your bodyguard. I have to be near you," he whispered. Lexi pointed her face up at him. "I'm fine. There's no one here." "Keep your voice down." "I will not. You're a jerk. An egotistical, thick-headed, horrible man. As soon as we get to Houston, I'm relieving you of your job." Jake gritted his teeth. Anger he understood, but this went beyond what he expected. "You can't fire me, because you didn't hire me. Only your father can do that. Besides, we're married, at least on paper, so you'll have to be near me long enough to get it annulled." Lexi growled, rattled something off in Greek, and snatched a chocolate bar from the shelf just as the bell above the door rang. "Jerk." He lifted his head, and his eyes widened as his gaze landed on the drawn weapon the man was holding. Up until now, they'd been followed by men in suits, but this man had the stature of a bounty hunter. What was Faustus up to, and how was the man staying on top of them? Jake drew his sidearm and knocked the candy out of Lexi's arms. "Would you stop?" Fear flashed in her eyes as she realized he'd pulled his gun, and then her gaze drifted to the front of the store. Her breath came in shallow puffs. The man leveled his weapon at Lexi and fired. Without a second thought, Jake stepped in front of her, firing at the same time. The next seconds slowed as he felt the tip of the heated bullet melt his skin as it burrowed into his shoulder. Pain radiated from the wound, and he clutched the wound. Only, he didn't have time to deal with that. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Lexi around the waist, and pulled her to the floor. "Stay down. Dude, come on out. There's no reason to shoot up this perfectly good store. You give me the girl, and we'll call it good. I might even share some of the money with you." Lexi's eyes widened, and she looked at Jake. What broke his heart was the questioning in her eyes, like she thought he might actually consider it. He'd known he'd been convincing, but he never thought she'd think that of him. Another thing he didn't have time to deal with, so he pushed it from his thoughts and concentrated on the sound of the leather squeaking as the man walked the front of the store. Jake took a can of green beans from the shelf across from him. He waited until he could hear the man getting closer, sprang up, and chucked it at the man, knocking the gun out of his hand. Jake took Lexi's hand and pulled her to the front of the store. Just as they reached the door, a shot struck the glass, and it shattered. He curled around Lexi and shielded her as the glass hit his back. Before the glass stopped falling, Jake glanced up and shot twice. The sound of the man crying out let him know he'd hit his target, and as soon as the glass stopped, he picked up Lexi and ran out of the store. He yanked open the driver's side door and shoved her in, keeping her down as he climbed in after her. As he shut his door, he started the engine and threw it into gear. "There's a towel in the glove box. Could you hand it to me? Are you hurt?" "Just a cut from the glass." He didn't have time to argue with her about needing medical attention. He knew the bullet hadn't hit an artery, and if he staved off the blood flow, he'd be able to get them further away and deal with it later. "I'm fine." As she pulled the towel out, she glanced at him. "Thank you for rescuing me." He took it and nodded. "That's my job." "Right, I'm just a job," she whispered, and he suspected she didn't know he heard her. Jake leaned his head back and pushed everything from his mind except getting her to safety. Instead of driving further north, he set a course straight for Houston. With him shot, time was more important. Once they made it to Houston, he'd have help. Once he made it there, Lexi would be safe, and that's all that mattered to him. Chapter 15. Lexi sat rigid in the truck with her arms crossed over her chest. They'd been driving for more than a day, again using backroads, with stops just long enough to get gas and use the restroom. The last sign she saw had them passing a town called Childress, which was somewhere in Texas. Even though Jake had saved her from whoever it was that shot at them, she was still angry. Not just angry, but deeply hurt. He used her. Manipulated her, and for what? Just to keep her happy? What kind of man did that to a woman? She would have never suspected he'd ever do anything like that to her. Was he really that good of an actor that he could fool her into believing that he might actually feel something for her? He had been doing this job for a long time. Maybe he was that good. Had he kissed his other clients? If so, how many? How many times had he used his charm and looks to manipulate a woman into doing what he wanted? How could she have been so wrong about him? And why did it hurt so much? She'd known it wouldn't last, but she ached so bad it felt like she was in pieces. As much as she wanted to deny it, she'd let herself care about him. But he'd used her. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice breaking through her thoughts. "I need to stop for a bit." A moment later, he pulled the truck into a motel and parked it. He touched his forehead to the steering wheel, and his eyes closed. "Lex, would you get a button-up shirt and a hat out of my suitcase?" "Don't call me Lex," she spat. "Sorry, Ms. Maheras." The words came out breathy. She gave him a hard look and then climbed out of the pickup, grumbling as she found a shirt and a hat. When she got back in the cab, she tossed the clothes at him and then stopped. His cheek was leaned against the steering wheel, he was breathing hard, and a line of sweat beaded his forehead. Her gaze dipped to his hand holding the towel she'd given him the day before, and her jaw dropped. "Why is there so much blood on that towel?" Jake slowly peeled himself off the steering wheel and slipped on the shirt and hat. "I'll be back in a second." Fine. If he wanted to be a tough guy and not give her an answer, then she didn't care. "Take your time. I'm not looking forward to being cooped up in a motel with you either." He pushed the door open and nodded. "I know." She tried not to watch him as he walked into the lobby of the motel, but she couldn't stop herself. One of the things she'd noticed in the last few days was that his back was as delicious as his front. Lexi tilted her head and continued to watch him. He seemed to sway and then braced his hand against the outside of the building. A second later, he continued into the motel, and minutes ticked by until he emerged. When he got to the pickup, he grabbed their luggage with one hand and opened her door for her. "Stay close, please," he said. She nodded and stayed next to him as they walked to the room he'd rented. Once inside, he dropped their bags next to the door and then sat down hard on the edge of the bed. Without a word, she gathered her clothes and toiletries and went into the bathroom to shower. The door had barely clicked shut when the tears started. They streaked down her cheeks as she undressed and stepped into the hot water. Normally, a hot shower was able to soothe almost anything that was wrong, but not this time. She didn't think there'd ever be enough hot water to soothe her broken heart. Then again, maybe it was a good thing she'd found out sooner rather than later that he didn't care about her. Now she didn't have to waste thoughts on how to make a relationship with him work. Yeah, that's how she had to see it. It was a good thing. He'd done her a favor. It was better this way because she could concentrate on her residency. That's what she wanted in the first place. Lexi let the water roll over her until she was certain she could face Jake again. This time, she'd show him cold indifference. If he was going to treat her like a job, then she'd treat him the same way. After her shower, she dressed, and as she toweled her hair, she stepped out. Her jaw dropped. Jake was lying on the bed, hair matted to his head, and his face was pale. The shoulder on the denim button-up shirt she'd given him was soaked in blood. He'd been shot? And kept it from her? Why? She dropped her towel as she dashed over to him. Taking his face in her hands, she said, Jake. Jake! He cracked his eyelids open a fraction. It was bleeding more than I thought. I need you to stop it. What? I can't do that in here. You need a hospital. A blood transfusion. More medical attention than we have in a motel room. Do you trust me? She wanted to say no, but that was out of anger. Yes, he'd hurt her, but deep down, she knew she could trust him. Yes. He loosely wrapped his fingers around her wrist. I trust you. If I trust you and you trust me, then you should trust yourself. I know you can do this. You took a bullet for me. After all the hateful, horrible things I said to you, you still stepped in front of me. Is this what you do for all your assignments? His eyes slid shut. You've never been an assignment. What did that mean? Only she didn't have time to dwell on that at the moment. I don't have anything to deaden the pain. I know, but the bleeding has to stop. I'll need to irrigate it. I know. I've been shot before. There's contact solution in my bag. That'll clean it out. She nodded, knowing he was right, and left him long enough to grab her medical bag, his contact solution, and a few towels. Her hands shook as she pulled out her instruments and lined them on the bed. Gathering her thoughts, she closed her eyes, knowing there was no way she could perform a surgery with her hands shaking. If she was going to help him, she needed to be his doctor. With a deep breath, she opened her eyes and looked at him as she would a patient. She swiftly cut through the sleeve of his shirt to reveal the wound and cleaned the area around it. I'm going to start now, okay? You need to stay still. He slowly nodded. 10 more steps. She tilted her head. Steps? It's what I tell myself when I don't think I can keep going. 10 more steps. You can always walk 10 more steps. Tears welled in her eyes again. Well, just make sure you keep stepping, okay? I'm going to clean this out, so brace yourself. The second the solution hit the wound, he stiffened. His face turned red, and he balled his fist and grimaced. When she was finished, she pressed a towel against his shoulder and held it there a second. I'll stitch it up for now, but you'll need an X-ray to make sure you don't need it taken out. I know. She peeled off the towel, and he grimaced again as she stitched the wound closed. You need some water to help with blood production. Jake shook his head. No. Yes, she said as she cleaned her instruments and put them away. She stood, filled a glass with water, and set it on the nightstand as she lifted him enough so he could drink. Drink, she said as she put the cup to his lips. He drank greedily and gulped air as he finished it. For someone who didn't want water, you sure did drink that fast. I think you need more. Before she got the last word out, he went limp in her arms. She cupped his cheek. Jake? He pushed himself as far as he could in order to keep her safe, all while she was telling him not to speak to her. What kind of character did the man have in order to take the kind of a verbal abuse she dished out and still step in front of a bullet for someone? He said he wasn't worthy of her. That she deserved better. In her book, with the way he'd sacrificed himself, she didn't deserve him. She pushed his hair back from his face and traced the line of his jaw with her fingertips. He'd said she wasn't just another assignment, but what did that mean? He'd told her he'd kissed her because he was bored and lonely. As another conversation came to mind, she touched her fingers to her lips. He'd said he couldn't let a distraction keep him from doing his job, again. Was that why he'd pushed her away? Had he said all that to make her mad on purpose? Whatever the reason, it had to wait. For now, she needed to get him cleaned up. She pulled out her scissors again and made quick work of both his shirts. Mangled flesh covered his left side in what looked like a burn scar, and what she thought was a tattoo on his neck was the discolored edge of it. What on earth happened to him? She lifted her gaze to his face and studied him. Oh, she'd behaved so horribly. She told him he wasn't good enough for her. Called him all sorts of terrible names. Tears streamed down her face, and she squeezed her eyes shut. More than likely, he'd felt responsible for dallying at the monument. He pushed her away, thinking he was the reason she was shot at, and in his mind, keeping her at a distance helped him keep her safe. Leaning over him, she braced herself with one hand and palmed the side of his face with the other. She wasn't wrong about him at all. He took everything she dished at him and never said an unkind word back. When he woke up, she would apologize and hope that he could forgive her, even though she didn't deserve it. Chapter 16. Jake jerked awake and sat up. Lexi? Not Lexi. She didn't want him calling her that anymore. Ms. Maheras? Lexi peeked out of the bathroom and smiled. I'm right here. You've been running a low-grade fever, and I was re-wetting a washcloth. How long have I been out? Not long, maybe 6 hours. He pushed off the bed, stumbled, and fell back. Pain shot through his shoulder, and he winced. In the next breath, Lexi was leaning over him. Slow down. We won't be going anywhere if I have to rest-stitch that wound. We need to go. Okay, but slowly. You lost blood. It'll take time for your body to bounce back from that. He sat up again. It can bounce back while we're riding down the road. She reached to touch his forehead, and he stopped her. I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine, he said, not feeling very fine at all. In fact, his stomach flipped as he said it. He wasn't sure why he felt so bad, but more than likely, he'd pushed himself too far and getting shot didn't help. Okay, I'm ready. Let me get a shirt on and brush my teeth, and we'll go. He stood again, only a little slower this time. Squatting in front of his bag, he rummaged through it and found a shirt. With a little work, he managed to pull it over his head without his shoulder hurting too much. Then he realized he didn't feel disgusting, and he should have. Lexi sat on the edge of her bed. If you're wondering, I cleaned you up. I thought you'd want to leave as soon as you woke up. He knitted his eyebrows together. Thanks. Why was she being nice? He'd pushed her as far away as he knew how. She should still hate him. Just a pit stop in the bathroom, and I'll be ready. Sure. Jake nodded and took his toiletry bag with him into the bathroom. As soon as he shut the door, he leaned back against the wall. He'd been shot before, and he didn't remember feeling this awful. He grabbed a washcloth and wiped his face, brushed his teeth, and then used the restroom. Once he'd washed his hands, he stepped out. Lexi stopped a few feet from him. I made you a sling while you were passed out. I thought it would help keep your arm immobile and help with the pain. She stepped a little closer and held it out to him. I appreciate that. He took it and fixed it around his neck and arm. Let's get going. You know I could drive. I can drive with one hand, but thanks for the offer. He stepped in front of her and peeked out the door. Tentatively, he stepped out and surveyed the area before picking up the luggage with his good arm. He set the luggage in the bed of the pickup and climbed in as Lexi shut her door. Their eyes met for a second, and he pulled his gaze away. He knew he'd hurt her, but at the moment, he couldn't think about that. They needed to move. Once they were on the road, he leaned his head back against the seat and kept his focus ahead of him. He could remember making it to the motel, but not much after that. It was obvious Lexi had stitched his wound closed, and she said she'd cleaned him up. A round of nausea hit him again, and he shifted in the seat. Hadn't he picked up something to drink at one of the convenience stores? There was a bag at Lexi's feet, but she told him not to speak to her. Lexi twisted in her seat and faced him. I want to tell you that I'm sorry for all those things I said to you. They were hateful, and you didn't deserve that. I hope you'll forgive me." She was apologizing? He was the jerk who'd kissed her and then told her it didn't mean anything. That it had come out of boredom and loneliness when it was anything but. You don't need to do that. It was deserved. No, it wasn't. I called you things I know in my heart aren't true. I did it out of anger, and I shouldn't have. He shot her a glance. Don't worry about it. So, does that mean you forgive me? Consider yourself forgiven. He smiled. Her face lit up. Could she be more beautiful? Thank you. She twisted in the seat and faced forward. How much longer do we have until we reach Houston? Longer than he wanted, that was for sure. He was forcing himself to stay focused. I don't know. If we're found again, I may have to stay off major roads, and that'll slow us down. Okay. I was just curious. Don't worry. You won't have to deal with me much longer. He shot her a half smile. She started to reach out to him and stopped. I didn't mean it like that. He shifted again and raked his hand through his hair, trying to loosen it from his scalp. He was so hot, and the hotter he got, the worse he felt. Do you mind if I turn up the air? I'm a little warm. And do I have a drink in that bag? Are you okay? Not even a little, but she'd want him to pull over, and they didn't have time for that. It wasn't that much further to Houston. Maybe 10 or so hours if he kept it just above the speed limit. I'm fine. Just warm and thirsty. Lexi fished a drink out of the bag and handed it to him. Okay. Is a warm soda really going to help if you're 30? Better than nothing. He handed it back. Could you open it? Sure, I didn't even think about that. I should have opened it before I handed it to you. She twisted it open and handed it back. Do you need something for the pain? I don't think we have anything. Maybe there's something in the glove box, she said as she opened it. Oh, there's some ibuprofen. I don't know how old it is. It may not be as effective anymore. He almost said hallelujah. Yeah, I'll take 2 of those. She shook out 2 and handed them over. Then she closed the bottle and returned them to the glove box. Can't say I'm disappointed we're traveling before dark. I've missed seeing the scenery. Well, enjoy, because there's going to be a lot of it between here and Houston. Lexi nodded and focused her attention out the window, for which he was glad. It was hard enough to feel as bad as he did and focus on the road, but to add a conversation to the mix was taxing. He'd driven somewhere around 400 miles when he realized he was starting to fight his body to stay upright. His skin was pasty, he felt warm, and even cool air wasn't helping, so a few hours outside of Houston and right after dark, he pulled into a motel and parked. You're not going any further today? I almost feel like we didn't get anywhere. She chuckled. I'm a little more tired today than typical, and I'm afraid if I keep going I'll get you hurt. If we stop here tonight, I can rest, and we can be in Houston tomorrow. Oh, we're that close? South close, and yet he knew he couldn't force himself to go anymore. He was fighting just to remain upright. Yeah, but I can't go any farther. My offer to drive still stands. Just the thought made his stomach turn. He needed to be still for a few hours. I think getting shot slowed me a bit. I need a break. He pushed out of the truck, grabbed his hat, and tugged it on. Once he had them a room, he grabbed their luggage and quickly got her inside. He set the luggage down and sat on the edge of the bed. Do you want to shower first? She asked. No, go ahead. She hesitated. Jake, are you okay? He summoned every ounce of strength he had left, and pasting on his best smile, he lifted his gaze to hers. I'm fine. Just a little sleep, and I'll be ready to go again. Okay, she said before slipping behind the door. Now alone, his shoulders rounded as he draped his arm over his thighs and hung his head. He wiped his brow with his hand and dried it on his jeans. All he needed was a little downtime, and he was sure he'd be fine. He braced his hand on the nightstand in an effort to keep himself balanced as he kicked off his shoes. Suddenly, he pitched forward, and as he grappled for something solid to hold onto, his shoulder hit the floor, and stars exploded behind his eyes. Chapter 17. Just as Lexi turned on the water, a thud came from the other room. She turned it off and listened a second before going to the door and looking out. Her breath caught as her gaze landed on Jake sprawled on the floor. Faster than she thought she could move, she ran to him and rolled him onto his back. Jake? Ms. Maheras, I don't feel, he licked his lips. I don't feel good. His face was flushed, and she could feel the heat radiating off him. She took his face in her hands, and her jaw dropped. Oh, you're burning up. Then her gaze landed on a dark stain spreading on his shoulder. And you busted your stitches. I'm freezing. You can't stay on this floor. Let me get you up. She hugged him around the chest and helped him sit up with his back against the side of the bed. Can you stand? His teeth chattered, and he said, I think so. Lexi ran her hand over his hair. Why didn't you say something sooner? Needed to keep going. 'Cause that worked. She rolled her eyes. Come on. Let's get you into bed. She wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled up at the same time he did. He dropped onto the bed with a grunt, and she crashed on top of him. I'm sorry, she said as she pushed off of him. His breath came in labored gasps, like he'd run a marathon. What had made him so sick? He was a healthy man, and there'd been no signs that he felt even a little bad when they'd left the motel earlier. He had been tired, and that could have led to a weakened immune system. Maybe the gunshot had further weakened his system and he couldn't fight off whatever it was that made him sick. Let's get this shirt off, okay? I'm going to have to restitch that wound. He nodded and tried unsuccessfully to sit up. Sorry. I'm sorry you didn't tell me sooner. She put her arms around his shoulders, braced her foot against the wall, and pushed back. Seriously, you might be the largest man I've ever met. As she pulled him up, he wrapped his arms around her and buried his face in her neck. His hot skin came into contact with hers, and the heat was a shock. Oh, you feel so good, he said, almost like a sigh. I bet I do since you're on fire. She tugged on his shirt, getting it halfway up before he tightened his grip. No, he whispered. You're so perfectly soft and warm. She leaned back just enough to kiss him on the cheek. You're pretty good yourself. He shook his head as his grip loosened. You were right. You're too good for me. Tears pricked her eyes as her words were thrown back at her. No, Jake. I was angry. She finished pulling his shirt off and held his head as she lay him back. Half-lidded eyes met hers as she leaned back. Right. His eyes closed, and he was gone. Lexi pressed her lips together as a tear streamed down her cheek. How was she ever going to make him believe she didn't really think that? She should have known what he was doing the moment he began pulling away, but she'd let her anger drive her. Would he have said those things if he thought he had a choice? No. She'd never believe that. Jake was a good man, and she'd flung daggers at him. She brushed the back of her hand across his jaw, bent down, and kissed his forehead. Somehow, someway, when you wake up, I'm going to make it sink in that that's not true. But that was later. At the moment, the most pressing matter was his fever and the open wound. She needed ice to get his fever down. Plain tap water wasn't going to cut it. You're going to be furious when you find out I left to get ice, but you need it. As she fished the key card out of his front jeans pocket, she slapped his hat on, snatched the ice bucket, and dashed out of the room. She hurried down the sidewalk and kept her head down as she filled the bucket up and rushed back. Hopefully, no one saw her. When she got back to the room, she filled the bucket with water and let it sit while she took care of the wound. With it restitched and freshly bandaged, she began applying the cold cloth to his forehead and using pieces of the ice to dribble water into his mouth. She still couldn't get over the amount of scar tissue he had. The only thing she could think of was that he'd been in a bombing or something. That was the only explanation other than being caught in an actual fire. Which was possible, but between his time as an Army Ranger and being dishonorably discharged, that's what she'd put her money on. Maybe he'd trust her enough to tell her one day. That is, if he really could forgive her for being so hateful. Yes, he'd accepted it, but if he still believed she thought that about him, then her apology needed more conviction. Over the next several hours, she continued to work on bringing his fever down. More than once, she had to leave the room to get ice, and each time, she felt strangely worried that someone would snatch her and Jake would be left in the room without anyone to take care of him. His fever slowly came down, and just before daybreak, he took a deep breath. What? Lexi had drifted off as well, and her eyes popped open. She twisted around and leaned over him. Hey. Where am I? In a motel room in some Texas town. She smiled. He licked his lips and groaned. How did I get here? She leaned in closer. What? Did you hit your head or something? One corner of his lips quirked up. No, I'm messing with you. You big joker. She was so glad to see him awake. To hear his voice. She slid her hand behind his neck and pressed her cheek to his. I'm so glad you're okay. He wrapped his right arm around her waist and pulled her to him. Thank you for taking care of me. I know you didn't want to. If. Lexi leaned back and worked to blink back tears. No, that's not true. I was wrong, Jake. I don't mind taking care of you at all. But. No, she put her fingers to his lips and shook her head. Now, are you hungry? He shook his head. Maybe? I don't know. I'm so tired. I've got pizza. I ordered it a little while ago. His breathing ratcheted up. What? It's okay, she said, palming the side of his face. He held her gaze, and there was such anguish in them. You could have been hurt. I wore a low-cut shirt. That guy was so busy staring at my chest that he couldn't give a physical description of me if his life depended on it. She smiled. And I was holding your gun behind my back. I took the pizza, paid him cash, and shut the door. If he'd tried anything, I was prepared to aim for the heart. It's my job to protect you, and I let you down. I should have known someone would be in that store. I should have. I'm fine. You didn't let me down at all. You stepped in front of a bullet for me, drove hours when you didn't feel good, and you taught me how to take care of myself if something happened to you. She kissed his cheek as she hugged him around the neck. You've gone above and beyond. He gave a loud sigh, and with the next breath, it felt like he was breathing her in. You would have shot him? Lexi pulled back and grinned. You bet I would. I was hungry, and he had pizza. Jake chuckled. He stared at your chest? Gawked is more like it. He narrowed his eyes. If I find him, I'll deck him. No one has any business staring at your chest. She shrugged. To be fair, I did wear the shirt, hoping that's what he'd do. It doesn't matter what you wear. Respect shouldn't be based on the cut of your clothing. He paused. Besides, he missed your best feature. My best feature? He ran his fingertips along her eyebrow. Your eyes. If he wasn't still sick, she'd be kissing him. Flirt. His hand dropped to the bed, and he smacked his lips. Could I have something to drink? Absolutely. She snatched the glass off the nightstand and hurried to fill it. As she came back, he lifted on his elbow and drained the glass. It's so cold it hurts. You're still running a bit of a fever. We need to get moving. She tipped his chin up with her finger. I know we need to get to Houston. Really, I do. But you need to rest a little longer. There's no way you can drive at the moment. I doubt you can even stand. He eased himself back on the bed. You might be right. I'm sorry. She leaned forward, her hand to her ear. What was that? He chuckled. You're right. And I don't even get a recording of it. Oh, the humanity. Jake cut a glance at her. Get out of here. Would you like a slice of that pizza? I'm just tired right now. Food doesn't sound good at all. Lexi started to move, and he touched her leg. Please don't go. She smiled. Actually, if you don't mind, I'm going lie down next to you on top of the covers. He slid over, making room for her, and she cuddled next him as he wrapped his right arm around her. Yeah, she could get used to this. She loved the feel of him next to her. The safety she felt in his arms. They lay there long enough that she thought for sure he'd fallen asleep, when he cleared his throat and said, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone else, not even my therapist. If anyone asks, I'll deny ever saying it. Being feverish and all. Her pulse jumped, and she tilted her head back to look at him. Okay. I promise I'll never repeat it. Ever. His gaze held hers. I know. That's why I'm telling you. She nodded as her heart skipped a beat. He trusted her. Jake trusted her, even after all the vile things she'd said to him. He'd forgiven her, and now he was entrusting her with his secrets. She was overwhelmed at how happy that made her. It was my last mission in Iraq. I'd been there more than a year, and there was a village not far from base. This little girl, well, teenager, she said she was 16, but looking back, I don't know if anything she said was true. Lexi propped herself up on her elbow and leaned her head in her hand. You were in Iraq more than a year? He nodded. Yeah. There was rumor of a terrorist cell. The little girl I told you about? Her name was Sabine. Well, she became an informant of sorts. There were 5 guys in my company, and we all loved her like a little sister. I would have given my life for her. She was a sweet little girl. Chocolate eyes, dark skin, and the sweetest smile. I grew to love a lot of the people over there. Go on. She came to Owen, one of my guys, and told him that the cell would be moving through her village in the next few days, so we made plans to be there in order to arrest them. On our way to the village later that week, our convoy was hit with a surprise attack. Before I knew what was happening, our jeep hit an IED. Lexi ran her fingers over his eyebrow. Is that how you got this cut? He nodded. Yes, but all I remember is feeling flames touching my skin, and then I woke up a few weeks later. I'm sure you've seen the burns. Lexi nodded. I have, and I wondered if you'd ever tell me. I lost all my men that day. And looking back, there were signs Sabine was lying to us, but she was a child. We thought she was just being a teenager when she forgot things or made a mistake. We loved her, but an investigation showed she'd been working with Al-Qaeda. She didn't have a choice. They threatened her family. That's how terrorists operate. Controlling the person by using their family. It didn't make the betrayal hurt less, but I understood. Is that why you were dishonorably discharged? He nodded and fought a yawn. They were going to charge Owen with it, but he had a wife and a little boy. I didn't have anyone, so I didn't need anything. I told them it was me that Sabine came to and that I believed her. I didn't double-check her story because we trusted her. I took the dishonorable discharge so Owen's wife would get his benefits. She'd known there was more to that story, and she was right. Jacoby Maverick was a good man. A better man than he even realized. Not good enough for her? Hardly. Sabine came to Owen, but they were my responsibility. I should have paid attention, but I let my feelings for her cloud my judgment, and I let my guard down. My men died because of me and my lack of judgment. I wasn't trying to hurt you, I don't want to make another mistake. But I hurt you, and I was doing it on purpose because I was mad, she said and combed her fingers through his hair. His eyes closed, and he sighed. I deserved your anger. She shook her head. No, you didn't. If I'd taken a second, I would have figured out what you were doing. And I would have told you to knock it off. A smile spread on his lips. I need to stay focused on keeping you safe, he murmured as he leaned his head into her hand. Lexi snuggled closer and pressed her lips to his temple. We'll talk later. When a soft snore answered her, she doubted he even heard her. She pulled back and watched him. How had she ever thought he wasn't her type? What exactly did that mean anyway? Type. Stupid and shallow. This quiet man was beautiful, kind, compassionate, and wonderful. He was the perfect height, and she didn't care if he grew his hair out Rapunzel style. She'd care for him no less. Oh, she'd fallen for him. It was like sliding down the sand dunes. She'd hit the bottom, and it was okay if she stayed there, which was a new feeling for her. As long as she could remember, she had her life mapped out. It had compartments and labels, and everything had a place, and there was place for everything. Then Jake had stepped through her door, and in less than 2 weeks, he'd made her question everything. Maybe when they got to Houston, they'd get enough space for her to really consider what it was she wanted. She didn't want to hurt him any more than she already had. What she was thinking was life-changing, and perhaps that needed a little more thought than she'd given it. Chapter 18. Jake stuffed his feet in his shoes and stood. He'd been down an entire afternoon plus the morning since they stayed past checkout. He still didn't feel great, but he knew he could drive a few hours and be fine. As soon as he ran through the camera on the toll road, the signal would get to Grant, and Noah would meet them at the airport with a chopper. From there, they'd fly to the compound where Jake could fill them in on what was happening. And you're sure you're okay? Lexi asked as she eyed him. Yes, I'm fine. She crossed the room and stopped in front of him. In that case, she took his face in her hands. I owe you this. She lowered her lips to his as she circled her arms around his neck. The kiss didn't last long, but it knocked the wind out of him. I thought you weren't going to kiss me again. Consider it a lie for a lie. He nodded in understanding. He lied when he said kissing her was a mistake, and she knew it. She brushed her hand along his cheek. And you still feel warm to me. I appreciate the concern, and I'm not in tip-top form, but we need to go. It's only a few hours, and then I'll have you safely away from Faustus. Then I can rest as much as my doctor prescribes. He smiled. Okay, but when we get there, you are resting until I say you're done. Jake nodded. All right. And we're having that shoulder x-rayed. I've always known you'd be a great doctor. He used his knee to push off the bed and stand, and I was right. She cocked an eyebrow as she looked up at him. I guess that makes one time. He tapped her on the nose. I'm not keeping count. I am. She grinned. And I'm right a lot. Man, he wanted to kiss her, but he wanted her safely in Houston even more. Come on, we need to hustle. At least it'll be. He covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her to the floor. "Shoo," he mouthed and crawled to the window. Sure enough, 2 cars were parked in the lot, and 8 men were fanning out. 8, and he was shot and feeling terrible. He hung his head and tried not to let the guilt drown him. His carelessness had slowed them down and allowed Faustus's men to catch up. And with this many, it looked like he meant to do less than hurting. Lexi joined him at the window. "They found us, huh?" "Yes. It's my fault." He took her hand in his. "No, I'm supposed to be protecting you. All of the blame lies squarely at my feet, but I'll get you out of here. I promise." He paused a second and took another glance out of the window. "If something happens to me, I want you to take the truck. Don't stop until you get to Houston. There's a toll road as you head into the city. It's called I-10. He pulled one of the 2 badges Noah gave him out of his back pocket. "Hold this up, and as soon as the little light turns green, head straight for Ellington Field. There's a private hangar that looks like it could fall down any second. Park next to it. A helicopter should be there by the time you reach it." "What do you mean if something happens to you?" "My job is to get you to safety." "You." Her eyes widened and then narrowed. "Jake Maverick, if you think for 1 second that I'm leaving you to die, you are out of your ever-loving mind. Well, I'm not going to beg for death, but in the event of, you need to know what to do. Now, take the badge and stick it somewhere so you have it just in case." She snatched it out of his hand and grumbled, "I'll show you where to stick it. Get your medical bag. I can't handle the luggage and hold a gun. We'll need to leave the other stuff." Lexi grabbed her medical bag and held it in front of her. "Okay." Jake peeked through the curtain again. "We're going to have to move fast. You go straight to the truck and get in. Don't look back, around, or otherwise. Just go. If I tell you to drive, do it. As long as you're in the truck too, no problem." He shook his head but didn't argue. He slipped to the door and cracked it a hair, waving for Lexi to follow him. Now he was glad he'd chosen single-story motels the entire trip. Places where he could park directly in front of the room. As he studied the men's positions, he wasn't sure why none of them were surrounding the truck. Surely they had a description by now. Change of plans. "We're taking one of their cars. Something's off, and I can't put my finger on it." He glanced back out the door. "Stay here. I'm going to find a key." He handed her the gun from his ankle holster. "Anyone comes toward you, shoot." Before she could ask any questions, he slipped out of the door and found a maid's cart sitting next to their room. A woman walked out of the room next door, and her eyes widened. Jake put his finger to his lips and whispered, "Go in the room, get down, and stay down, okay? Call the police." He snatched the cart and angled himself behind it. 2 men were left standing guard in front of the motel, one on the far right corner near the lobby and one to Jake's left. Unfortunately, the biggest one was closest to him. The other 6 were most likely combing the rest of the motel, so if he was going to get out of there, it needed to be now. Jake whispered a small prayer and mentally set aside how he was feeling. Before the end of the day, he'd have Lexi in Houston if it killed him. When the guy on the right stepped out of sight, Jake took one last deep breath and took off to the left, plowing into the guy and slugging him across the jaw before he got a shot off. Jake dug in his pockets and pulled out a set of keys, grabbed his weapon, and folded him behind the cart. He stayed down, making his way back to Lexi, and stopped just outside the door. "Ms. Maheras?" "Lexi," she said as she opened the door a fraction. "Just hurry to the car but stay down. The guy on the right's going to notice Hulk's down any second." Just then, 2 men rounded the building. "Now." Jake took her hand and pulled her out of the room toward the car. They opened the door and dove in at the same time. He locked the doors as he started the engine. The driver's side window shattered, and a fist flew through the window. Jake reeled for a second and then grabbed the man's hand, yanking him hard against the car. A second later, a shot rang out, and the man clutched his side and fell back. Jake looked at Lexi, stunned. "You told me to shoot," she said. "Thanks." A bullet pierced the back window, slicing through his right bicep and hitting the dash. "Get down, Lexi," he said as he threw the car in reverse and punched the gas. Another shot rang out, and he ducked as he jerked into drive and pulled onto the road. In the side mirror, he saw the other car filling with men, and then dust kicked up as they gave chase. Jake didn't have time for backroads, but he couldn't afford for them to be run off the road. "Are they following us?" Lexi asked. "Yeah." "Backroads again?" He shook his head. "No, not this time. I've been thinking. I'm not so sure they're shooting at me. I know that bounty hunter pointed the gun in my direction, but I think he knew you'd step in front of me. If he'd been aiming for me, he wouldn't have shot you in the shoulder. He'd have hit lower." Jake glanced at her. "I've come to that conclusion too. Which is good. He wants you alive." Suddenly, the car lurched forward hard as the car following them rammed them, throwing Jake into the steering wheel. "Hold on." He slammed on the brake, sidling next to the car on the driver's side, and jerked the wheel to the right. The driver corrected and rammed him, and then Jake spied a telephone pole ahead. The other driver knocked Jake once more before Jake pushed the car into the oncoming pole. "There'll be more, but it'll take them a minute." Lexi popped her head up and looked out the passenger window. "You got them?" "For now." She crawled into the seat and fastened her seatbelt. "Are you okay?" "No." He was far from okay. His shoulder was throbbing, his bicep stung, and on top of that, he still felt sick. Again, he pushed down all of it and took a deep breath. When he'd been in boot camp, he'd made it through by only looking at the next 10 steps. 10 steps were nothing. He could do that. When he'd get to the end, he'd push through the next 10. There were 10 steps until the next town, and he could do that. "I'm good. You do realize you can't lie to me, right?" He looked at her. "I know, and I'll deal with it when you're safe." "Can I bandage where that bullet grazed you?" she asked. "I'd appreciate that, but then we concentrate on getting you to Houston, deal?" She stared at him a second and then nodded. "Deal, but after?" "I'm in charge." "Got it?" He smiled. "Got it." She unclipped her belt, dug in her bag, and pulled out his contact solution and a bandage. "This is going to sting." Bracing himself, he focused on the road and pressed down on the gas a little harder. Once she'd cleaned and bandaged it, she hesitated a second, and he felt her gaze on him. Then she slid back across the seat and buckled herself in again. The next few hours, they rode in silence with Jake continually scanning the road. When they reached the toll road, he nearly shouted hallelujah. He pulled the badge out, held it up, and drove until it flashed green. Now, he just needed to make it to Ellington Field, 36 miles. It was 10 more steps, and his feet were tired. "Just a bit more, okay?" "Can't say I'm not glad. I'm done with driving for a while." She smiled. He returned her smile. "Me too." Just as he turned off I-69 onto I-45, an SUV tapped the front of the car, forcing him into the next lane and continuing to force him over until Jake had no choice but to take an exit off the highway. "What are they doing?" asked Lexi as she gripped the armrest on the door. "I don't know yet, but I'm not playing ball. We need to get back on the highway. With this traffic, it could double our time getting to Ellington Field." Jake turned off Griggs, going east to Galveston Road. Maybe he could shake them by making them think he was going to take that road into Ellington. Up the road, 4 cars blocked the route. Detour, he said as he pulled into the subdivision. He wound his way through the streets until he stopped at a church and pulled in behind it, nestling the car in between a hedge and the back fence. As an SUV drove by, he smiled. I had a feeling we were being followed. Lexi twisted in the seat. I didn't see anyone. Whoever it is good. I'm better. He winked. I have to admit, I'm getting a little scared. It seems like he waited until we got into Houston. I don't understand. Jake scrubbed his face with his hands to wake himself up. Faustus is not what I expected. There are people who would pay good money to know where Noah conducts his business. I suspect he's made a deal with someone. If he can find out where we're going, he'll make all this chasing worth it. Oh. I'd ask what Noah does, but I don't think I want to know. He shook his head. You don't, but it's nothing bad. I have a feeling you wouldn't be associated with people who did bad things. She smiled. You think so? I know so. They needed to move. If he sat still much longer, he wouldn't be going anywhere. He checked the street, and when he was sure it was clear, he started the car and pulled onto the street. 10 more steps. That's all he needed. They hit a street called Galveston, traveled south a bit, and then headed east in an attempt to make it back to the interstate. Not a mile down, the road was blocked, and he had to wind his way back to Galveston. By the time they reached the small airport, at least 6 cars were on his tail. Jake had never been happier to see a helicopter in his life. His hope was that no one knew to bring firepower, as this wasn't going to be a simple hop from the car. As he hit the brakes, the car slid to a stop, and 4 men filed out of the helicopter holding weapons. Noah's team. He'd breathe a sigh of relief once they made it inside and off the ground. 10 more steps. He glanced behind him as the cars following them squealed to a stop. Then he turned his gaze to Lexi. Follow me out and stay behind me. She nodded. The second the door opened, a bullet flew past Jake's head, and he ducked behind the door. Then shots sounded off, and he knew Noah was trying to give him enough cover to get Lexi to the helicopter. As he checked behind him, he realized more cars had arrived, and they were swarming around them. The men who'd been giving him cover were now being engaged by shooters trying to take over the helicopter. It was now or never. He grabbed Lexi's hand and curled around her as he picked her up around the waist. Noah met him halfway as Jake ran from the car toward the helicopter, and Jake passed Lexi to him. They want her. Get her out of here. Lexi screamed his name, and he turned just as 2 men approached him, fists swinging. They struggled a moment before one of them knocked the gun from his hand, making it skitter a few feet away. The first guy grunted as Jake slammed his fist into his gut, dropping him to the ground. Jake turned, and the only thing in his vision was a fist. Momentarily dazed, he threw a wild punch, catching the second guy across the jaw and sending him to the ground. Before he could make a run for the chopper, the first guy recovered and pounded Jake in the kidney. At the same time, the second thug grabbed his arm with one hand while landing a hit directly on Jake's ribcage with his other. Jake's breath caught, and he jerked his arm free from the second guy, throwing 2 punches across the first guy's jaw. He went sprawling. Jake turned his attention to the second man and then noticed the gun. He lunged for it, but the second guy grabbed him around the leg, and he hit the ground hard on his shoulder. The searing pain nearly blinded him. 10 more steps, he repeated in his head. Pulling himself up, he pounded the guy in the head until he loosened his grip, and then Jake kicked, causing the guy to land sprawling on his back. Jake pushed off the ground, and the first guy stood between him and the helicopter. He could see Lexi and hear her screaming for him. He waved for the helicopter to take off, but Noah shook his head vehemently and motioned for him to hurry up. Just as the guy blocking his way charged, Jake sidestepped and made a run for the helicopter. As he reached it, a shot rang out, and Jake grabbed the helicopter to keep himself upright. The man who charged him dove his fist into Jake's kidney again and then wrapped his arms around Jake's shoulders, lifting him off the ground. Jake threw his head back, and the guy dropped him. Jake spun around, braced his hand against the lip of the opening, and kicked hard with his feet. Noah pulled him in and slammed the door as they took off. Jake collapsed back on the floor and gulped air. "Jake," Lexi said as she hovered over him. He covered her hand with his. "You did great. You're going to be a great doctor." 10 more steps, Lexi said. 10 more, right? No more steps, and even if there were 10 more, he couldn't do it. He could feel his body shutting down. There was no more fight in him. He ached all over, and he was so tired. His eyes slid shut, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 19. Showered, dressed, and finally at a safe house somewhere near the coast, Lexi stood by the window, watching the sunrise. Jake had passed out in the helicopter, and when they arrived at the house, he'd been taken away by stretcher. She'd tried everything in her arsenal from bad-tempered prima donna to wife to begging, and they'd confined her to this room and left her alone for hours. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't know Jake's status, she'd be tying bedsheets and shimmying down them. They'd arrived late in the evening, and she'd spent the night tossing and turning, worrying about him. Having the last image of him being carted off, unconscious and bleeding, didn't make for a great nightcap. The only thing she knew was that he was shot again, and they were worried he'd lost too much blood. A knock came from the door, and she furiously wiped the tears off her face before answering, "Come in." A woman, roughly in her mid-50s, walked in and smiled. "Hi, I'm Pamela Williams." She crossed the room and shook Lexi's hand. "You've had a rough couple of days. I thought you could use some company." Pam motioned to one of the upholstered leather chairs, and Lexi took a seat. "Did you sleep okay?" "No, I'm worried about Jake, and no one will tell me anything." "I'm his doctor." The woman lifted an eyebrow. "You've been on the run, and you're exhausted. You're in no shape to be anyone's doctor." Before Lexi could answer, a second knock came from the door, and a younger woman walked in with a tray filled with a teapot and 2 cups. She smiled as set it on the ottoman between the 2 chairs and then left. Lexi scooted to the edge of the chair. "Please tell me something. Anything you can about how Jake is doing." "He's in rough shape, but I think he'll be okay," Pamela said as she poured them both some tea. "You'll be able to see him soon." "I've been worried sick." "He didn't feel good, Anne." Pamela raised her hand. "I've known Jacoby a long time. He's been in worse shape, believe it or not. He's a good man. A quiet, sweet man." "Yes, he is," the woman said as she stared at Lexi over her cup. "Could you tell me about what's going on?" Lexi nodded and picked up the teacup meant for her. In between sips, she told Pamela everything that happened, starting from the very beginning when her papa called, telling her she was marrying Faustus. Pamela set her cup down. "I'll get Ryder working on it. Do you know if Faustus already has someone in the land registry office who will accept an altered deed to your family's land?" "I have no idea. I don't even know if my papa's still alive. I'll get some information on that too." Pamela crossed her legs and leaned back in the chair. "I have to tell you, I'm a little concerned with the amount of firepower he brought to Ellington. Are you sure he's not trying to kill you?" Lexi shrugged. "I don't think so. I mean, in Greece, it can be hard to show ownership, but our land has been in our family for centuries. Everyone knows it. My papa has influence with some of the highest men in politics. Marrying me will give Faustus credibility. He'll look better with me on his arm and my papa backing him up, especially since there are rumors that Faustus killed his father." Pamela nodded. Okay. For the third time, a knock came from the door, and Noah peeked in. A week and a half ago, he would have been just her type, but now? He was just a cute guy, and Jake was the only man occupying her thoughts. Jake's asking for her, he said. Lexi's pulse jumped. Jake was awake, and he was asking for her. That had to be a good thing, right? She chewed her lip and looked to Pamela. Pamela rolled her eyes. That man. She stood and waved to Lexi to follow her. This way. Noah stepped aside as they walked out and hung back with Lexi. He wasn't really asking for you, but I know you're wanting to see him. He winked. Tears pooled in her eyes, and before she could wipe them away, they trickled down her cheeks. Thank you. He saved my life. I just want to see him. When I spoke to him before you two had to run, he said something about getting married. A laugh popped out. Yeah, my papa was going to force me to marry someone, and he'd never been like that before. We'll have it annulled when this is all over. Noah clasped his hands behind his back as he walked. I don't know what Jake's told you about himself, but he's not the kind of guy to marry someone without feeling something for them. Lexi swallowed hard. Feelings for her? She knew he liked kissing her, and the feeling was mutual. But feelings? Like, real feelings? Real clever, Lex, keep the one-lines coming. I could be wrong. I mean, Jake takes his work serious, but... But what? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Noah smiled. She had to admit the guy had a fantastic smile. Not as great as Jake's, though. He talked to me about your case before he took it. Actually, he wasn't going to take it until he found out you were training to be a doctor. That's when he agreed to be your bodyguard. Oh. She smiled. He's the only one of the 4 bodyguards that congratulated me on finishing my clinicals. And finding out that he'd only agreed after he found out she was studying to be a doctor made it worth so much more. They took a set of stairs down and stopped in front of the second door on the left. Pamela turned to her. Take your time. Noah waited until Pamela was out of earshot and then stuffed his hands in his pockets as he leaned his back against the wall. I think he'll do better if you're with him. Pamela said he's been in worse shape, but I'm having a hard time picturing that. He looked, a tear streamed down her face, and she wiped it off. He has, but I won't lie. He's hurt. Broken ribs, black eyes, 2 gunshot wounds, and more bruises than I've seen on him in a while, but he's going to be okay. Her lips parted, and she captured her bottom lip with her teeth. He passed out 2 days ago, and he still didn't feel good when we left the motel yesterday. Noah nodded. Yeah, he was running a fever when he got here. That's part of what took so long. Getting that under control while they got him patched up. But you're sure he's going to be okay? Yeah, he will be. Noah pulled out one of his hands and touched hers. Listen, what you've been through takes time to process. Spending days on the run with someone can heighten emotions. What are you saying? He smiled. I'm saying, don't break my friend's heart. Jake isn't the type to date a lot. Unless you know how you feel and you're sure about it, don't say anything. Because with Jake, once he's in, and that's it. She touched Noah's arm. I do care about him. I know. I could tell when you screamed, I'll claw your eyes out if you hurt him. Her cheeks heated. She didn't even remember saying that. I'm sorry. Actually, I hope I find someone like you one day. There's nothing sexier than a woman willing to pound someone for you. She popped him on the arm. You're a charmer. I sincerely doubt it'll take long to find a woman willing to crawl over bodies for you. Go see my friend, he said with a grin and tipped his head toward the door. Lexi nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped inside the room. It smelled sterile and felt exactly like a hospital room, which made her wonder how many times it had been used. As her gaze fell on Jake, her hands came to her mouth as she gasped, and her heart hit the floor. She'd seen people hooked to tubes, broken and bruised, but Jake, her eyes watered, and she tried to blink back tears. She slowly crossed the room and took his hand before sitting next to him. "Oh, how did you even make it to the helicopter?" Noah hadn't adequately described Jake's condition. At least not in Lexi's eyes. He'd taken so much abuse. And he'd taken it for her, trying to keep her out of Faustus's hands. She bent down and smoothed his hair back before pressing a kiss to his forehead. Then she touched her cheek to his. How did she feel about him? Was what she was feeling real, or was it a false flag? There was no doubt she was attracted to him. She could get lost in those twinkling dark blue eyes. And that smile? Oh, and his kisses were heavenly. She could live on those. There was such peace in being near him. Like she'd found something she didn't know was missing. Why did she feel so much better from just being able to touch him? True, she'd known him a little more than 6 months, but she'd only gotten to know him in the last couple of weeks. Except, what she'd learned was that the man who'd stood watch over her was more than a tall, hulking man. She loved him. Love? She shook her head. No, Noah was right. It wasn't time to think about that. When he was feeling better, she'd revisit those feelings. Until then, she'd sit by him, hold his hand, and be here when he woke up. Maybe by then she'd know whether what she felt was true or not. Chapter 20. Jake pushed away the cup of water. "Really, I'm fine." "You need to drink more," Lexi said as she tried to put the straw to his lips again. The room he was in was sterile, cream-colored, and big enough to hold a bedside table, his bed, all the machines that were beeping, and a few chairs. He'd stayed at the house before, but he'd never needed this room before. He was still fuzzy on the details, but he knew he was unconscious for about 2 days. When he'd woken up late the night before, Lexi was lying next to him with her hand stretched across his chest. He'd seen tears in her eyes when she realized he was awake. That had bugged him. He didn't like the idea that he was the source of her crying. Although, he had to admit, it felt good to know she cared enough to cry. "I'm hydrated enough. I'm broken. Stop making me fight you." She rolled her eyes and smiled as she shook her head. "Milk it all you can, tough guy." He chuckled and winced. "Stop making me laugh." "Why?" "It's the best medicine." "Not right now, it's not." She set the cup on the bedside table and bent forward, smoothing his hair back. "I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea how happy I am to see you smile." "I'm just glad you're safe." They'd kept details from him so far in an effort to help him rest. Only it wasn't helping him rest. It was frustrating the crud out of him. "Just tell me what Pamela said." Lexi shook her head. "Not until you're healed a little more. They're working out a plan, and that's all you need to know. I need to be a part of that plan. You have 2 bullet wounds and broken ribs. You're about as good as a wet noodle in a drawing contest." He held her gaze but couldn't stop the smile from spreading on his lips. "That's cold, Ms. Maheras." She cocked an eyebrow. "You call me Ms. Maheras again, and I'll show you cold. That is your name, you know." Her eyes narrowed. "The only 2 names you are allowed to call me are Lex and Lexi, and you know which one I prefer." Oh, this woman. As roughed up as he was aching to kiss her. Had been desperate for the feel of her lips since his vision cleared and her perfect face came into view. "Okay, Lex. Good boy. Now, was that so hard?" She grinned, and those incredible lips only became that much more kissable. He cast his gaze to the bed, and it felt as though he'd been kicked all of a sudden. His time with her was almost over, and he hated it. She deserved so much better than him, but he loved her more than anything, and he'd give anything to be with her. But it wasn't the right time, and he wasn't sure there'd ever be a right time. Not when their lives could take them in opposite directions. Lexi tipped his chin up and leaned in. "What's got you so deep in thought?" "Nothing." The heart monitor climbed, and Lexi laughed. "That's what you get for being hooked up to a lie detector." He pulled the clip off his finger and yanked the cord, unplugging it from the wall. "My heart is beating just fine." Lexi laughed. "I'd say so. Get out of here." He chuckled. She leaned in. "Now, I've been around you long enough to know that you weren't thinking about nothing." Her gaze dipped to his lips and back up. "I think if I wagered a bet, I could guess what you were thinking about, and I'd probably win." He chuckled and smiled. "I doubt it." He wrapped his fingers in the ends of her hair. "It does make me wonder what you were thinking about." As she leaned further in, the air shifted as her lips hovered just a breath away from his. "Oh really?" she asked, her voice low and in that sultry tone that made his body go haywire. His mouth went dry, and he was glad he'd given that heart monitor the heave-ho, otherwise, it would be screaming like a banshee. "In my weakened state, I may be thinking that I'd like to kiss you, but I know I mayn't." She cut him off by touching her lips to his, and a groan ripped from his throat as he pulled her closer. It seemed like forever since he'd kissed her, and it was an unquenchable need. Just as he deepened the kiss, the muscles surrounding his ribs clenched, and he whimpered. "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" "No, I'm sore all over." He covered his midsection with his arm. "I'm sorry," he said as he laid his head back. She lay down next to him and propped herself up on her elbow. Her fingers wound their way through his hair, and it was like a balm. "No need to be sorry. You just owe me a kiss when you're feeling better." Jake opened his eyes, and her smile greeted him. "I do, huh?" "Oh yeah, and I plan to collect." A tapping came from the door, and Noah peeked his head in. "Hey, Lexi, Pamela has some things she needs to speak to you about." "Me?" Lexi pointed to herself. "Yeah, it's about your dad." She pressed a kiss to Jake's forehead and stood. "I'll be back in a minute." As she passed Noah, she said, "Eye clawing is still on the table." "Got it?" Noah threw his head back and laughed. "He'll be in at least as good of shape when you return." "I'm holding you to that." She waved bye to Jake and walked out the door, closing it behind her. "Eye clawing?" Jake asked. "She cares." Jake laughed. "Oh." Noah pulled the chair around and straddled it. "How are you feeling?" "Like I was shot, punched, and sick." "So, a normal day at the office?" Noah grinned. Jake nodded. "Pretty much." "I see you finally cut that disgustingly long hair." "Shut up and get out of here." Noah laughed and threw a thumb at the door. "Your girl is a rather feisty thing, you know that?" Jake snorted. "She's not my girl." "She hasn't left your side since Pamela let her see you once we got you stable," Noah said as he draped his arms over the back of the chair. "She's been through a lot. It's not every day you see someone shot right before your eyes. We've been on the run. There's too much that's happened to really gauge anything." "Yeah, but you love her." Jake looked away and scoffed. "I don't know what you're talking about." He'd only admitted that to himself, and just barely. If he said it aloud, it would make it real, and what if she didn't want him? "You absolutely know what I'm talking about. I spent 5 minutes with her and was smitten." Jake jerked his attention to Noah. "You keep your smitten to yourself. Awfully possessive for someone you don't have feelings for." "It wouldn't work anyway." My job is dangerous, and I never know where it's going to take me. She's got her residency to complete. It's foolish to even go there. Noah nodded, but Jake could see the wheels turning. Before you took her case, you were on the verge of being done with this line of work. You were sick of the travel and the danger, and you wanted out. So, leave it and have a life with her. It wasn't like Jake hadn't considered it. It's not that simple, and you know it. She deserves better, Noah. She is intelligent, witty, sweet, and protective. I'm still shouldering the blame for something that isn't yours to shoulder. Jake's temper flared. Stop. No, not this time. You didn't know Sabine was in trouble. She had you fooled. All of you. Nothing indicated that she'd started working with Al-Qaeda. Jake, it could have been any of us that it happened to. Let it go, man. Jake growled as he pushed himself into a sitting position. You weren't there. There were signs. I was trained to look for lies, and I failed them. I trusted her. I believed her about the cell. I got them killed. Noah stood and walked to Jake. No, you didn't get them killed, and deep down, you know it. You walked into a trap. The only thing that's keeping you from letting it go is that you think carrying that guilt keeps them alive. It doesn't. The only thing the guilt is doing is putting you in a grave faster. Jake hung his head. It wasn't as simple as saying he was done. He'd tried to let the guilt go. It was one of the reasons he'd gone to a therapist. Brother, you know I'm right. Let that guilt go, Noah said. Jake's shoulders sagged. I want to let it go. I don't know how. I feel like I should have been able to do something. Noah sat on the edge of the bed. But you couldn't. You did the best you could at the time, and you've carried this long enough. You are one of the best men I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. I've never met anyone with better character than you. I can try, Jake whispered. That's all any of us can do. Noah stood and walked to the door. You should get some more rest. Maybe, just maybe, if you can hobble to the door tomorrow, Pamela might let you know what's going on. He laughed. Jake lifted his gaze to Noah. He grabbed the unopened cup of green gelatin and chucked it at him. It hit the door and splattered as the plastic cup crashed against it, spraying Noah's hair and shirt. Okay, Hulk, what you got to say now? Noah shook his head and held his shirt out. What are you, 9? 10, and you should clean that up. You just wait. When you're feeling better, I'll get you. Jake laughed and grunted. He slid his arm tighter around his middle. You should get that green dye out of your hair before it stains. Unless you want to look like a punk rocker. Noah grumbled and stepped over the clumps of gelatin on the floor as he left the room. Jake heard him call for a cleanup, and he grunted a laugh. As he sat there, he realized that he'd moved too quickly. His head pounded, and his body throbbed. Easing himself back down, he replayed the conversation he just had. He had carried a lot of guilt from his last mission, because every time he went over the year prior to the attack, there were signs. But he wasn't the only one who'd missed them, and even if he had been, was staying stagnant helping? Maybe he had held on to something that he needed to let go of, not because he wasn't guilty, but because he couldn't change it. Maybe in his quest to keep his men's memory alive, he'd relegated them to a mistake. But they weren't mistakes, and they didn't need to be remembered with that cloud hanging over them. They needed to be remembered as comrades that he'd lost and celebrated as good people he cared about. It didn't change his status with Lexi at the moment, but there was hope that it might. He loved her, and if she gave him the chance, he'd show her just how much he could love her. Chapter 21. As Lexi walked into the room, she saw Pamela leaning against a table in the center. It was cooler than the rest of the house, most likely to protect the computers that lined the wall. Behind her sat a man named Ryder, popping hot tamales in his mouth in between keystrokes. Lexi had met him the day they arrived at the house. He was wearing large headphones, and she could hear music blasting from them. How was he not deaf? And talk about cute. He looked a little younger than her with hair that hit his shoulders. He had incredible chocolate eyes, and if he didn't surf, she'd eat a shoe. He was every bit the part of a beach bum surfer with sun-kissed skin and a relaxed demeanor. "You wanted to see me?" Lexi asked. "Well, yes, but Noah also wanted a minute with Jake." Lexi tilted her head. "Why didn't he just say that?" Pamela smiled. "I've learned that men are particularly strange creatures." "We are not," Ryder said. Lexi shot Pamela a confused look. Pamela shrugged. "No idea. That's a new one. It's a gift." Ryder pulled his headphones off, spun in his chair, and gave her a lopsided grin. "Actually, don't tell anyone, but I could read your lips in the reflection of the monitor screen." "Okay, yeah, that's a gift," Lexi said. "So, how's Jake?" he asked. "Sore and tired, kind of like he's been shot and beaten." Ryder shrugged. Nothing he's not used to." "I'm not used to it," Lexi replied. "Guess I will be soon since I'll be doing my residency." Pamela walked to Lexi and touched her shoulder. "No matter how many times you see someone hurt, it will never affect you like seeing someone you care about in the same condition." "You speak from experience?" "I lost my husband a year ago. He was killed in a drive-by shooting. I'd seen a lot as a detective on the police force, but Henry," Pamela's voice cracked. "Nothing could have ever prepared me for that." Lexi's jaw dropped. "Oh, I'm so sorry. That must have been awful." "It was, and for a while, I drifted, but unbeknownst to me, he'd left me with the ability to pretty much do what I want." "And that's how this started?" Pamela nodded. "You could say that." "Noah said you had news about my papa?" Ryder lifted a finger. "I do. I got a satellite image of him at an estate in Northern California. Looks like it's owned by that Faustus Sika's guy." Lexi took a seat at the table. "That's not out of the realm of possibility. There's been nothing but radio silence since you guys left Ellington." "Nothing. Which silence I get, but there's been a lot of movement." "We're still trying to figure out what he's up to," Ryder said. Another man strolled into the room, tossed down a large backpack, and bumped fists with Ryder. "How'd it go, Gunner?" Ryder asked the man. Gunner shrugged. DA took my testimony, and it's looking like he's going to jail." "Scum." Gunner turned to Lexi. "And who is this fetching creature?" "Wow. This guy was beefy, and that was saying something since she was comparing every man she met to Jake. He dwarfed Jake by a good 3 inches and 50 pounds, all muscle. He had dimples, a square jaw, and if he'd said he was a movie star, she'd have believed him. Still, he wasn't Jake. And in her mind, there was no one better or better looking. "She's Jake's," Ryder said. The man smiled, and Lexi knew this man was used to women taking one look and swooning. "I'm Gunner." He took her hand and kissed the back of it. "He's going to kill you, man," Ryder said. Gunner laughed. "What?" "I'm being polite." Ryder rolled his eyes. "Yeah, well, when Jake politely kills you in your sleep, you'll wish you'd listened to me." Jake's a softie. He couldn't hurt a fly." Gunner took a seat across from Lexi. "So, what's going on, boss?" Pamela leveled her gaze at him. "I'm not your boss. I'm your lady who tells me what to do. Definition, boss." Gunner shot her a spectacular smile. You can give your debrief later. In the meantime, we'll get you caught up. Pamela plopped a manila folder on the table and took a seat in front of it. Lexi, mind starting from the top again? No, Lexi replied and began telling Gunnar everything. His face fell the second she mentioned Jake being her husband, and Pamela choked down a laugh. Once Lexi finished telling him, Pamela took over with what they'd learned. Give me all the files in an hour. I'll have it figured out, Gunnar said, holding his hand out for the folder. Pamela slid it over to him and stood. Lexi, how about you and I grab a bite to eat and sit on the veranda outside a minute? Lexi nodded. Okay. She stood and followed Pamela out of the room, down a hall, and into the kitchen. The same woman who'd brought them tea a few days ago was standing over a tall stockpot. Her dark highlighted hair was pulled back, and she had an apron tied around her thin waist. She was older than Lexi but not quite as old as Pamela. The woman turned and smiled. Hi, I should have introduced myself before now, but it seemed you were dealing with enough when you first got here. I'm Meredith Young. It's nice to meet you. I'm Lexi Maheras. The woman nodded. I know. How's Jake? Better, but it's going to take some time before he's 100%, Lexi said. It seemed like everyone in the house knew and cared about Jake. The only person who hadn't asked about him was Gunnar, which, now that she thought about it, was odd. Maybe she'd ask Jake about that later. Mary, think you could fix us some sandwiches and iced tea and bring it to the veranda? Pamela asked. Sure. I'll get it together and bring it right out. From there, Lexi followed Pamela out into the cool night air. Soft light illuminated the space just enough that she could see. I had no idea what time it was. The windows are all so dark. We keep them dark for a reason. When I picked this place, I thought it would be great, but being on South Padre Island, right on the beach, it's turning out that I may have let my desire to sink my toes in the sand cloud my judgment. Oh, how long have you been here? Not long, and I've been sending out feelers for a new location. Somewhere on the East Coast. I like having access to the water. It gives us more transportation options. I can see that. Pamela sat down in a chair and waited for Lexi to sit as well. The roar of the waves hitting the sand could be heard in the distance, and the wind blowing through hedges was soothing. A few moments later, Mary brought out a tray and set it on the table in front of them. Thank you, Mary. You bet, she said and walked back into the house. I love it out here. At night, under the stars, when the world is asleep and I can hear the waves and only the waves, Pamela said. Lexi pointed her face to the sky and nodded. It's incredible. Pamela leaned forward with her arm draped over her knees and began eating her sandwich. After a couple of bites, she brushed her hands together and took a sip of tea. Lexi followed her lead and took a bite of hers. When Pamela offered her something to eat, Lexi didn't think she was all that hungry, but that first bite only highlighted how famished she was. Before she knew it, she devoured the sandwich. Lexi wiped her mouth and took a long drink of the tea. I really didn't think I was starving. I thought you might be, Pamela said and finished off her sandwich. The silence stretched out, and she leaned back in her chair. I noticed something when you were telling Gunnar about Jake. What's that? You went from saying married to calling him your husband. Lexi sucked in sharp breath. Now that Pamela had brought it to her attention, she had done that. Husband had rolled off her tongue like it was the most natural thing in the world. Jake was hers, and staking that claim made her happy. Not that she was going to tell Pamela that. It was a slip. I see, Pamela said and smiled. Personally, I've been waiting for Jake to fall for someone. Oh, I don't. You can see it when he looks at you. Lexi shook her head. He's just glad I'm safe. Pamela nodded. I guess that could be it. He does seem relieved that you're here. Exactly. We'll get the marriage annulled as soon as we can. He'll go back to bodyguarding, and I'll finish up my medical degree. It was as though she was taking a knife and plunging it into her heart. The idea that they'd part ways made her physically ill, and it was the last thing she wanted. Perhaps that's for the best. I can't imagine how much you've sacrificed to get your degree. I have everything planned out. Tears pooled in her eyes. A plan without Jake. What was she going to do without him? She'd been a hysterical mess when they first arrived. Not knowing if he was going to live or die. Wondering if she'd ever get to feel the warmth of his body next to hers or to kiss him again. It had been torture. I think you'll find plans are not all they're cracked up to be sometimes. I had no plans other than to retire, sit on a porch drinking coffee with the love of my life, and growing old with him. And now you're doing this. Exactly. Pamela smiled. Maybe Lexi had clung to her plans too hard. She had made them right after her mother died. If she did a little digging, that was the catalyst for becoming a doctor. It's what her mom wanted. Until her mom's death, Lexi had wanted to study genealogy. Finding her family's old records excited her, but once she found out her mother was sick, all her desires had melted away. I haven't always wanted to be a doctor. But you enjoy it now? I think I've been so focused on becoming a doctor that I've never stopped to question if I enjoyed it or not. The revelation was like brick hitting her. She'd felt elation at finishing her clinicals. Her mom would have been thrilled that she'd done so well in school. Of course, the reason she didn't have a social life was that she had to study so hard. Medicine hadn't come easy to her at all. She'd fought for every A. That's a question only you can answer. I didn't even know I had a question. Papa just encouraged and supported me, but I wasn't really listening either. Pamela patted her hand and stood. It's amazing what stopping for a moment can do for you. In the quiet, all you have is your thoughts. I'm going to go check on Jake since I haven't seen him today. I think I might sit here a minute. Take your time. Lexi nodded, and Pamela walked into the house, leaving her with nothing but waves and wind. It seemed as though her list of things to weigh and consider kept getting longer. A relationship with Jake, if he wanted one, and now, the question, did she want to be a doctor? Did she love it? She loved helping people. That feeling of elation from giving comfort and meeting a need that the person wasn't able to meet by themselves. Like with Jake when he was sick. She loved taking care of him, but while sewing his wound, she gagged more than once. And that wasn't the first time. Had she skated over it in an attempt to finish her plan or to have the feeling that she was making her mom happy? Now she was left with the question of what Lexi wanted and what would make her happy. Maybe if she had the answers to those questions, she'd find the answers to her questions about Jake. One thing she was certain of, she loved Jake. She loved him more than all of her plans. Chapter 22. With one hand braced on the bed, Jake held his midsection as he swung his legs over the side, grateful someone had thought to bring him a shirt and some pajama bottoms. The simple act of sitting upright left him breathless and pained. Lexi had left the night before and hadn't returned. He wasn't sure what was wrong, but the compulsion to find out was enough to propel him out of bed. A tap came from the door, there was a pause, and then it opened. Lexi walked in and stopped. What are you doing? Sitting up. I can see that. Why are you sitting up? She crossed the room and stopped in front of him. Her little gray t-shirt and white jeans hit every curve and did things to his nervous system. He lifted his gaze to hers. You left and didn't come back. I wanted to make sure you were okay. When I came back last night, you were asleep. I went upstairs and took a shower, lay down a second, and fell asleep. So, you weren't upset with me? She tilted her head. No, what could you have done to make me upset? You'd be surprised at the idiotic things I can do and remain unaware. He chuckled and held his stomach tighter. Lexi stepped between his legs and took his face in her hands. You haven't done anything to upset me. She smiled. You need to lie back down. It hurts too much to move. She held his gaze with those bright blue eyes that seemed to shine a light on all the things that made him feel dark. Her fingertips skirted over his lips and along his jaw, and then she threaded her fingers through his hair. His head fell back as his eyes closed. He couldn't hold back the groan. One day he'd have to figure out what it was that made that so enjoyable. If my enemies ever find this out, I'm doomed. Her lips brushed across his. Your secret's safe with me. Their breath mingled as her lips hovered over his. I appreciate that, he said. She drew her parted lips along his jaw and pressed a kiss below his ear. Have any more secrets you need me to keep? A few, but I can tell you later. He sank his hand into her hair and held her as he pulled her lips down to his. At first, the kisses were light and sweet. The kind made for greetings and social events. As they continued to kiss, they morphed into something needy. He'd never felt a hunger like he felt for her. He began to imagine building a life with her, but his thoughts were interrupted by gunfire. Jake pulled back and listened. How had the place been found? Was he responsible for that? If anything happened to Noah or Pamela, that would be a guilt he'd never get over. What? She asked. He looked up. You don't hear that? Shots? I have to get you out of here, he said and pushed off the bed. His bare feet hit the cold tile, and his knees nearly buckled. He caught the nightstand and steadied himself as Lexi pulled his arm across her shoulders. There's no way you can fight your way through anything that's happening. He cupped her cheek. I have to. I'll get you out of here, and we'll figure something out later. Before heading to the door, he found his shoes and stuffed his feet in them, working to ignore the ache in his ribs. They reached the door, and Jake peeked out. It sounded like whoever was trying to get in was being held at bay at the moment. All of the shots still sounded like they were coming from outside. It seemed bizarre to him. Who would bring a firefight to a beach house in front of so many witnesses? Granted, the home was sitting away from all the others. But still, with as much gunfire as Jake was hearing, surely someone was curious and calling the police. Stay behind me. Lexi stayed on his heels as they sneaked down the hall to the steps. He stopped at the bottom and braced his hand on the banister. Charging up the steps was going to take more energy than he had, but if he could make it to the garage, or even the helipad, he could get her out of there. He kept her behind him as they slowly took the stairs to the main floor, pausing every few steps to listen to the gunfire playing out. It was getting closer, and that meant Jake needed to hurry. The next few steps he took a little quicker, and when he made it to the landing, he paused. Suddenly, everything went silent, and he froze. Mr. Maverick, please join us in the living room. We have much to discuss, a familiar Greek voice said. Faustus? Lexi hugged his arm. How? Please join us before I start shooting people, Faustus called. Jake looked down at Lexi. He'd let her and her father down. He'd let Pamela, Noah, Ryder, and Gunnar down too. It seemed everything he touched turned rancid if given enough time. He held Lexi behind him as he made his way through the house to the living room. When he reached it, he found Noah and Ryder on their knees with their hands laced behind their heads. Gunnar and Pamela were missing, which meant Gunnar must have taken Pamela away before they were breached. I'm sorry, guys, he said. Why don't we put these men somewhere a little safer while we talk, Mr. Maverick? Faustus looked at a burly guy standing behind Noah and Ryder. The man barked at Noah and Ryder to get to their feet. He cuffed their hands and then forced them out of the room. A door deeper in the home opened and shut, and then the man returned, keeping his gun aimed at Jake. "Now, this is much better." "I won't let you take her," Jake said. Faustus smiled. "I never thought you would." "What do you want, then?" Jake pulled Lexi further behind him, blocking her completely with his body. "I'd like to speak to Lexi if you don't mind." "No." Lexi pulled free of Jake and stepped in front of him. "What?" Faustus held her gaze. "If you haven't noticed, there are several weapons aimed at your bodyguard." "You'd kill an unarmed man?" Lexi asked, disgust lacing the words. "No, but I do have a proposition for you," Faustus said as he took a seat in one of the chairs. "Something I think you'll find more than generous. First, is my papa still alive? And when can I see him? Your father is in perfect health, and you'll see him as soon as we get to the estate. Now, would you like to hear my proposition?" She crossed her arms over her chest. "What?" "If you come with me willingly, I'll let the captain live. If you don't, I'll kill him and take you anyway." Jake took her hand. "Don't." Lexi pulled her gaze from Faustus and caught Jake's gaze. "He'll kill you." "He'll kill me either way." Faustus waved his hand in the air. "Oh, Captain, that's not true." "I'll let you live." "No explosions necessary." The man leveled his gaze at Jake, and a silent understanding passed between them. Faustus would let Jake live about 5 seconds after he got Lexi out of the house. Then he'd blow the place. Which meant he'd planted a bomb, and if Lexi didn't leave, she'd die along with him. "You'll let him live?" Faustus nodded. "Absolutely." "How do I know I can trust you?" "You don't." Lexi chewed her thumb. "I'll go with you, but all your men have to leave before we do." Faustus grinned. "I will on one condition." "What?" He pulled a syringe from his coat pocket. "You give this to Mr. Maverick to make sure he doesn't try to break my neck before we leave." "Drug him?" Lexi sounded horrified. "It's a sedative. Nothing harmful, I assure you." "I'll even give you the satisfaction of checking his pulse before we leave," Faustus said as he caught Jake's gaze. So, Faustus was going to knock him out, making sure he didn't have a chance to get out before he set off the bomb. Jake had to give him points for cleverness. She looked up at Jake and then to Faustus. As she took a step, Jake grabbed her arm. "Don't. I don't want him to hurt you. Do you trust me?" She nodded. "I trust you to do whatever it takes to make sure I'm safe, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take." She pulled free, and as she got to Faustus, he stood, grabbed her, and kissed her. Jake growled and charged forward. One of Faustus's goons slammed the butt of his rifle into his stomach, and Jake dropped to the floor with a grunt. He held his stomach as pain ricocheted through his body. Through hazy vision, he saw Lexi pinch her lips together and slap Faustus across the face. "He's unarmed and hurt. Coward." Faustus grabbed her by the chin, and his lips curled. "Get that sedative in him and let's go. You're lucky I'm not putting a bullet between his eyes." He pushed her back and slapped the syringe in her hand. "Do it. Or would you rather him die in front of you? Your men leave first." Faustus motioned with his head toward the door, and his men filed out. Lexi walked to Jake and kneeled down. She bent over him and brushed her hand along his cheek. She pulled the cap off the syringe and paused just as it touched his skin. "I'm sorry," she said as the needle pierced his skin. "Not your fault." "My fault." The instant it hit his bloodstream, he could feel the effects. She put her mouth against his ear. "Don't fight it. Just drift, okay?" That was against everything he'd ever been taught, and he fought to remain conscious. "Remember what I taught you. I remember. She smiled. For a second, he felt her lips on his, and then the pull of whatever he'd been given was too much for him to fight. Chapter 23. Let's go, Faustus barked. It wasn't until that moment, as Lexi's looked down at Jake, that she knew without a doubt she loved him. She didn't care about type, hair length, or anything else. His sweet, caring nature was all she could see. He was who she wanted now and forever. Lexi glared at Faustus. You said I could make sure he still had a pulse. I don't know this medication, and I don't know how long it takes to get through his system. I want to make sure he's okay. We have plans, Lexi, and I intend to keep them. She slid her fingers through Jake's hair. And I intend to make sure my husband isn't dead. He won't be your husband much longer. One of the plans I intend to keep is making sure your marriage is taken care of. Do you even need me to take the Maheras orchard? Lexi turned to look at him. Faustus grinned and shook his head. No, not really, but marrying Basil Maheras' daughter will give me more than just land. With his backing, the rumors of my father's suspicious death will be put to rest. Of course, if you do grow cumbersome, I can always be a widower. I will finish my medical degree. No, I don't think so. You've spent long enough in this country. We'll be flying back to Greece after our engagement party tomorrow night, and you'll be staying there so I can keep an eye on you. It'll make it easier to keep your father in line as well. Lexi pressed her fingertips to Jake's neck, and relief washed over her as the steady beat of his heart thumped against her fingers. Well? Is he alive? Asked Faustus. Yes, he's alive. Then it's time to go. She kissed Jake on the forehead and held her lips to his skin before standing. She hated leaving him on the cold, hard floor. Can't you move him to the couch? The floor is hard, and he's hurt. If you don't come with now, I'll make sure he'll hurt even worse. Turning to Faustus, she said, he'll come for me, with a challenge in her tone. Then I guess we should get going so I have a head start. Faustus waved her ahead of him. They walked out of the house to a waiting car. Faustus held the door for her and then climbed in after her. A mile down the road, he took out a small device and tossed it in the air before catching it. Lexi leaned back. What are you doing? Celebrating a well-executed plan. He caught the device one last time and hit a button. An explosion rocked the car, and Lexi screamed as a fireball plumed in the air from the direction of the house. No! She threw herself across the seat and beat her fists against Faustus. He caught her wrists and drew her close, his stale breath hitting her in the face. I let him live 5 minutes longer than I should have. And you're lucky. He was unconscious for it. At least he was resting in peace before he went to pieces. He threw her back against the door. Lexi twisted in the seat and stared out the back window. She'd never told Jake she loved him. Now, she'd never get to tell him what he meant to her. That she loved his sparkling dark eyes and his mischievous half-smile, and she didn't care if his hair hit his knees. She'd never get to say all the things she should have said the moment she realized how she felt. Why had she held back? Why hadn't she had the courage to tell him? Finally, when the house was long out of sight, she turned around in the seat and curled her legs under her. Her world had been ripped from under feet, and her heart was in shreds. Tears pooled in her eyes and flooded down her cheeks as body-racking sobs took her over. Jake was gone. Just like that, gone, and she'd never see him again. How was she supposed to live, knowing that she hadn't told him how she felt? She'd been so afraid of changing her plans that she'd missed the best thing to ever happen to her. The flight to Faustus's estate was a haze. A fog so thick had settled over her that she could barely hear anyone speaking. She was unprepared for the loss, and there was no escape from the deep ache she felt. Lexi, her papa said as some thug pushed her into the house. Oh, Lexi, you're okay. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed the top of her head. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Her papa leaned back, and his smile faded. Lexi, what's wrong? She lifted her gaze to her papa's, and a numbness filled her. Faustus killed my husband. Just killed him, and he didn't know that I loved him. Mr. Maverick's dead? Nodding, she said, I love him. I'm not sure I'll ever stop. Tears streaked down her cheeks again. Her papa put his arms out and then dropped them. I'm so sorry, my love. He was a good man. Sweet and kind and warm. I think he loved me too, but now I'll never know. You didn't need to kill him, Faustus. Just stop him for a short while, her papa said. Faustus laughed. We both know he would have never stopped coming. This way I don't have to worry. I suspect the local fire department is picking through the debris now, and soon they'll even be able to identify the body. Lexi whirled around and slapped Faustus across the jaw. He grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her close. You'll learn some manners. Or what? You'll kill me? There goes your credibility. No, I'll kill your father. You'll do that anyway. Is that the best incentive you have? Faustus's face fell, like he was taken aback. You'll do as you're told or regret it. He let go of one of her arms and motioned to one of his men. Take her to her room and lock the door. Do not trust anything she says or does. Our captain taught my new fiancée a few moves, and she can be quite driven when she wants to be. Lexi wanted to say something smart, but the only way she was going to get the chance to wrap her fingers around the snake's throat was to bite her tongue. Two of the guards grabbed each of her arms, and they led her upstairs to her room. Alone and locked in, she curled up on her bed, and the sudden silence was deafening. So much had happened. So much to sort through and compartmentalize, but that's what she needed to do. It's what Jake would have wanted her to do. To pull herself together and come up with a plan to get herself free. If it was the last thing she did, she was going to at least remember him the way he would have wanted. 10 more steps, and then she could devolve into a messy puddle. Chapter 24. Jake. You need to wake up. Jake could hear the voice and knew who it belonged to, but it was so hard to respond. Whatever he'd been given was powerful, and he felt as though he was being held down by a lead blanket. Jake, man, wake up, Noah said and shook him. I don't know what they gave him, but he might be having an allergic reaction. Jake balled his fists and forced himself into a sitting position. No, I'm up. Or at least that's what he tried to say. He rubbed his eyes with the balls of his hands and barely kept himself upright. Where am I? Pamela's private jet. What time is it? Jake asked, still barely able to speak. Noah laughed. Late. You've been out a while. Lexi? Noah handed him a bottle of water. With Faustus in California, and we're headed that way now. When I get my hands on him, I'll kill him. He drained the bottle and wiped his mouth. The house? Toast, Ryder said. Jake leaned back and rested his head on the seat. I'm sorry. Do you know how they found the house? Don't worry about it. Let's just say I'll be looking for a new gardener, Pamela said. It wasn't your fault, and now I've got no excuse but to find a new headquarters. I'll be much more strategic in my next choice. How did you guys get out? Jake asked Noah. Ryder snorted. Gunnar got Pamela out and doubled back. We got you and got out just before the house blew. He gave me something that knocked me out. I feel hammered. His head pounded, and his vision was blurry. Gunnar moved from the front of the plane and sat across from him. Faustus is throwing an engagement party tomorrow evening. It felt like a punch to the gut, even if he did know their relationship was fake. He was in love with her, and he'd let her down. Now, she was being forced to marry that weasel. "It's not your fault," Noah said. Jake jerked his attention to him. "What are you talking about?" Noah shook his head. "Really? I've seen that look before. This is not your fault. He caught us all off guard. We weren't the ones who came in on a stretcher. If anyone is to blame, it's us because we let you down. She's my responsibility. I promised to keep her safe. I told her I'd get her out of there, and I didn't." Pamela slid the folder she was holding onto the table in front of her. "Jake, no. Once she stepped foot in my home, she became my responsibility. I let her down. You guys want to call me boss? Well, this is what a boss does. They take the blame when things go wrong. But you have my word that we'll make this right." "Pamela, She held up a finger. "I've got an invite to her engagement party. An old friend of mine who happens to be on the guest list needed a +1. Noah, Ryder, and Gunnar will be going in as catering staff." "What about me?" Jake asked. "You're too recognizable. You'll have to stay outside until you see a chance to get past the security. Maybe you could even quietly take out a few if they approach you." He didn't like it, but she was right. Gunnar grinned. "And I found out why the police didn't show at Maheras' estate." Jake furrowed his eyebrows. "Why?" "They were told it was a false report. What you heard was them en route, and then they got the call that they weren't needed. That was some good news at least." He'd worried that someone on the inside was used, and knowing that wasn't the case was a relief. "Good. And this time when they get the call, they're coming because my date happens to be the chief of police," Pamela said and smiled. Jake leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. How did he manage to get an invite? He likes to feel like powerful people owe him. Pamela stood. "Jake, you're to rest until we go in. It's going against my better judgment to even bring you along, but I know if I didn't, you'd just find a way to get there." He smiled. "At least I'm consistent." Pamela turned to walk away and paused. "Make sure he rests." They worked through the night and into the next morning. Well, Noah, Ryder, and Gunnar did. Jake wasn't allowed to do anything. When they arrived in California, they met Pamela's contacts and then went for tux fittings. Apparently, Faustus's party was black tie and ball gown. One thing was for sure. He knew Lexi would look incredible, and he couldn't wait to see her. A block away from the estate, the limo stopped, and Jake got out and closed the door. The window rolled down, and Pamela stuck her head out. "You need to take it easy. You know that, right? Leave it to us to take care of things. You know if they try to hurt her, I have no choice but to protect her, whatever it takes." She touched his arm. "Just try to avoid that, okay? It's only been a few days since you came in on a stretcher." "I made a promise, Pamela. I'm going to keep it." Pamela nodded. "I know, but I had to try. Let's go crash a party." Jake smiled. "It'll be my pleasure," he said, stepping toward the bushes at the side of the road. Pamela rolled up the window, and the limo continued up the block, stopping at the wrought iron gate surrounding the property. Using a torch they'd left near the bushes earlier in the day, he cut a hole in the fence, stepped through, and strode through the trees toward the house. When he reached the house, he could hear live music playing softly through French doors that opened from the ballroom onto the patio. He slipped through them, stuck close to the wall, and kept his head down until the clink of a glass quieted the room. Faustus stood on the second-floor landing and leaned against the banister with Mr. Maheras flanking him. Lexi's father held his head high, his hands clasped in front of him, and there was no mistaking the contempt he held for his future son-in-law. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming to my engagement party. Alexandria and I appreciate it so much, especially since it was on such short notice," Faustus said. Just then, Lexi stepped next to Faustus, her lips in a thin, tight line, and even from where Jake stood, he could see her fuming. Faustus was lucky there were witnesses. Jake couldn't get over how incredible she looked. She looked like a Greek princess. Her gown was some sort of flowy material that swished around her, and it was the color of her eyes. Almost as though it had been on standby for her to wear, which made his blood boil. Faustus had planned his attack well. "Alexandria, would you like to say something?" Faustus asked. Jake had to give it to him. Either he had guts, or he didn't know Lexi at all. Jake would bank on both. "No, darling," she spat. "But wouldn't it be hysterical if you fell down the stairs?" Faustus's hand slipped behind her back, and she let out a tiny yelp. He leaned down, and Jake could see his fingers wrapped around the back of her neck. That man had put his hands on her. Twice. Jake was done. He took a step and felt a hand on his shoulder. "If you step into the middle of this room, he'll have you escorted out," Noah whispered. Jake balled his fists. "He's hurting her." "Yes, and if you'd like to put an end to it, you need to be smart about this. Right now, it's not a smart time." Jake cursed under his breath. He was seeing red. Before the night was over, Faustus was going to be sprawled on the floor. "Fine. Gunnar and Ryder are working on taking care of his men. We'll have to deal with those 2 thugs standing behind him, but that's better than 20. How long until they're contained?" Jake whispered, ducking his head as Faustus's gaze drifted over the crowd. "Gunnar is supposed to show as soon as they're done. When you see him, do what you need to do, but don't get yourself killed." Noah offered him a champagne-filled glasses. "Here, you need to relax." "No, I'm on duty." Faustus smiled and addressed the crowd again. "Sorry about that. My fiancée isn't used to crowds such as this, and she gets nervous, says things she doesn't mean. Isn't that right?" Her lips trembled. "Yes." Gunnar needed to hurry up before Jake turned Hulk smash. "Now we'll have our first dance, and then you're welcome to join us." Faustus took her hand, and they descended the steps. Lexi was graceful, her dress hiding her feet. Jake was reminded of the first time he saw her in a gown. She was floating, like a princess. His princess. Faustus put one arm around her waist and held her hand in the other. They waltzed around the dance floor like 2 people who hated each other. Jake was pretty sure she stepped on his toes a few times on purpose. There was satisfaction in that. A moment later, Gunnar appeared at the far end of the room and mock saluted Jake. A rush of adrenaline and relief flooded him. He strode to the unhappy couple and tapped Faustus on the shoulder. "If you don't mind, I'd like to cut in." The color in Faustus's face drained. "Jake," Lexi said his name like a prayer. "Oh, you're, oh." Tears streaked down her cheek, and she smiled. "I saw the house, it exploded. And I wasn't in it." She flung her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. "I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea, I'm sorry, but you weren't invited," Faustus said, seeming to find his voice and maybe a little courage. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen, and put it to his ear. Then he waved at the 2 goons who'd been standing behind him. "Where are they?" "You mean the 20 or so hired guns?" Jake asked. "I'm guessing they're tied up somewhere." Something hard gouged Jake in the back. "Walk, or this party gets ugly," the man he'd fought at the airport said. As Jake looked over his shoulder, he recognized the man as the one he'd fought at Ellington Field. The man's lips curled. Walk. Jake slipped his arm around Lexi's waist and pulled her flush against him. The lady stays, the man said. Not without me, she doesn't. I'm her bodyguard. Where she stays, I stay. The gun pressed harder into his side, and like the man had X-ray vision, right on the spot where Jake had been shot. Move. I'm not leaving him, Lexi said, her shoulders straight and head held high. She leveled her gaze at Faustus. Unless you want to explain killing your fiancé in front of all these people, I suggest you let me accompany Jake. Faustus's jaw clenched, and he glared at her. Move. Both of you. Jake looked around the room. Noah was gone. If he had to fight Faustus and the big guy holding the gun on him, his 10 steps mantra would be put on repeat. He was used to pushing himself, but he also knew how close he was to his limit. Still, he'd get Lexi out and worry about that later. Chapter 25. Jake was alive. He was alive and beautiful, and all she wanted to do was smother him in kisses and tell him how much she loved him. He'd appeared out of nowhere, and it was an answer to prayer. One she thought she'd never have answered with a yes. Faustus's painted-on smile held as they weaved through the crowd. He nodded at various guests like nothing out of the ordinary was happening. They continued out of the ballroom, down a hall, and past several doors before stopping in a large game room. He shut the door and whirled on them. You crashed my party, Mr. Maverick. It was invitation only. Perhaps you should hire better security. I walked in with no problems. Jake smiled. He turned his attention to Lexi. Are you okay? Lexi looked up at him. He'd somehow survived a bomb, and he was asking if she was okay? She nodded. I'm fine, especially now that I know you're alive. Faustus growled. I should have stuck to my original plan and had you shot on sight. He tipped his chin to the guy behind Jake as he grabbed Lexi by the arm and yanked her away from Jake. Take care of him. Jake twisted around and punched the guy in the stomach and then delivered an uppercut. The gun slid across the wood floor and under a chair. Jake threw 2 more punches, and the guy landed in a heap on the floor. Lexi raked her heel down Faustus's shin and then slammed her open palm into his nose. I'm not some delicate flower you can grab at will. You put your hands on me again, and I'll break your fingers. She slammed her fist into his stomach and then brought her knee up to his face as he bent forward. Faustus's back hit the wall, and just as he tried to take a swing at her, she socked him square in the jaw. And that's for pinching me, she said as Faustus's eyes rolled back in his head and he slid down the wall to the floor. She caught Jake's gaze and smiled. See, I did listen. That was all. Faustus's guard pushed off the floor, but before Lexi could warn Jake, he rammed into him from behind, taking them both down. Jake grunted as the man landed on top of him. He elbowed the guy in the face, knocking him off his back. Twisting around, Jake punched him twice in the side of the face. Jake scrambled to his feet just as his opponent did, and they faced each other. Look, your boss is out cold. You don't have to do this, Jake said. The guy laughed. You're right, I don't. But I like it. And when I'm done with you, he said and cut a glance at Lexi, I'll have a go at her too. Jake's jaw clenched. That was the wrong thing to say. He rushed the guy, slamming his fist into the man's gut. He grabbed Jake's arm, the one with the bullet wound, and twisted it behind his back, and Jake cried out as his face hit the marble top of the pool table. With his free hand, Jake searched the table and grabbed one of the billiard balls, smashing it into his opponent's head. He stumbled back but recovered before Jake could move and dove forward, driving Jake backward onto the table. Lexi's eyes widened as the guard walked around the table like he was looking at a prize he'd won. He brought his elbow up, and Lexi yelled, 10 more steps. Jake nodded and rolled, avoiding an elbow to the face. His feet hit the floor, and he staggered sideways before righting himself. He shook his head and sidestepped as the guy charged, and Jake elbowed him in the back. His opponent fell to his hands and knees, and Jake grabbed a pool cue and cracked it against the side of Guy's head, knocking him out. Jake stumbled as he straightened. "And stay down," he said as he gulped air. He turned to Lexi and smiled. "I think he might be bigger than me." His knees buckled, and Lexi ran toward him. "Jake!" She threw her arms around him as she came to kneel in front of him. He wrapped his arms around her, and she could feel his body trembling from the exertion. "I love you, Lex. I have never loved anyone as much as I love you." "I love you more than anything," he said as he buried his face in her neck. "All I want is you." Tears pooled in her eyes. At that moment, those were the 3 sweetest words she'd ever heard. He loved her. He loved her, and he wanted her, and she'd never wanted anyone as much as she loved and wanted him. Pulling back and taking his face in her hands, she said, "I love you. I thought I'd never get to say it, but I do. I do love you. You have no idea how much. You are the sweetest, most lovable man I've ever met." She smiled. "And I'd really like to tell people the position of husband has been filled." He nodded. "I'd really like that. I think it would crush me if I had to live without you. I'll go anywhere you go. I'm done. Done with assignments. Done with everything that will keep me from you. I don't want anything but you." He squeezed her tighter, touched his lips to hers, and immediately deepened the kiss. Time stood still for her. The world faded. She didn't think his kisses could be sweeter, but this one was the best yet. It held promises and so much hope. He loved her, and he was hers. They kissed until the doors to the game room flew open. Noah, Ryder, Gunnar, and her father all stood there. "Faustus?" asked Noah. Lexi nodded to his limp form across the room. "He's right there. The police are looking for him." Noah walked to Faustus and squatted in front of him. "Something about kidnapping, assault, and the authorities in Greece have questions about his father's death too." Ryder laughed. "Dude is done." Gunnar and Noah took Faustus by the arms and pulled him to his feet. "We'll see you guys in a little bit." Noah winked. Her father crossed the room and stopped by her. "Are you two okay?" With Lexi's help, Jake stood and faced him. "Yes, Papa," she said. "We're fine. Alexandria, I'm so sorry. I never meant for anyone to get hurt. I was afraid Faustus would kill you. He had pictures of you all over the city, even after I hired guards. He said the only way to keep you safe was to have you marry him. You held a gun on Jake." "I did, but it was because Faustus said it was either him or you." "What would you have me do?" Jake nodded. "I would have done the same thing." "Jake?" Lexi looked up at him. He was put in an impossible situation. His hands were tied. Her papa nodded. "It's true. My hope was to get Faustus to the States so that Mr. Maverick would have the opportunity to take care of him without getting you hurt. I knew you were safe with him. So you would have never made me marry him?" "No. Not only would I not have let it happen," he said, his gaze landing on Jake. "I sincerely doubt Mr. Maverick would have either." Jake smiled. "You were right. I'd fallen for her. I gave you my word that I'd keep her safe, but I fell in love with her. I have no intention of annulling our marriage or divorcing her." Her father smiled. "Mr. Maverick, or can I call you Jake now?" "Jake's fine." Her father reached out and cupped her cheek. "All I've ever wanted was her happiness." He dropped his hand and turned his gaze on Jake. "You love her?" "More than I thought possible." Her father shook Jake's hand. Then welcome to the family. You're not angry? No, my boy. I'm not angry. To have a son with your courage and convictions is a rare thing. Come, let's talk about olives. Her father touched Jake's shoulder. Did you know they were a gift from Athena? Lexi stopped her father. Papa, maybe we could talk about olives at a different time. Jake nodded and held onto her tighter as he swayed. Perhaps after I've had a second to catch my breath. He used his free hand to hold his midsection. I think I might need medical attention. Oh yes. We'll have plenty of time to talk while we fly to Greece. You have family to meet and a wedding to plan. Papa, we're already married. He held up his finger. Ah, but, my love, I promised your mother that when you found love, I would throw you the grandest wedding imaginable. Your husband isn't the only man who knows how to keep promises. Lexi turned to Jake. How do you feel about living in Greece? I'll live anywhere as long as I'm with you. Epilogue. 5 years later. Are you thirsty? Lexi asked as she approached Jake. Her knee-length cotton sundress made her soft skin look even softer, if that was possible. He brushed his hands down his jeans and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Which kind of thirsty? He asked with a smile. The water kind of thirsty. Oh, well, that one's quenchable. The other isn't. He took her in his arms and kissed her. In the last 5 years, his life had changed so much that it was hard to recall what his dreams were before he met Lexi. He'd moved to Greece and remarried her, and she'd finished her residency there. She'd wrestled with being a doctor for a while but ultimately decided she loved it. Not because of her mother, but because Lexi genuinely enjoyed helping people. How was work today? Asked Jake. I missed the babies, but it was good. Simple really, runny noses and coughs mostly. Where are the girls? Papa has them. He thought I could use a little alone time with my husband. Jake cocked an eyebrow. He wants more grandchildren. He hasn't been subtle, has he? No, especially when he says, when are you going to give me more grandchildren? Jake chuckled. The twins are only a year old. True, she said, her Greek accent making the word sexier. Since their return, it had come back thick, and he loved it. He took her face in his hands and kissed her cheeks. I think you get more beautiful every day. Jake, love, I do need to tell you something. He tilted his head and smiled. What? Her eyes twinkled in the evening Sunday. My papa has gotten his wish for more grandchildren. Jake's lips parted, and his pulse took off. You're pregnant. She caught her bottom lip between her teeth. Are you okay with that? Okay? I'm more than okay, he said and picked her up around the waist, lifting her feet off the ground. She circled her arms around his neck and kissed him. I'm thrilled as long as I have you, Jake said. He groaned as she sank her hands into his hair and kissed him again. I think you were Greek all along. What, with this Achilles heel? She grinned. Just don't tell my enemies. Don't worry. I'll protect you. I promise. Jake pressed kisses to her cheeks. I'll hold you to it. Say 80, 90 years? You think that long? According to your father, all this work with olives will give me longevity. Pressing her lips to his, she said, I like the sound of that, my love. 5 years. She'd called him her love for 5 years, and the sound of it still made his pulse race and his heart pound. It had been more than a phrase. It had been a salve for his soul. She'd given him love, children, and peace. I love you, Lex Maverick. Her smile lit up her face. I love you, Jake Maverick. This has been Marrying the Bodyguard. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2018.